Model is about 3 times as expensive as the field test. I never have figured out why. It does exactly the same thing. Yeah. The captain shook his head, and this time there was very little humor in his smile. The Mark 98 is about twice as powerful as the 38, but I think Kruplon Armaments just overcharged a 38 and put on a new cover. The interior modules are practically identical. I'd heard the rumor that the 98 had a tendency to blow, but this is the first time I've personally seen any evidence of it. But why doesn't somebody call them on? Julian demanded, then shook his head. Never mind. Yeah, poor Tina laughed. You got any parking idea how much parking money he's talking about? If they lose the sale, there goes the money for the senator's re-election campaign. Panner agreed quietly. Or the big dinners for the procurement officers, or the high-paying jobs for the retired admirals. He didn't bother to mention that the Imperial Bureau of Investigation had enough to do lately tracking down various conspirators against the throne without worrying about such minor matters as exploding weapons that killed the people using. It was, frankly, a bad time to be a Marine. He took the mated contact and superconducting wire and wrapped them with a piece of gum the size of a pea. The gum will harden when the current hits it, he said with a smile as he pressed the joint tight. And you thought it was just a habit, he added, blowing a tiny bubble. Out of 24 plasma chamber capacitors, they found a distinct drop in current management on half a dozen. As the current flow increased, they faltered. In a spike situation, the capacitors would fail catastrophically, with predictable results. And all of them carried similar lot numbers from the same manufacturer. Fuck. Captain Panner popped another tiny bubble and smiled grimly. There's microscopic cracking in T-capacitor wall, Portena said, examining one with a field scope. A tiny pseudo-beetle wandered across the field of view, but he didn't even notice. They probably let T-moisture get in, especially when they've been used and T-capacitor is swell. That's death on these dry capacitors. No, ruined me. So, if you don't have a spike, everything is fine. Julian shook his head. And if you do but don't have a bump capacitor, everything is fine, but not both. Right, Panner said. Okay. Toss these crap capacitors into the fucking jungle, except for a couple of samples. When we get back, I think Her Majesty is probably going to hang a couple of subcontractors. Given how annoyed she's going to be over this entire little adventure of ours, I think that may be a literal statement. And I'll tie the rope for her. After you get rid of them, put together the best plasma guns you can, as many as you can. Check every component, every piece and connection. Go over all of them with a field scope. Then, put them in zip bags with something to keep them dry. Julian grimaced. Losing the plasma guns is really gonna suck, boss. The weapons were almost a security blanket for the ground pounders. Can't be helped. I'm not losing another squad to a breech blow. We'll hold them in reserve until it really has dropped in the pot. If it turns out we can't survive without them, we'll bring them out. It'll take us a while to put them together, Julian said. I'll get you some help. You've got today and tomorrow. Okie dokie, Portana acknowledged with a resigned headshake. Nice parking trick, he added. Where'd you learn it? Son, I'm 72, the captain said. I joined up when I was 17. After 55 years of being on the ass end of the supply chain, you learn to make do. Yeah, Diwandebe. Costas Matsugai had always enjoyed cooking on a small scale, but preparing dinner for a wider audience was a challenge. That was especially true with completely unknown spices and foods, but he was learning to make do. With the company stopped, he finally had some leisure to experiment. He knew the troops had started complaining about the sameness of the menu, and he didn't really blame them. With very little time each evening and a large number of meals to prepare, he'd been forced to fall back on stew almost every night. The running joke was that they'd have a different meal every day. Today it was stew and barley rice. Tomorrow it was barley rice and stew. The valet might not be a Marine, But he recognized the importance of food to morale, and he meant to do something about it. Although he intended to stay with the basic lots of stuff in a big pot meal plan, those parameters permitted a variety of dishes, and he was working on a new one now. The Mardikins grew a little-used fruit that was vaguely similar to a tomato. He'd purchased a large quantity of it, and now he was simmering it in a pot spiced with the blowtorch herb peruse, and filled with a brown legume which filled much the same culinary niche as lentils in Q and Co. With any luck, and it was certainly smelling good, he had a Mardikan chili in the pot. Or it might turn out to be inedible, in which case the company would be having barley and stew. It was Wednesday after all. He smiled as Sergeant Despraux leaned over the pot and sniffed. "My," she said, "that smells heavenly." "Thank you." Costa stirred at the top of the large kettle with a wooden spoon and took a taste. Then he waved at his mouth and took a hasty drink of water. "A bit too much peruse," he said in a strangled voice. Dogzard had been sleeping in a patch of sun that penetrated the enveloping canopy. But at the sound of a spoon hitting the side of the pot, the lizard flipped to all 6 feet and padded rapidly over to the cooking area, and Costas picked a small bit of meat out of the ersatz chili and tossed it to the begging lizard. The dog lizard had become a general company mascot, emptying bowls and cleaning up messes with indiscriminate zeal. Since leaving the village of the people, she'd started to grow, and was already a fairly large example of the species. If she didn't stop growing soon, she was going to end up a veritable giant. "It'll remind us to drink," Despraux said. She looked around for a moment, then lowered her voice. "Can I ask you a personal question?" she asked seriously. Costas cocked his head to the side and nodded. "I would never betray the confidence of a lady," he said. And Despraux snorted a laugh. "La, sir, seriously, no lady being a lady and a grunt, are sort of contradictions in term." "No," Costas said. "They're not, but ask your question." Despraux looked around again, then looked at the pot rather than meet the valet's eye. "You've known the prince for a long time, right?" "I've been his valet since he was 12, Costas said. "And I was a general servant in the imperial household before that, so yes, I've known him for quite some time." "Is he gay?" Costas stifled a snort. Not because the question was unexpected, he'd almost answered it for her before she asked, but because it was such an incredibly normal question out of this enormously capable Amazon. "No, too." He was unable to keep his amusement entirely out of his tone. "No, he's not gay." "What's so funny?" Despraux asked. Of all the reactions she'd anticipated, amusement hadn't been one. "You have no idea, nor will I try to give you one. How many times I've heard that question," Costas replied with a smile. "Or heard the suggestion. Or noted the rumor. On the other hand, I've heard the opposite question just as often. There are just as many, perhaps more, gay young men as straight young ladies who have hit Roger's armor and bounced." "So it's not just me?" she said quietly. "No, my dear." This time, there was a note of sympathy in the valet's voice. "It has nothing to do with you. Indeed, if it makes you feel any better, I would guess that Roger finds you attractive. But that's only a guess, you understand. The imperial family follows the core world aristocratic tradition of providing its children with first-class sexual education and instruction, and Roger was no exception. I also know that he's inclined to prefer women. He's had at least one sexual encounter I'm aware of, and it was with a young lady. But he's also rebuffed virtually every other advance that I'm aware of." He chuckled. "And I'm aware of quite a lot of them. Frankly, if Roger were interested, he could have more action than a company of Marines. Pardon the expression." "No problem." The Marine sergeant smiled. "I've heard it before. So what's with him? What's the term? A sexual." "Not that either." Costas shook his head, and there was a thoughtful, almost sad, look in his eyes. "I haven't discussed it with him. and I don't know anyone who has. But if you want the opinion of someone who probably knows him better than most, I would say it's a matter of control, not disinterest. Precisely why he should choose to exercise that control, I don't know, but that in itself tells me quite a bit. The valet shook his head. There are many things Roger won't discuss with most people. I think there are very few he won't discuss with me. But this is one of them. This is weird, the Marine said. Her own lovers hadn't exactly been as numerous as the stars in the sky, but she wasn't counting them on the thumbs of one hand either. That's my Roger, Costas told her with a smile. Chapter 35. Looks like it's just you and me again, Pat, Roger said, patting the pack beast just below the bandages swathing its side. Connor had the three most heavily injured Flarta, shorn of the company's supplies, breaking trail. The pack beast's individual reactions to the ambush had been remarkably variable. Most of them had run away from the fire and confusion of the attack, but two of them, the one Roger had coincidentally been riding and one in 3rd Platoon's sector, had charged the attacking Chronolta. For obvious reasons, these particularly aggressive beasts were two of the three breaking trail. Roger, who'd decided that near a Florida was the place to be in an ambush, was walking beside his. She reminded him of a Patricia he'd known in boarding school, and the name the Mahouts gave her was nearly unpronounceable, Toot, or no Toot. So Pat it was. The company had been hit 3 more times, but not only had the additional ambushes been on a smaller scale, the wider path being forged by the trio of pack beasts had prevented the Mardukans from surprising them at such close quarters. Coupled with Panner's decision to beef up his point team and push it further forward, the humans had escaped the attacks unscathed. It would be nice if anyone had expected that to remain the case. According to Cord, they were nearing the region Voighton had dominated in his father's day. Thus far, they'd seen no sign of civilization, but neither had there been any sign of a Chronolta concentration against them, and the company was inclined to take the good with the bad. Roger saw one of the point guards raise a hand and drop to one knee. The Mahouts drew the pack beasts to a stop instantly in response, and the prince trotted forward as the calm accordion behind them. Dogzard looked up from where she'd been riding on Patty's rump. The dog lizard raised her striped head as she sniffed the air and hissed. Matsugae wasn't cooking, and nothing was trying to eat anyone, so she jumped off her perch and followed Roger. The point, Lance Corporal Kane from 3rd Platoon, was stopped at the lip of a marsh. The bank was short, barely 1/4 meter of bare dirt, and then there was only water covered with weeds. The vista stretching into the distance wasn't encouraging. The swamp was choked with fallen trees and dead vines, and the live vegetation was gray and weirdly shaped, clearly different from the normal jungle foliage. Roger looked around, then walked over to a sapling and lopped it off with the sword he'd taken to carrying, slung over his back. He was probing the marsh with his stick, while Dogzard sniffed at the water disdainfully when Panner walked up behind him. "You know, Your Highness," the captain said dryly. "Sometimes there are things that eat people at the fringe of water like this." The Marine seemed to have at least partially forgiven Roger for blasting the company with a stick of grenades. But the prince was still inclined to watch his tongue with rather more care than usual. "Yes, there are," he agreed. "And I've hunted most of them. This isn't exactly shallow," he continued, withdrawing the chopped-off sapling and examining the sticky mud which coated the first meter of its length. A bubble of foul-smelling gas followed the probe to the surface. "Or solid," he observed with a choking cough. The company had spread out in a perimeter, and seeing that there was no immediate threat, Kosudik had wandered up behind Panner. She looked at the black terry goo clinging to the stick, then at the swamp, and laughed. "It looks like the Mohinga," she announced in hushed, hollow tones, which would have done a professional teller of horror stories proud. "Oh no," Connor said, with an uncharacteristic belly laugh. "Not the Mohinga." "What?" Roger tossed the sapling into the swamp. "I don't get the joke." Dogzard watched the stick land and considered going after it, but only briefly. She sniffed at the water, hissed at the smell, and decided that discretion was the better part of getting in there. Balked of any possibility of fetch the stick, she looked up at the humans speculatively. None of them seemed to be up to anything interesting, though, so she trundled back to the Flarta with her thickening tail waggling behind her. "It's a marine joke," Kosudik told the prince with a smile. "There's a training area in the Centralia provinces on Earth, a jungle training center. It has a swamp that I swear the Incas must have used to kill their sacrifices. It's been drained a couple of times in the last few thousand years, but it always ends up back in the military's hands. It's called the Mohinga. I got that much." "It's a real ballbuster, Your Highness," Panner said with a faint smile. "When we get raider units that were, shall we say, a little more arrogant than they should have been, we'd set up a land navigation course through the Mohinga. Without electronic aids." His smile grew, and his chuckle sounded positively evil. "They quite often ended up calling for a shuttle lift-out after a couple of days of wandering around in circles." "You were a JTC instructor, sir?" Kosudik sounded surprised. "Sergeant Major, the only thing I haven't instructed in this man's Marine Corps is basic rifle marksmanship, and that was only because I skated out of it." Panner grinned at the NCO. Although the marksmanship course was critical to developing Marines, it was also one of the most boring and repetitive training posts in the Corps. "All paths lead into the Mohinga," Kosudik quoted with horrified, quavering relish. "But none lead out." "I won't say I wrote that speech," Panner said with another chuckle, "because it was old when I got there. But I did add a few frills. And speaking of the Mohinga," the captain looked around and shook his head. "I certainly hope we can go around this one." Cord walked up to look at the swamp as well, then walked over to where Roger and his group stood laughing in the human way. It was apparent that they didn't realize the full import of the marsh. "Roger," he said with a human-style nod. "Captain Panner, Sergeant Major Kosudik." "Now, Cord," Roger replied with an answering nod. "Is there a way around this? I know it's been some time since you came this way, but do you remember?" "I remember very clearly," the old shaman said, "and this wasn't here in my father's day. The fields of Voitan and Nar stretched outward through this region, but as I recall, they had been drained from a swamp that surrounded the Hurton River." The shaman clapped his false hands in regret. "I fear that this may fill the valley of Voitan. It may stretch all the way to Tanketas." And how far is that?" Kosudik asked. "Days to the south," Cord replied. "Even weeks." "And north?" Panner asked, looking at the swamp, and no longer chuckling. "It stretches as far north as I have knowledge of," the Mardukan said. "The region to the north, even in the days of Voitan, was held by the Krenolta, and they didn't permit caravans through their lands." "So," Roger said dubiously, "we have to make a choice between going several weeks out of our way to the south, getting hit by the Krenolta the whole way, or we can go north, directly into their backyard, or we can try to navigate the swamp." "Well, your Marines and my people may have some problems," Cord admitted, "but not the Flarta. They can easily make it through a swamp no deeper than this." "Really?" It was Kosudik's turn to sound doubtful. "That thing that was chasing you was in a desert. These things," she jerked a thumb over her shoulder at Patricia, "don't look that different." "The Flarta and the Flarke are found everywhere," Cord pointed out. "They prefer the high, dry regions because of the absence of Atul Grak, but they can be found in swamps as well." Panner turned and looked at Delan Pa. The chief Mahout had taken over Pat when her original Mahout was killed in the first ambush, and now waited patiently for the humans to make up their minds. "Do you think the pack beast can cross this, Pa?" the captain asked skeptically. "Certainly," the Mahout said with a grunt of laughter. "Is that what you've been jawing about?" He tapped the beast in a crease in the armor just behind her massive head shield to get her in gear, and the Flarta waffled forward. She moaned dolefully when she saw the black muck, but she stepped into it anyway. The pack beast's feet each consisted of 4 toes with leathery bases. They were equipped with heavy digging claws, and their pads were broad and fleshy. They were also webbed, and now Patricia spread her toes wide, more than tripling the square area of her foot. That foot sank into the sloppy mud, but found solid footing well before the belly of the creature touched the water. Roger watched thoughtfully. Can she move out into the swamp? Pa prodded again, and the beast grumbled but moved out into the black water. Obviously, she was as at home in the swamp as in the jungle, but a moment later, she burbled and started to back up hastily as a V-ripple started towards her from deeper in the swamp. Roger picked up his rifle from where he'd leaned it against a tree and flipped it off safe. Beads from marine rifles started bouncing off the surface as the panicking beast lumbered back up out of the water. But the prince only drew a breath and led the approaching ripple. Piner flicked the selector switch on his bead rifle to armor, piercing as he realized that the lighter ceramic beads were simply skipping off the water. But just as he was about to fire, Roger's big rifle boomed, and the ripple turned into a white water of convulsions. The creature jerking and flopping at the center of the maelstrom was longer and narrower than a dam beast, but otherwise similar, with the same mucus-covered skin as a scummy. The green and black striped beast thrashed a few more times as the huge hole blown through its shoulder and neck bled out, then rolled over to float belly up on the surface. "Dinner," Roger said calmly, jacking another round into the chamber. "Well," Piner observed with a sniff, "that's half the problem solved. We'll pile the rucksacks on the beasts and follow them through the swamp. It will make Chronalta attacks less likely, as well," Cord said ruminatively as the mahouts waded into the water to retrieve the kill. "Such swamps are useless to the forest people. They won't be as at home there as in the forest, and they'll never expect us to cross it here. But," he continued, gesturing into the swamp with his spear, "somewhere in there is the Hurtin River, and that the Flarta will be unable to cross. We'll build that bridge when we come to it," Sudik said with a laugh. "First, we have to deal with the Mohuyinga," Roger and Piner chorused. Wow. Poor Tenna slipped and went under for a moment before Dinat could pull him, puffing and spluttering, to his feet. The armorer spat out foul-tasting water, but he still managed to keep his bead rifle from going under. "Thanks, Dinat," he began, then broke off as his helmet started to pop and hiss. "Shit." He tore off the helmet as the earphones began to howl. "Motherpuckers are supposed to be waterproof," he grumped. He'd deal with it later. The company had been slogging through the waist to chest-high swamp all the long Mardukan afternoon. The going was slow and hard, with the black mud sucking at their boots and chameleon suits, and hidden roots and fallen branches grabbing at their ankles. Most of them were coated in muck from top to bottom after repeated falls. The only exceptions were the marksmen sitting on the Flarta. "Look at that stuck-up prig sitting up there," poor Tenna grumbled, glaring at the prince who was on the lead pack beast. "You'd be up there, too," Dispro said, moving forward to check on her Bravo team. "If, of course, you could shoot as well as he can." "Rub it in," the armorer muttered. "And watch where you step. One of these Motherpucker swamp beasts eat you." Guy. Roger's head twitched to the right, tracking a ripple in the water, but it was small and heading away. The ride wasn't much different from normal, although it was perhaps a tad smoother. The Flarta crushed most of the fallen limbs or trees they encountered without even breaking stride. The swamp's flora ran to smaller species than in the jungle, and many of those he'd seen seemed relatively young. Cord had indicated that these areas had been fields in his father's day, so perhaps that explained their lack of age. Which, in turn, might explain their smaller size, now that he thought about it. He turned to look behind him at the Marines sliding through the swamp and patted the snoring Dogzard on her head. The poor bastards were covered in the thick black mud and looked as worn and dragged as he'd ever seen them. The necessity of holding their rifles up out of the muck and pushing their way through it was obviously telling on them. It was particularly hard on the grenadiers, who had their boxes and bandoliers of grenades piled on their heads and shoulders, with the heavy grenade launchers held up out of the slop. All in all, it made him feel like a shit to be sitting on Patricia's back. Gay. The only consolation was that he'd been contributing. The caravan had attracted a host of carnivores as it passed through the swamp, and the Marines' bead rifles, even when switched to the heavier tungsten, red armor-piercing rounds, weren't as effective in the water as his big 11mm Magnum smoke pole died away. The lower velocity, heavier slugs punched into the water, rather than tending to come apart on the surface. But he wasn't happy about it, especially with night coming on. Connor moved forward, pushing against the drag of the swamp as he responded to a call from the lead mahouts. He sloshed up alongside, and Dalen Pa looked down from the slow-moving reptiloid and pointed his goad stick in the direction of the descending sun. "We must rest the beast soon," he said, "and it will be very difficult to move in the dark." Connor had recognized the inevitability an hour before. There was no end to the swamp in sight, and apparently no island-forming uplands. And even if there had been islands, they would have been inhabited by something. "Agreed," he said. "We're going to have to stop somewhere. And we need to unload the packs," the mahout said. "The Florida will sleep standing up, but we must unload them. Otherwise, they will be useless tomorrow." Connor looked around and shook his head in resignation. It was the same wet, weird vista as it had been for the last few hours, so he supposed here was as good as anywhere. "Okay, hold up here. I'll go get started on unloading them." "What? We can't just dump the stuff in the swamp," Roger said. It was meant as an observation, but his tone made it sound like a protest. "I know that, Your Highness," Panner said testily. "Just when the prince started to get a grip, he said the wrong thing at the wrong time. We're not going to dump it in the swamp." "Going vertical?" Lieutenant Gulias asked. Because he was a couple of months senior to Jasko, he'd taken over as XO when Sawada was killed, turning his platoon over to Staff Sergeant Hazier, its senior surviving NCO Del. It didn't really require more. Second platoon had been hit hard, both in the ambush and before, and was already down to half its original complement. "Yep," Connor responded, looking up. The trees in the area weren't the giants of the rainforest they'd traveled under for weeks. They were lower, more like large cypresses, with branches that spread out to choke the light and red vine-like projections that reached up from their roots to search for oxygen. "Start setting up slings. We'll sling the armor off one piece at a time, then sling the rest of the gear in bundles." The company had plenty of issue climbing rope. The lines were rated to support an 80-ton tank, but the 40-meter length that each team leader carried weighed less than a kilo. There was more than enough to lift all the gear. "What about the troops?" Roger asked. "Where are they going to sleep?" "Well, that's the tough part, Your Highness," Kasudik told him with a grin. "This is how you separate the Marines from the goats." "Besides the usual method with a crowbar," Gulia said, completing a joke as old as armies. "Well, 'tis really suck." Poor Tenna didn't even bother to try to get comfortable. "Oh, it's not all that bad," Julian said as he adjusted the strap across his chest. The Ebullient NCO was coated from head to toe in black, stinking mud, and exhausted from the day's travel, so his manic grin had to be false. "It could be worse." "How?" Poor Tenna demanded, adjusting his own rope. The two Marines, along with the rest of the company, were tied with their backs to trees. Since they had no choice but to sleep on their feet, the ropes around them were designed to keep them from slipping down into the chest-deep muck. As tired as they were, there was a distinct possibility that they wouldn't wake up if they did. "Well," Julian replied thoughtfully, as the skies opened up in a typical Marduk deluge, "something could be trying to eat us." Connor had the sentries walking the perimeter and shining red flashlights on each individual. It was hoped that a combination of the movement and the light would drive off the vampire moths. Of course, There were also the swamp beasts to worry about, and it was always possible that movement in light would attract them. But there wasn't a great deal he could do about that. All in all, it looked like being a very bad night for the Marines. One is Shay. No, cost us, Roger said, shaking his head at the item Matsugai had produced. You use it. I'm fine, Your Highness, the valet said with a tired smile. The normally dapper servant was covered in black slime. Really, you shouldn't sleep in this muck, sir. It's not right. Cost us, Roger said, adjusting his chest rope so that he could keep his rifle out of the muck, but still get to it quickly. This is an order. You will take that hammock and sling it somewhere and then climb into it. You will sleep the entire night in it, and you will get some goddamned rest. I'm going to be on the back on that damned pack beast again tomorrow, and you won't, so I can damned well spend a night sitting up. God knows I've seen enough white knights carousing. One more won't kill me. Aye. Matsugai touched Roger on the shoulder and turned away so that the prince wouldn't see the tears in his eyes. Without even realizing it, Roger had started to grow up. Finally. It's 7 wall. Diggle. Hornbane, Tusilmo, Dan. Now that was something I never thought I'd see, Kasudik said quietly. The sergeant major had managed to rig a line so that she was out of the water, dangling in her combat harness. She didn't know how long she could manage it, but, for the time being, at least she was off her legs. If she did sleep, she figured she was going to look like something from a bad horror holovid. A dead body dangling on a meat hook. Yep, Panner said just as quietly. He'd slung himself against a tree like the rest of the company. He had a hammock packed as well, but he'd bundled a Casey into it. There was no way he was going to use it unless every member of the company had one. And Roger, apparently without prompting, had come to the same decision. Amazing. What? Chapter 36. Wake up. Julian shook the private by the arm. The bead rifleman dangled limply from the tree, her face gray in the pre-dawn light, and pried one eye open. She looked around at her wet, indescribably muddy surroundings and groaned. Please, kill me, she croaked. Julian just shook his head with a laugh and moved on. A few moments later, he found himself looking up at the sergeant major, spinning slowly on the end of her rope and snoring. He shook his head again, thought about various humorous possibilities, and decided that they wouldn't be good for his health. Wake up, Sergeant Major, he said, touching her boot as it swung into range. The NCO had her bead pistol out and trained before she was fully awake. Julian, she grunted, and cleared her throat. Morning, Smy, the squad leader chuckled. Wakey, wakey. Time for another glorious day in the Corps, the sergeant major replied, and pulled an end of the rope to release the knot. She splashed into the water, still holding her bead pistol out of the muck, and came up coated in a fresh covering of mud. Morning ablutions are complete. Time to rock and roll. No, Sergeant Major, you are too much, Julian laughed. Stick with me, kid, the senior NCO told him through her brand-new mud. We're gonna see the galaxy. Meet exotic people, Panner said, untying himself and stretching in the early dawn light. And kill them, Julian finished. After changing socks, the company moved out on cold rations and vague dreams of dryness. Panner, recognizing the danger to the Marines' feet, started cycling the company up onto the Flarta, 2 at a time. Even with the company's reduced manpower, however, it would take most of the day to get everyone up for a brief respite. And it would be brief. As the morning progressed, there was no sign of a break in the swamp, nor of the sort of increasing depth that might signal a river ahead. In fact, the humans could see no change at all in their surroundings, but the pack beasts seemed to be getting less and less happy about continuing. Finally, when one balked, Panner slogged up to Dylan Paw. What's wrong with the beasts? He asked. I think we might be in the territory of Atoll Grak, the Mahout answered nervously. They're very frightened. Atoll Grak? Connor repeated as Cord's nephew Trayton waded up, and the young tribesman started waving all four arms in agitation. We must go back. What? What? Connor asked. Why? Yes, the Mahout said. We should turn around. If there are Atulgrak around, we are in grave danger. Well, the human said, are there or aren't there? I don't know, Pa admitted, but the beasts act as if they're afraid, and the only thing that would frighten Flarta is Atulgrak. Would someone please tell me what the hell an Atulgrak is? Connor demanded in frustration. His answer was a deafening roar. The beast that exploded out of the swamp was a nightmare. Solid and low, like a damn beast. The gray and black striped monster was at least 5 times as large, nearly as large as the elephantine Flarta. Its mouth was wide enough to swallow a human whole and filled with shark-like teeth, and it sprinted across the swamp like a tornado, water fontaining skyward from every impact of its 6 broad feet. As the company's weapons opened up on all sides and the pack beasts erupted in pandemonium, Roger rolled off of Patty's back as she hot-footed away from the charging carnivore. He came up sputtering, covered in mud, but he managed to keep the rifle out of the swamp. Dogzard had followed him, spinning through the air out of a sound sleep and splashing into the water beside him. The sauroid planted her amphibian hind feet in the muck and shot her head above water just long enough to determine the problem. Then she promptly ducked back under and swam away at top speed. She was a scavenger, not a fighter. And certainly not a fighter of Atulgrak. The carnivore was intent on pulling down one of the Flarta as its dinner. It was being bracketed by grenades and hit on either side by dozens of rounds from the bead rifles. But it charged on, ignoring the pinpricks. And Roger realized that it was charging dead at Captain Panner, who was sliding out of its way as fast as he could while firing a bead pistol at it one-handed. The prince put the dot of the holographic sight on the beast's temple, let it a little, and let fly. Sergeant Major Kasudik stood up, coughing and spluttering. One of the pack beast's tails had hit her hard enough to harden her chameleon armor and throw her 10 meters through the air and into a tree. She spun around in place and immediately spotted the bellowing carnivore that had started the ruckus. The friction sling of her bead rifle was still attached, and she raised the weapon, then froze and checked. A twig frantically inserted into the barrel came out dry, so she switched to armor piercing and took careful aim at the head of the beast. The 2 shots sounded as one, somehow echoing clearly in a lull as the rest of the company was reloading. Armand Panner abandoned dignity and comfort for survival and threw himself into a long, shallow dive out of the way as the beast slid to a halt, where he'd been standing in an all-enveloping bow wave of water, muck, and shredded swamp vegetation. He was back up almost instantly, pistol in a 2-handed grip, but the emergency was over. The beast was down and quivering, its tail thumping a slow, splashing tattoo. The back of the tiger-striped beast overtopped the tall marine by at least half a meter, and he looked over at Roger, who was shakily reloading. "Thank you, Your Highness," he said, putting his pistol away with a steady hand. "De nada," Roger said. "Let's just get the fuck out of this swamp." "Yours or mine?" Kosudik asked. She stepped up to the beast and emptied half a magazine of armor piercing into its armored head. Roger examined what was left of the evidence. It sure looked like his 11mm had done the main damage. "Mine, I think." "Yeah, well," the NCO said as she carefully inserted another magazine. "You shoot it, you skin it." "Why, nay." The good news about the thing Mardukans called an Atulgrak, and the humans just called a big beast, was that they were very solitary, very territorial hunters who required at least one high, dry spot in their territory. It took a while, but Cord's tribesmen found it. And the river. The large mound was clearly artificial, part of a dike system which had once contained the Hurton River within its banks. The artificial island supported the remains of a burned gazebo, just a few charred sticks succumbing to the Mardican saprophytes, and the barest outlines of a road paralleling the river it overlooked. The Hurton wasn't a huge river by any stretch, but it was big enough, and the current was noticeable, which was unusual in the swamp. "No way," Delanpa said. "Flarta swim, but not that well." Their raised elevation also permitted a view of the low mountains, or high hills, where their intermediate objective lay. They seemed to be within easy reach, no more than 1 day's march. If that was, they could get across the river. "We could go upriver," Roger suggested. "Look for a crossing point. Was there a ford?" he asked Cord, who shook his head. Ferry. We could build a raft." Pa started. "Huh," Ponnor said, cutting everyone else off. He'd been staring at the river and its far bank thoughtfully. "Bridget?" Kosudik asked. "Yep," the company commander replied. "And we'll belay the pack beasts across." "Pa." He turned to the Mahout. "The beasts can cross on their own, but they have a problem with the current. Is that it?" "Yes," the Mahout said. "They're good swimmers, but we can't ride them while they swim, for if we fall off, we'll drown. Swept downstream without us to guide them, they might panic and drown as well." He clapped his true hands in agitation. "You don't want us to lose any, do you?" "No, no, no," Ponnor said soothingly. "But we will cross this river, right here." "Ventana, why Teapot do I have to do tis?" Poratena demanded as he took off his boots. "Because you're from Pinopa," Kosudik told him. "Everyone knows Pinopans swim like fish." "That's stereotyping, that is," the armorer snapped. He struggled out of his filthy chameleon suit and stood in his issue underwear. The flexible synthetic material made for an adequate swimsuit. "Just because I'm from Pinopa doesn't mean I can swim." "Can't you?" Julian asked in an interested tone. "Because if you can't, it's going to be funny as hell when we throw you in." Dogzard sniffed at the two of them, then walked down to the water's edge. She sniffed at it in turn, then hissed and walked away. Somebody else could swim that river. "Well, yes," Poratena admitted. "Fairly well, right?" Kosudik asked. She did have to admit that it was stereotyping. There could be a Pinopan who couldn't swim. It would be like someone from the planet Sherpa, which was basically one giant mountain chain, being afraid of heights. It could happen, but it would be like being afraid of oxygen. "Well, yes," the armorer admitted again, sourly. "I was on a swimming team in high school, and you've got to believe tea competition was pocking Pierce. But that's not T-point," he continued in protest. "Right, sure, anything you say," Julian soothed as he tied a rope around the diminutive Pinopan's waist. "One sacrifice to the river gods coming up." "One she." Roger shook his head at the good-natured wrangling going on below his tree and took his rifle off safe. The river appeared placid, but no one intended to settle for appearances. The rifle normally mounted a 3-round magazine to save weight, given how heavy the big Magnum rounds were, but the manufacturer also offered a 10-round detachable box magazine as an option. Roger had never understood why anyone who could hit what he was aiming at would need 10 rounds. Unless, of course, he's trying to kill main battle tanks. But 2 of the 10-round boxes had come with the rifle, and he'd brought them along without really thinking about it. Now that he was down on Marduk, he discovered that his original contemptuous opinion of the option had undergone considerable modification, and he snapped the first fully loaded 10-round box into place, then slid an 11th round up the spout before he closed the bolt. He also had additional standard magazines laid out on the broad branch in front of him. A box of ammunition opened on his belt, and Matsugai stood ready to reload empties for him on the fly. But even all of that wasn't enough to banish his fear that he might run out of ammo as the day wore on. Marine sharpshooters were scattered in other trees along the river, but more and more, it was Roger the company depended on when an accurate shot was needed. The time he'd spent big game hunting was coming to the fore, as he invariably placed his big bone-smashing bullets in vulnerable spots. Julian climbed into the tree next to his and Matsuge's and unlimbered his bead rifle. "You really ought to have one of these," the NCO noted, gesturing with his chin at the ammunition scattered across the tree limb. 50 in a magazine beats 3, or even 10, all hollow. The sergeant pulled one of the dual magazines out of the bead rifle and replaced it with one filled with armor-piercing. "And now I've got 100. "Tell you what," Roger said good-naturedly, as he flipped his smoke pole selector switch from bolt action to semi-auto. "What do you want to bet that I get more of whatever comes along than you do?" Julian considered himself a fair shot, but he recognized it as a tough bet to win. The prince, for all his other faults, was no slouch with that big-game rifle. The entire company had seen ample proof of that, but the Marine couldn't resist. "Okay, 50 credits. 300 push-ups," Roger retorted. "50 credits doesn't mean a thing here, and it's peanuts to me on Earth. But 300 push-ups is 300 push-ups." "Done," Julian agreed with a smile, watching as the little Pinopan gingerly lowered himself into the water. "But who's gonna judge?" he asked. "Me. 126, Julian grunted. 127. "Come on, Julian," Sergeant Major Kasudik said. "He beat you fair and square." The sound of bugling flarta and the occasional crack of a bead rifle could still be heard in the distance as the elaborate bridge system was disassembled. After Puritana had taken the lead line across, the company had swung into gear with a vengeance. The first rope bridge was being tautened within 20 minutes, and a security team went swarming across it. In another half-hour, 2 more rope bridges were in place, and the flarta were being belayed across. The first bridge was a simple affair. 2 taut ropes, one above the other, and about 1.5 meters apart, strung between trees on either side of the river. The ropes were tightened by tying a metal ring into the side over the river, and then running the end of the rope through the ring. A fire team then pulled the rope as taut as possible, and a quick release knot was tied into it. Another rope was run above the first, and then the 2 lines were lashed together. The resulting bridge was crossed by holding onto the top rope while shuffling across the lower one. The flarta crossing was inevitably a bit trickier. That was what the 2 additional bridges were for. Unlike the personnel bridge, they were single lines, and the Marines attached metal clips to them, then ran a rope from one clip to a sling around each pack beast's middle. Another rope was run from the pack beast to the far shore, and a third ran from the beast to the near shore. Even if the entire company had grabbed onto the far rope, there would have been no way they could have managed the beast's crossing with raw muscle power. But as it turned out, a simple trick permitted a single fire team of 5 to pull the beast across the river. The rope to the far side was first bent around a tree, then back on itself. The team's members held the doubled-up rope in their hands as the beast was coaxed into the water, and as slack came into the rope, they pulled it through. But whenever the big beast balked and tried to draw back, they clamped their hands around the rope. The steadiness of the tree and the friction of the clamped rope prevented even the powerful flarta from backing up. Once they were in the river, the beast started to swim. The line run to the taut bridge kept them from being swept downstream, and the alternate heaving and belaying of the team on the ropes drew them across whether they wanted to cross the river or not. In the meantime, the expected wave of carnivores arrived. The Mardican crocodilia were just pleased as pie to have all those big, toothsome flarta come into their area, and they decided to welcome them with open jaws. Roger and company, however, had a surprise for them. Roger was glad he brought a couple of cases of ammunition down from De Glopper. He'd thought it was ludicrous to bring more rounds on the expedition than he'd ever shot in his life. But he and his faithful loader Matsuge shot out all the rounds they had in the tree, plus 100 more Roger had asked Despro to get for him before the last flare. Ta was out of the water. Not all of them hit it, of course. Even he missed the occasional shot, but at one point there had been 50 carcasses floating in view, more than 2/3 of them with an 11mm entry wound. That had been the worst point, after the smell of the blood had gotten downriver and attracted the fast-swimming swamp beasts. Roger, followed silently by Cord, walked up as Julian grunted, 157. "I think that's adequate, Sergeant Major," the prince said. He stood his rifle up against a tree and sat on the ground. The far side of the river had turned out to be higher and drier, for which the company was giving elaborate thanks. Already, in the midst of constructing a fortified camp, uniforms and allegedly waterproof rucksacks were being dried out. "We've all had a tough few days," Roger added. He picked up the rifle again and broke open the action to clean it, but that was as far as he could get. "God, I'm tired." "Let me clean that for you, sir," Corporal Hooker offered. The lance corporal held out her hand for the rifle. "I've got mine to clean anyway." "Oh, thank you, Corporal, but we're all tired," the prince demurred. "I'll get it." Dogzard walked over to where he sat and sniffed to make sure he was okay after the river crossing, then spun around and curled up against his side. The lizard was growing like a weed. She'd gained at least 15 kilos in the last 2 weeks, and it was all Roger could do to prop up her weight. "Let her take it, Your Highness," Kosudik said. "You probably need to go coordinate with the old man while I finish ensuring that the sergeant here learns to keep his mouth shut." Roger had opened his mouth to protest, but shut it with a clop and a laugh. "Very well, Sergeant Major. They say never argue with the gunny. I presume that goes double for a sergeant major." He handed the rifle to the lance corporal. "Thank you, Corporal." He looked at Julian, who gasped, 178. "And to you, Sergeant Julian," the prince said with a twinkle. "Good luck." "Ye can expect an increase in attacks on this side of the river," Lieutenant Gallia said. The briefing was taking place in the command tent. The sides were rolled up to let in a bit of breeze, but the troops still kept their distance. Sometimes it was better to get the word through official channels rather than as a rumor. "Do we stay here and let them concentrate to hit us while we're dug in?" Roger asked, flicking a bug off his pad. "Or do we move on, hoping to cut down on the contacts?" Even with the sun still high, the gray light through the perpetual overcast was dim under the trees. He squinted at the pad, then rolled up the light level. "Better. Still not great, but better. They can probably figure out that we're headed for Voighton without any difficulty," Panner said. "And there's something to be said for letting them come to us in a prepared position. But this isn't the sort of location I'd want to defend." The area was a flat, heavily forested plain, higher than the swamp, but still prone to flooding. The flat plain, however, did not provide anything in the way of terrain features to use in defense. The company could and had cut down most of the secondary growth trees to improve their perimeter and fire lanes, but that was about it. "If we reach Voighton," Cord said deliberately, "we'll have many places to defend. Not only should there still be walls in places, but the quarries behind the city offer numerous fortifiable spots." "What do you think, Captain?" Roger asked, yawning. Everyone was exhausted, including him. He just needed to drive on. "I think that in the morning we pull out carefully, then make the fastest march possible to Voighton. We'll pile the packs on the beasts again and force the pace. I doubt they expected us to cross the swamp here. They probably have a crossing place they use, and if they've begun to assemble to hit us, they'll probably be assembling there. Unfortunately for them, we were too stupid to use the good crossing." "Neither did ye. So we make a run for Voighton," Kosudik said. "Right, Dole." Panner considered the situation for a moment. "If it's as close as Cord thinks, then we should arrive by mid-afternoon. The long Mardican day would work in their favor for once." "And if it's not?" Kosudik asked. "Then we will have exhausted ourselves for nothing," Panner told her grimly. "Yeah, Denny." Matsuge sampled the stew and gave the mahout, who was stirring it, a thumbs up. He walked on to where a Mardican female was turning strips of meat, battered with barlari's meal, on a large metal sheet over a fire. He pulled one of the strips off and blew on it to cool it enough to taste without burning his mouth. Again he smiled and gave the cook a thumbs up. The captain had backed the camp up against the river, and the company had spent the remainder of the afternoon digging in and cleaning up. Matsugai, for his part, had spent the same time working hard to put together a decent meal for the first time in 3 days. Many of the swamp beasts had been lassoed or hooked and dragged ashore. Although there was good flesh all over the carcasses, there were 3 or 4 particularly good cuts, and with all the bodies floating in the river, the mahouts had ended up taking only the skins and the very best of the meat. Most of the mahouts were preparing the skins. The swamp beasts were fairly rare and their skins brought a high price. The company, possibly Roger alone, had shot the cost of 2 or 3 pack beasts in one afternoon. Matsugai grinned. "Do you?" The mahouts had been picking up the skins of all the beasts that the company shot along the way. The captain had nearly offered them to the drovers as a free benefit, but Matsugai had convinced him not to do that. The mahouts were being paid a straight rate, just as they would for any caravan. The skins, however, even after processing, were the property of whoever shot the beasts they came from. Give the mahouts a bonus for their work, certainly, but the skins of those predators were valuable. The beasts that had harassed them would help pay the company's way, and that gave the valet a simple sense of pleasure. The dog lizard wandered into the outdoor kitchen and sniffed at the strips on the fire. The Mardican female tending them shooed her away, so she wandered over to Matsugai, looking pitiful. The beast had grown steadily since Roger adopted it. It was nearly the size of a Dalmatian now, and its growth showed no sign of slowing. In addition, its tail was thickening. The Flarta, which were similar to the dog lizard in many ways, stored up reserves in their tails, or so the mahouts claimed. Certainly, they were skinnier now than when the company had left Q&Cock. Apparently, unlike the pack beasts, the journey had been good for the dog lizard. Matsugai consulted his toot and smiled as he tossed the dog lizard the last bit of damcroc tail. Nearly time for dinner. Kai-yay. Costas, that was wonderful, as always. A yawn interrupted Roger's compliment, and he grimaced. Sorry. Don't worry about it, Your Highness, Panner said. We're all beat. I hope like hell we don't get hit tonight. I don't think Bravo of the Bronze could hold off a troop of space scouts tonight. I think you underestimate them, Captain, O'Casey said. The Chief of Staff had begun to adjust to the brutal regimen of the trip, shedding fat and putting on muscle. When she got back to Imperial City, she intended to recommend shipwreck on a hostile planet full of carnivorous monsters and bloodthirsty barbarians as a sovereign method for attaining physical fitness. Now the former tutor smiled warmly. Your troops have been just magnificent. Her Majesty will be incredibly proud when we finally get back. Well, Panner said, we have a long way to go before we find out. But thank you, Counselor. That means a lot to me, and it will actually mean something to the troopers as well. We don't just fight for pay, you know. Roger shook his head sleepily. I never considered all the little stories around me all the time. Do you know Corporal Hooker's first name? Roger asked as he fed Dogzord a scrap of gristle from the damn crock. Of course, Your Highness, Imogen. She said her dad had a sick sense of humor. The prince confirmed in a tone of outrage. I offered to have him thrown out an airlock. He's long dead, Kosudik said, taking another finger strip of damn crock tail. Snorted it himself to death on Dreamrat. Ah, Roger said with a nod. And poor Tenna wanted to go to college on a swimming scholarship. But he got beat out in the finals, Panner finished. There's more to leadership than wearing the right tabs on your collar, Your Highness. Knowing the details of the troops is important, and for knowing the really intimate details. Yo, Wanzhao. You have sergeant majors and gunnery sergeants, Kosudik said with a frown. Andrus's wife was expecting when we left, and I doubt we'll be back before she's due. I don't suppose it will matter one way or the other, though. We're undoubtedly written off as dead. Nali, ni, Rene. That sucks, O'Casey said. Being a Marine sucks, Panner told her with a quiet smile. It was rare for the academic to swear. Then why do you do it? She asked. It's something I'm good at. Somebody has to do it, and better someone who's good at it. Not everyone is. The captain looked pensive for a moment. It's bad, sometimes. When you realize that what you're really good at is either killing other sentients in person or leading others in the killing of them. But everyone in the regiment is an exceptional Marine, and reasonably presentable, and utterly loyal. Another right-shirt bow. But there's more, Kosudik said with a grin. That describes a surprising number of Marines, and even a surprising number that can make it through RIP. It's a big corps, after all. Yes, Panner said, taking a sip of water, there is more. Every member of the Empress's Own has some odd skill that the selection board thought might conceivably be of use. You don't get in if the only thing you know is what you've learned since basic. I knew poor Tenna could swim that river, Kosudik told the prince. But I wasn't about to tell him that I knew he was an Olympic-class swimmer, she added with a laugh. You mentioned Corporal Hooker, Panner said soberly. Emma Hooker was an air-car thief, before a judge gave her a choice between the Marines and a long jail sentence. What the hell is she doing in the Empress's Own? O'Casey asked with a gasp as she choked on a mouthful of wine. She can open and be driving an air car she's never seen as fast as you can open your own and drive away with a key, Kosudik said seriously. If you think that's not a skill the Empress might need someday, you're sadly mistaken. She is also utterly loyal to the Empress, Panner told the Chief of Staff. She actually has one of the most stable loyalty indexes I've ever seen. Better than yours, I might add, Miss Butt. O'Casey. The Marines took her out of a hellish existence and gave her back her honor and purpose. She somehow transferred that redemption to the person of the Empress. She's definitely one of the ones who's going to end up in gold. How strange, the academic murmured. She felt as if she'd stepped through the ancient Alice's looking glass. So what's your skill, Captain? Roger asked. Ah, well. The CO smiled as he leaned back in the camp chair. They make exceptions for captains. He's taught himself to be a pretty fair machinist, and he can rebuild an air car from the ground up, Kosudik said with a grin at the captain. You only thought they made an exception for you. He also does decent interior work. Better than yours. What is yours, Sergeant Major? O'Casey asked after a moment had passed, and it was obvious that the Sergeant Major wasn't going to be forthcoming. Well, the main one is. Kosudik paused and glared balefully at Panner. Knitting. Knitting? Roger looked at the grim-faced warrior, unable to keep the laugh completely out of his voice. Knitting? Really? Yes, I like it, okay? It just seems so feminine? O'Casey suggested. Well, yeah, the prince admitted. Okay. Panner grinned. Let me point out that it's not just knitting. The sergeant major is from Arma. She can take a hunk of wool, or anything similar, and make you an entire suit given time. Oh, Roger said. The planet Armagh was a slow boat colony of primarily Irish descent. Like many slow boat colonies, it had backslid after reaching its destination and stabilized at a pre-industrial technology level before the arrival of the tunnel drive. And unfortunately, also like many, it had broken down into factional warfare. The arrival of the first tunnel drive ships and the subsequent absorption of the planet into the Empire of Man had reduced the blood feuds, but it hadn't eliminated them. It had been suggested that nothing short of carpet bombing the surface with nukes and sowing it with salt would get the residents of Armagh to stop fighting amongst themselves. It was practically a genetic imperative. Hey, it's not that bad, Kosudik protested. You're safer in downtown New Belfast than you are walking around in Imperial City. Just stay out of certain pubs. Some other time, I'll ask you what it was like being a priestess of the Fallen One on Armagh. Everywhere I turn there are fascinating stories like this, Roger said. It's like taking off blinders. He yawned and patted Dogzard on the head. "Get up, you ugly beast." The Sauroid lifted her red and black striped head off his lap with a disturbed hiss and headed for the tent door. "Folks, I'm exhausted. I'm for bed." "Yes," Pawner said, standing up. "Long day tomorrow. We should all rest." "Tomorrow," Roger said, getting up to follow Dogzard. "Tomorrow," O'Casey said. Chapter 37. We have found the nest of the basic Outlanders. Dan'l Farr shouted. "Tomorrow we shall sweep down upon them and rid our lands of them forever. This land is ours." The shaman clan chief of the Chronolta raised his spear in triumph, and the horns of defeated enemies clattered against the steel shaft. It had been long years since the Chronolta gathered in anything like the numbers in this valley. The crushing of the invasion by these humans would be the high point of his time as clan chief. "This land is ours," the clan gathering echoed with a blare of horns. Many of them dated from the fall of Voitan, when the horns of champions had been common. "I wish to speak." The statement took no one by surprise, and Dan'l Farr grunted silently in laughter as the limping warrior stepped to the front. "Let the young fool say his piece." Povaneski was now the chief of the Vumdi tribe of the Chronolta. As such, he was the representative of the tribe which had supplied the majority of the mercenaries to the Ngaaa of Q and Kot. But now his tribe consisted only of many hungry females and a handful of survivors of their ambush of the human caravan. The tribe would be gone before the next full moon. The jungle and its competitors would see to that. Povaneski was half the age of most of the leaders gathered for the council. Many of them had participated in the battles to take Voitan long, long ago, and they remembered those days of high glory for the clan clearly. Few of them, however, saw the truth of the clan as it was, despite their complaints over the loss of spirit among their younger warriors. "We face a grave decision," the young chieftain said. Only a few days before, he would have been far too hesitant, too aware of his youth, to speak in opposition to the clan elders. Now, he'd looked into the face of hell. After fighting Imperial Marines, no circle of weak old men would bother him. "Our clan, despite its high standing, has faltered in my years. Every year we have become fewer and fewer, despite the fertile lands we took from Voitan." "What is this we, child?" one of the elders interrupted in a scoffing tone. "You weren't even a thought in your weakling father's head when Voitan fell." There were rough chuckles at the jest, but Dan'l Farr raised his spear of honor to call for order. "Let the chief speak," the old shaman said. "Let the words be spoken in public, not in the darkness at the back of huts." "I ask," the scarred and burned young chief continued, "are we not fewer? And the answer is, yes, we are. And I tell you this, the reason we are fewer is the fall of Voitan. We lost many, many of the host in the battle against Voitan. Now we recover slowly. Indeed, we seem to be faltering rather than recovering. I had many playmates in my years, but my son plays alone. Now the Vumdi and Kusmem are a memory. We brought the pride of our tribe against these humans, and the warriors of Kusmem joined us. We attacked them all unawares, with no warning." He had, in fact, argued with his own father against the decision to attack. The runners who brought the tale of the fall of the House of Ngia had also brought word of the terror of the humans' weapons. Hearing that, and fearing for the tribe in its already crippled state, the young warrior had argued against taking losses among the flower of their warriors. But his arguments had been rejected. "Yes, we surprised them," he continued, "yet still we lost a set of sets while the humans might have lost a hand pair. The Chronolta's problems, although Povaneski didn't know it, were dispersion and death rate. The native Sophons had only 2 reproductive periods per Mardukan year. With the dispersion of the Chronolta to fill a huge hunting area very sparsely, the males of the tribe had been able to range at will in their hunting quests. Unfortunately, this meant that they weren't always around brooder females when their seed quickened. Coupled with these missed opportunities to breed, were the tremendous casualties taken in capturing Voitan. A single male could only implant a single female with eggs during mating season. With the multiple pups that this normally produced, and a biannual reproduction, normal death rates were taken care of. But the death rate the Chronolta had suffered in capturing the city hadn't been anything like normal, and despite the increase in hunting range, child death rates hadn't declined since. All of which meant that the clan was recovering very slowly, if at all, from its victory. If we lose the greater part of the clan's warriors to these terrible weapons, Eska continued, holding up an arm cooked by plasma fire, we shall be ended as a clan. Some few tribes might survive, but even this I doubt. Who shall speak to this? Dan'l asked. He himself would have spoken against it, but an image of impartiality was important. Besides, the answer was a massed roar, and he pointed to one of the other veterans of Voitan. Let him put the young puppy in his place. The only thing that the loss of Vumdi shows is that they were and are gutless cowards, as proven by these words. Griesius shouted. The old warrior limped forward on painful scars, one not just in the destruction of Voitan, but in constant skirmishing against the other city-states that bordered his tribe. Vumdi has sat on its behind since the fall of Voitan, but the Dumkai have continued to battle against the shit-sitters. We are not so weak and gutless as to accept this intrusion. I say that Vumdi is no longer true Chronolta. Chiusa's words drew a roar of approval, not just from the gathered tribe chiefs, but from the ring of warriors behind them. Povan Eska heard it and bent his head in sorrow. I have spoken my words, as I spoke them to my father who is no more. Povan Shi, who was the first over the walls of Voitan, who wore the horns of the king of Voitan on his belt, and who I saw, cut in half before my eyes by fire from warriors, it was nearly impossible to see. Narende. He raised his head and regarded the other tribes. Vumdi will be eaten soon enough by other tribes and the jungle. But if the Chronolta go forth to battle the humans, so also shall the rest of the Chronolta be eaten. You say the Vumdi, whose fathers led the Chronolta over the walls of Voitan, whose warriors were the spear of the Chronolta all the way out of our ancient tribal lands, whose own flesh was the clan, chief of the Chronolta for the war against Voitan, are not true Chronolta? Very well. Perhaps it is true. But tell me this 5 days hence, for then it shall indeed be true. For 5 days hence there shall be no Chronolta. The warrior turned and walked out of the circle of hostile faces. Many glared, but none tried to stop him. None would dare even now to touch a chief at the clan meeting. Let them wait the days. Dan'l took center place again as the Vumdi chief and his decimated retinue left the circle. Are there any other objections? He asked. Seeing none, I call for an attack against these humans as soon as we can reach them. They will move out on the morrow, probably for Voitan, but we shall intercept them before they reach there. They move slowly through the jungle, and it will be easy. They are only shit-sitters after all. Then you say, move. Julian shouldered the private aside, hit the 6th setting on his multi-tool, held it at arm's length as it flicked into a 130-centimeter blade, and grunted with effort as he brought the monomachete down on the thick liane. The girder-thick vine parted with a crack and swung towards him, and he grunted again as it hit him in the stomach, then yelled in fear as he had to roll out of the way of a descending pack beast paw. The point gave him a glance of thanks and hurried to get in front of the pack beast again. The company moved through the jungle at a trot. It was virtually impossible to maintain that pace, but they were doing it anyway. For the most part, the Flartia were breaking trail, but occasional larger obstacles had to be cleared the hard way. That meant the point squads were kept busy hacking through the thicker lianas and finding ways around the occasional deep valleys which had begun to appear, none of which was designed to make people who'd survived the first ambush happy at the distraction from keeping an eye out for future ambushes. The ground was rising towards the hills they had glimpsed by the river. Somewhere on the edge of that range of low mountains were the ruins of the city of Voiton, perched, according to reports, on the shoulder of a small peak. And somewhere, either at those ruins or in the jungle, they were going to be hit again by the Chronolta. Better for it to be in the ruins, where there were places to defend, than in these open, defenseless woods. Roger leapt a small fallen trunk that hadn't yet been smashed to splinters by the caravan of Florita, and helped the squad leader to his feet. "No lying down on the job, Julian," he said, and continued on without a pause. Cord, who'd just caught up with the prince, clapped his hands in frustration and trotted off in pursuit. Julian wasn't sure if the prince was joking or not. The tone had been dead serious, but it could have been a very dry joke. Very dry. The NCO shrugged and reformatted his multi-tool to fit into its pouch. If they survived, he might figure it out. If they didn't, it wouldn't matter anyway. Wah. Connor nodded to himself as his toot flashed a time alert. "Second platoon, onto the pack beasts. First platoon, point." Humans, especially Marines, could almost certainly have outrun the Florita over time and in open terrain. In the jungle, it would have been a toss-up at best. The company already had several badly sprained or broken ankles, and the strain of jumping logs and dodging limbs slowed them badly. But the Marines got a breather by cycling the platoons onto and off of the big beasts. It was hard on the floor. And Ponnor hadn't needed the Mahouts to tell him that they would have to rest for at least a couple of days when they reached Voiton. But it was the only way to ensure that the troops would be in any reasonable sort of shape if it dropped into the pot. Ponnor saw the prince pull himself up the ropes onto the Florita he'd christened Patty and nodded. Roger had stated that for purposes of rotation, he was in second platoon, and he'd apparently stuck to that. Which was good. The kid was coming along. "Captain," Gunny Lai called. "We've got movement front." "Come no." Kutin met heard the tramping sounds of a herd of Florita, and waved his warriors to a halt. They were the vanguard of the Maivi Chais tribe, and he felt their hungry anticipation as they realized that the honor of first contact with the invaders was about to be theirs. "Yes, she. Fire on the contact," Panner said. Normally, he would have waited for more than a sensor reading. That was not only doctrine, it was also common sense. Normally, but not here. Whether it was a bolting damn beast or the vanguard of the attackers, it was time to plow the road. "Roger," Lai responded. "Jiao. The Imperial Marine M46 was a 40mm, belt-fed, gas-operated grenade launcher. The advanced composition of the grenade's filler gave them the destructive force of a pre-Space 20-kilo bomb. But despite any advances in explosive fillers, the chemical-powered launcher had an old-fashioned kick like that of a particularly irritated Terran mule. Ripping off an entire belt in a mass of fire, as the prince had done a few days before, was the action of an idiot or someone who was very good with the weapon and big enough to handle the recoil. Lance Corporal Pensicus was neither a fool nor particularly massive. So when given the order to flush the detected Mardicans, the experienced Marine settled the big weapon into her shoulder, made sure the 40-round belt fed over her shoulder without a kink, and started a slow, aimed fire. The rounds impacted with a deep jackhammer sound that raised the hackles on experienced troopers' necks, and the remainder of First Platoon spread out around her as she fired grenades into the area where the sensors had detected movement. Moments later, the ground and trees flashed white. "Ungodly!" Met shouted as the trees around him started to come apart in eruptions of thunder and lightning, and splinters flayed the warriors of Miv Chist. "Forward!" he bellowed. "This land is ours." There were times when Emma Hooker felt like a distilled potion of fury. Whether that was nature or nurture, the father who'd given her her name had been cruel in many other ways. She neither knew nor cared. All that she cared about were the occasional moments when the Imperial Marines gave her an outlet for it. Like now. As the scummies burst out of the concealing foliage, she snugged the bead rifle into her shoulder, placed the laser targeting dot on the body of the leader, and flicked her rifle to its 3-round burst setting. Time to get some back from the universe. When I say, Connor glanced at his tactical display and made a decision. They're trying to close the route, he snapped over the command circuit. First, stay in place, screening our flank. As we pass, roll in behind us. Everybody but sharpshooters off the pack beasts. Third to the point, second in the body. Pick up the pace, Marines. Let's go! One yay! Roger started to slide off Patty and got slapped on the leg by Sergeant Hazair. Stay up there, Your Highness, the acting platoon sergeant said. You're probably who he meant by sharpshooters. Roger laughed and nodded. Okay, he yelled as the staff sergeant slid off the beast and trotted forward. I'll try to remember who the good guys are. Wah-dee-hee. Corporal Hooker put another burst into the vegetation and cursed. The bastards were figuring out to stay behind cover. Bahai! Flush those bastards for me, she snapped, highlighting the cover with her target designator for the grenadier. Roger! Pensicus had just finished attaching a new belt and pivoted slightly, letting the launcher's sensors search for the target. I need more grenades. I'm short. Roger. Edwin Bilali acknowledged. The NCO shot at a patch of gray and was rewarded by a scream. Gillard, get to the pack beasts and bring back 3 strings of grenades. On my way, boss. The newbie private put a burst into the vegetation in front of him and reared up to run for the passing beasts. He thought he knew where he could find the ammunition. Emma Hooker popped out her first magazine and had just started to reload another of the half-kilo plastic packs when a scummy reared up from behind a log and hurled its javelin. Heads up, she shouted, seating the magazine, and took aim. The spinning grenade beat her to the shot, exploding a meter above the Mardican's head and turning it into red jelly, but the burst also threw 2 more targets into her view. The fury within her howled like an enraged beast, for she'd seen the result of her momentary distraction, and she unleashed her rage and flicked the 3mm bead gun onto full automatic and cut the unfortunate natives in half. Bastards! She screamed, and swept the muzzle onward, seeking still more targets and fresh vengeance. Sergeant Bilali ran to the rifleman, but he knew he was too late. The private from St. Augustine scrabbled at the muck and loam of the jungle floor, choking on the blood that poured out of his mouth. Bilali pulled off the private's helmet and tried to roll him over, but the javelin pinned him to the forest floor, and the movement jerked a scream through the bright scarlet flood. Ah, Christ, Gino! The NCO's hands fluttered helplessly over the wounds. Bullets didn't transfix their targets like specimens in some alien entomologist's collection, so all his training meant nothing. Ah, God, man. Move! Dobrescu was suddenly at his side. The warrant officer had already learned all he cared to know about wounds like this one. He figured the kid had about 1 chance in 20 max, but it was worth going for. It's got to come all the way through, the medic went on as he pulled out a monomolecular bone cutter. The scissor-like device sliced open the chameleon's suit and snipped the javelin shaft flush with the private's back effortlessly, with absolutely minimal movement. Yet even that tiny twitch evoked another scream. Now comes the fun part, Dobrescu added through gritted teeth. Gellert, he said firmly, applying a self-sealing bandage. Listen to me. I got one way to save your life, and it's gonna have to go quick. We are going to flip you onto your back. You're probably going to pass out from the pain, but don't scream. Don't. None. Even as he spoke, he was running a drainage tube with frantic haste. The wound was going to have to drain somewhere, and if it drained into the lungs, nanites or no nanites, the kid was going to drown in his own blood. Gillard was twitching, and the blood was going everywhere as the company passed them by. Stopping for one casualty would get them all killed, But if Dobrescu couldn't get this kid evacuated soon, the company's advance was going to leave him behind the caravan. Bilali, I'm gonna need a stretcher party. Who the fuck is going to carry it? The NCO demanded as fresh firing started to the front and another cry of medic cut through the bedlam. We're getting hammered. Find someone, the warrant officer barked. He wondered for a moment if he should just write the kid off and get him lashed to a pack beast until they could bag and burn him. But if he could get the holes patched and the bleeding slowed, the fast-heal nanites sometimes could perform miracles. Fuck it. And while you're finding somebody, we're going to need security. Wow, what so? Roger, Kosudik answered. Shit. She looked over her shoulder. Captain! What? Ponner never looked away from his HUD. Second platoon had just passed through in the leapfrog and reported that they were hitting signs of buildings and rock outcropping. If they made it into the city, it was going to be by the skin of their teeth, and he could hear the howling of the Kronolta horns behind. It was as if the huntsman of hell had been loosed on their trail. Dobrescu is trying to get Gellert stabilized to move. He's already out of thirds coverage. That was enough to pull the captain away from his display, and he looked up in disbelief. The sergeant major looked as royally pissed as he felt. Not that being in agreement made either of them feel any better. Dobrescu. Ponner keyed his communicator. Get your ass out of there, now. Captain, I have Gellert stabilized. I think I can save him. Mr. Dobrescu, this is in order. Get your ass out of there. He checked his HUD and realized that none of the private's fire team had moved out. Bilali! Sir, we're pulling out as fast as we can rig a stretcher, the NCO responded. Sergeant! The company CO chopped off his furious command. Long ago at the Corps NCO Combat Leadership School, he'd been told something which had stood him in a good stead for 50-plus standard years. Never give an order, won't be obeyed. He never had, and he didn't intend to start today. We'll be waiting for you in Voitan, Sergeant. He knew he'd just written off their only medic, who was also an irreplaceable pilot, and a full fire team, but that was better than losing the entire company trying to cover them. The line of Flarta was pounding up a slope and through a ruined gateway partially choked by the rubble of the gatehouse. The area beyond was too large to hold for long. A 50-meter-wide plaza surrounded by overgrown heaps of masonry. But it was a good place to rally. Hold it up on the other side, he called over the general company frequency. Third platoon on the gate, first and second in support. I want a head count. He stepped up onto a liana-bound pile of masonry that had probably been the wall of a house and looked around. A quick count showed him that all of the pack beasts had made it through, most of them with bead rifle or grenade launcher armed Marines on top. Then he took another look at the riders. Where, he asked with deadly calm, is Prince Roger? Chapter 38. Bilali triggered another burst, and the group of scummies disappeared behind their log. He had them pinned for the time being, but he was also low on ammunition. Sarge, Hooker called, you got any ammo? I'm dry. He cursed silently. Hooker always put her rounds on target, but she always used too many of them. I'm about out here too, he answered. I've got some, Dobrescu said. Take 'em. The medic had the patient fully prepped and was working on a field expedient stretcher. The trunks of two stout young saplings with the wounded private's chameleon suit stretched between them. It would be heavy and awkward and nearly impossible to get up to the city, but it was the only chance the wounded trooper had. Shit! Hooker spun to the west. I've got movement between us and the company. Calm down, Hooker, came the prince's voice. We're coming in. Wow! Roger was positive that he'd killed not only himself, but Matsugai and Okasi as well. Eleonora was shaking like a leaf, but she still managed to hold up her end of the heavily loaded standard-issue stretcher. Matsugai was smiling as usual as he carried the other end, but the expression was a rictus. Roger, the valet told him, this is quite insane. You keep saying that. Roger ducked down behind a tree. Doc, you're going to have to take the other end for Eleonora on the way back. He gripped the butt of the grenade launcher between his arm and rib cage, stood up, and ripped out a string of 15 grenades. The end of the string traveled upward and off target, but most of them hammered into the area where the scummies had taken cover. The shrapnel and splinters of shattered branches scourged the cowering natives like flying knives and drove them to their feet, screaming. While Bilali and Hooker blew their flushed targets apart, Roger ejected the mostly used belt and picked another off the stretcher. The stretcher was covered in belts, as were his shoulders, and more of them bulged his rucksack. We'd better move, Doctor. Got it. The warrant officer dumped the munitions off the stretcher. Bilali, Hooker, Penty, get loaded. Roger kept an eye on the woodline beyond the smashed lane where the flare Ta had thundered through the jungle. While the remnants of the fire team gathered up the ammunition, the civilians had humped into them, and Dobrescu got Jalert strapped into the stretcher. Thank you, sir, Bilali said. But this is goddamn stupid. My blood for yours, Sergeant, the prince replied. Why the hell should you try to save my life if I'm not willing to reciprocate? Well, break out the armor! Connor shouted furiously over the general circuit. Roger, where the hell are you? Yinsha. Ah, Roger said as Matsugai and Dobrescu lifted the stretcher. Our master's voice. Pensicus was so nervous that she broke into giggles and put a few rounds into the woodline from the twitch. We're fucking dead, she giggled. If the goddamn scummies don't kill us, Captain Panner will. I don't think so. Roger lifted another belt of grenades out of his rucksack and draped it across the top. Personally, I refuse to die today. Come on, you stupid hunk of crap. Julian watched the power levels rise in his helmet hut. The suit wasn't even on completely, but he could feel the crash of grenades through the heels of his armored boots. Dispro hooked on his gloves, working with furious haste as the crack of bead rifles got closer. A moment later came the furious blast of another string of grenades in the distance, and she knew that Roger, at least, was still alive. You'll make it, she said. I know I'll make it, but will I make it before Panner decides to just kill us and start over with scummies as bodyguards? It's not our fault Roger went herring off, Dispro protested, furious with the prince. No, but after we save ourselves, Panner is going to kill us. We were supposed to be watching the little shit. Now that's not fair. The female sergeant snapped as she hooked up the gravity feed to the stutter gun. The quad-barreled bead gun hooked to an ammunition storage box on the back of the armor, but despite the massive rounds in the box, it could still run through its ammunition in a surprising hurry. And they had only so many boxes. Roger was trying to save a wounded Marine, she went on. And watch your ammo. I will, Julian said. And he was. But he's still a little shit. If he gets killed, I'm gonna frag his ass. You're up. Dispro made the last connection and flipped his visor up to give him some air. Until the things came online, the armored suits could be sweltering. Still waiting for the goddamn computer to settle down, Julian snarled. Why the damn thing took so long to load was always a mystery to the Marines. It was worse than a pad. Julian? Connor roared from his perch on the rubble. Waiting for warm-up to complete, sir. Julian yelled back, looking around his troops. He couldn't even do his status check until the damn computer completed dumping its memory or pulling its cheek or whatever took so. So mutter pocking long. Finally, the damned light turned green. Up, he shouted and raised one hand, thumbs up. A moment later, 2 more hands came up, then a third. But that was it. What the fuck? He'd lost Russell earlier, but that still left 9 in his squad. Status check. Red lights, Corporal Iberia reported tersely, stepping up to Cathcart and looking into his helmet. The plasma gunner was yelling behind his visor, and the team leader lifted it just in time to hear, "Motherfucking cocksuck." "We've only got 4, sir," Julian told Panner over the captain's private channel. "Poor Tenna. How you doing for ammo, Bahai?" Roger yelled as he laid down another string, and a screen of lianas vanished in the explosions. A javelin had come from beyond that screen, and Roger had become a major proponent of peace through superior firepower. A ghastly shriek sounded even through the thunder of grenades, and something thrashed and bled in the bushes. "Fuck with a McClintock, will you?" he yelled. "I've got 5 belts left, sir." The grenadier popped a single round into a suspicious-looking bush. Exercising an economy of ammunition expenditure, His Highness seemed constitutionally unable to match. "You might want to conserve your ammunition a little, sir." "We can conserve ammo when we're dead," he retorted. "Move, I'll cover you." The grenadier just shook her head and darted from behind the fallen tree she'd been using for shelter. The stretcher team, the struggling Doc and Matsugai, with the prince's chief of staff holding a bottle of drip fluid, was nearly 20 meters ahead of them, closely protected by the bead gunners as the grenadiers covered the retreat. She'd already tried to argue about who should move out first and who should stay behind in a movement. And lost. She was done arguing. She ran to where Hooker sheltered behind another fallen tree. They'd cursed all day long at the obstacles the passage of the Flarta had thrown down, but now they were lifesavers. "Move, sir!" Pensicus shouted, and fired a round into another likely-looking clump. Roger pushed himself up with both hands and turned to run, just as a massive flight of javelins erupted out of the brush. "Oh, fuck," the grenadier said mildly. She'd become expert at judging the flight of the spears, and she realized they were all aimed at their previous positions. Hers. And the prince's. Roger didn't even think, not consciously anyway. He simply bolted straight towards the source of that massive flight, grenade launcher blazing doot. There was no way he could outrun the flock of javelins, but he might be able to run under them. Their angle of flight, partially because of the slope of the ground, was high, and the speed he'd found so useful on soccer fields finally came into its own somewhere else. As the steel-tipped rain fell all around and behind him, he charged forward, grenade launcher spitting a metronome of fire. Julian and his 3 armored companions passed the stretcher team, bounding by in run mode at nearly 60 kilometers per hour. They could have gone faster on better ground, but not on a track torn by Flarta and covered in fallen trees. "Man, Bilali," Julian said as he passed. "You are fucked." "What the hell was I supposed to do?" the squad leader demanded, falling back to cover the stretcher team. "Knock him over the head and throw him on the stretcher?" "Probably," the squad leader snarled, then tripped over one of the fallen trunks and plowed into a tree that was still standing. "Shit! You okay, boss?" Groningen called. The biggest Guardian had his M105 plasma cannon trained outward. The company hadn't expected to be using them so quickly, so they hadn't been inspected with the same care as the M98s. On the other hand, they were an older and more robust design, which had never given any trouble. Yet, Yeah, Julian growled, scrambling to his feet. The impact had done far more damage to the tree than to his now sap-coated armor. It would take more than a 60-kilometer-per-hour impact to damage Cromston. "I'll be right there," he added, as another flurry of grenades exploded ahead of them. Roger dropped the empty grenade launcher and pulled his sword over his shoulder. The sensei in school was always talking about the Book of 5 Rings, but the prince had never bothered to read it all. Another of those little acts of rebellion he was beginning to regret. Still, he remembered the technique for battling multiple opponents. Reduce it to one at a time. Nice to know, he thought, surveying the 15 or 20 Mardukans filtering out of the brush with a variety of swords, spears, and other sharpened artifacts. Now how the hell do you do it? Some of them were wounded, a few quite seriously. Most of them, however, were just fine, and seemed really upset about something. Worse, The clear notes of hundreds of hunting horns sounded, coming up the hill behind them. All in all, it looked to be just a little dicey. Maybe they would leave him alone because his forehead didn't offer any trophies? Right. Why? The first Mardican charged, holding a spear at waist height and screaming to wake the dead. Roger parried the spear down and to the side, let the momentum carry him through a spin, and took off one of the Scummy's arm as he passed. Then the rest of the group charged, and he picked out the weakest, a Mardican with a bloody shrapnel wound on one leg. Roger charged the wounded warrior, parrying another spear and carrying the sword into a high parry of the wounded Mardukan's own blade. A butterfly twist, and the katana-like weapon came down and across, opening the Mardican from shoulder to thigh as Roger passed through the closing circle. He found himself several meters from his opponents, gazing at the group of warriors. He'd laid out two of them for nary a scratch, and the Chronolta seemed to be re-evaluating the situation. Roger was doing the same. He was fully aware that so far he'd survived on luck and a few tricks, but these Chronolta didn't seem to be very well trained. There were standard counters for both of the attacks he'd used. Cord knew them and he'd taught them to the prince, but none of these tribesmen seemed aware of them. If all of them were this inept, he might last, 5 more minutes. But realistically, unless something broke soon, he was dead. Unfortunately, if he turned tail and ran, those spears could fly faster than he could run. So far, nobody seemed inclined to simply pin-cushion him and be done with it, and as long as it was hand-to-hand and more or less one-on-one, he had a chance, however small. Let's hear it for Homeric customs, he thought. One of the Scummies stepped forward and drew a line on the ground. Roger looked at it and shrugged. He had no idea what the gesture meant. He thought about it, then drew a line his own. The Scummy clapped his false hands and stepped over his own line and fell into a guard position. As he did, Roger thought of his pistol for the first time. There were only 4 spearmen. The others carried only swords. He could draw his pistol and kill all of his missile-armed opponents before the first spear could fly. He'd proven that conclusively in Q and Coke, and he almost did it. It was the right thing to do, and he knew it. The idea of a prince of the Empire of Man fighting some 4-armed barbarian with a sword on a Neobard planet on the ass end of nowhere was something from a really bad adventure novel. And if, by some fluke, he survived the experience, Captain Armand Ponner would personally break his neck for it. He stepped over the line. As he did, the Scummy charged, sword held over his right shoulder. The weapon was one of the Mardican two-handers and weighed nearly 10 kilos. If Roger tried to block it, it would smash through his parry as if it weren't even there, so he waited patiently, sword at low guard, until the Scummy began his swing. Then he darted in close to his towering foe, his sword held practically overhead. Yin-gay. The clash of steel was frighteningly loud as Hooker pounded into view. At every step, she'd expected to see the prince's dead body, for the ground was a pincushion of javelin. Instead, she found him in the midst of a half-circle of yelling Scummies. She nearly tripped over a dead Mardukan as she skidded to a stop, but she managed to keep her feet and not open fire as a dozen more Scummies trotted up to join the shouting crowd. She knew instinctively that if she fired, the prince was dead. Why, I know, what? Roger panted and looked at the next Scummy in line. Already, 3 bodies had been pulled out of the de facto arena, and he was beginning to learn the rules. The line he'd drawn was a safe point. As long as he stayed on his side of it, they wouldn't attack, and if they were on the other side of their line, he couldn't attack in turn. However, the one time he'd waited too long to come out to meet an opponent, they'd gotten agitated. Obviously, he couldn't just sit and wait for rescue. He didn't look around as he heard running feet behind him, but from the stiffening of some of the Mardukans, it had to be a Marine. There's a line behind me on the ground. Don't cross it. Yes, sir. He recognized Hooker's voice and hoped the angry little Marine would keep her cool. Armo's on its way. Roger nodded and flexed his shoulders. He'd long since dropped his rucksack, ammunition harness, and anything else that threatened to weigh him down. His sparring with Cord had taught him much that had, so far, kept him alive. As a mass, these scummies might be the most terrifying thing on this part of the planet, but as individuals, they were almost woefully ill-trained. On the other hand, it had been a long day already, and he was getting tired. "Tell them to get here fast, but keep their cool," he said, as another set of boots pounded up behind him. Then he looked at the scummy. "Come on, you four-armed bastard! I'm getting bored." Poignay. Julian passed the Mardican shaman, hurrying towards Roger's position. The NCO wasn't sure exactly what the old scummy was saying, but it sounded a lot like cursing. The old geezer, who was fast enough on open ground, was having a bunch of trouble with the fallen trees, which was obviously the reason Roger hadn't included him on this little jaunt. "Glad to see you're as happy with him as we are," the Marine yelled over his external speakers as he thundered by. "I'll kill him," Cord snarled. "Assy or no assy, I swear I will." "Okay by me, but you'll have to get in line," Julian said as he passed out of sight. "A long line? I'm gonna kill him," Ponnor said, almost calmly, as Bilali and the stretcher team pounded into view. "Bilali?" Kosudik asked, rubbing her ear. "Roger, maybe Bilali too." The team leader marched up to the company commander and saluted. "Sir, Sergeant Bilali reporting with party of one." "And that one isn't the prince, I see," Ponnor said coldly. "I am far too enraged at the moment to deal with this. Get out of my sight." "Yes, sir." The sergeant walked over to where the medic was working on Delert. "Don't go ballistic, Armand," Kosudik whispered. "We have a long way to go." "I keep telling myself that," Ponnor replied. "And I'm trying not to. But if we lose the prince, finishing the journey is next to pointless." Kosudik could only nod at that. "I'm bad." Roger stepped back across his line and turned around. "Who is the leader here?" he asked. Over 100 scummies had gathered to watch the contest by now. So far, Roger had won each match handily. A gouge on his helmet indicated the closest anyone had come to hitting him, and several of his own supporters, including Julian and his armored companions, had assembled with Hooker behind him. So far, the scummies had left his cheering section strictly alone while they concentrated on the main event. A handful of seconds passed, and then a single Mardukan stepped carefully onto the blood-soaked ground. He was older than most of the others, much scarred, and wore a necklace of horns around his neck. "I am the senior tribe chief. I am Lim Molai, chief of the Kranolta Dujuka." "Well," Roger flipped the sword sideways to flick off the blood pooling on it, "I am Prince Roger Ramius Sergei Alexander, Xiang McClintock, of the House McClintock, heir tertiary to the throne of man. And I finally have enough firepower to turn your pissant little tribe into meat for the atoll." He took a rag from Hooker and began wiping down his blade as Cord came scrambling across the fallen tree trunks at last. "I don't intend to kill you one by one until I'm exhausted, and I don't intend to stand here jawing until darkness. So I propose a truce." "Nyandel. Why should we let you live?" the chief scoffed. "Julian?" Roger hadn't been able to see who was in the suits, and he'd long before turned his radio off. Listening to Ponnor bitch had gotten on his nerves. "Yep, one of the suits," answered over its external speakers. "Lee Malay, how many of your warriors do you want slaughtered to prove that you should let us walk away?" Roger sheathed his clean sword and took his reloaded grenade launcher from Pensacus, but his icy eyes never left the Kranolta chieftain. "Let me ask it this way," he went on calmly, tilting his head to the side. "Which half do you want us to kill to prove our point?" "If you could truly kill us all, you would," the chief retorted. "We are the Kranolta. Even Voitin could not stand before us. We will wipe your pissant little tribe from these lands." Roger inhaled sharply through his nostrils. The stench of dead Mardukans barely affected him at this point. He was far too deep into that dark world of battle. "Watch carefully, old fool," he hissed. The impromptu challenge matches had occurred on an open spot on the southern edge of the main battle zone. The Mardukans, for the most part, had been appearing from the northern woodline, so the southern one would make a better neutral target zone. Sergeant Julian. The prince gestured to the south. Demonstration, please. Yes, Your Highness. The squad leader replied over his external speakers. He directed the response at the Chronolta, and his toot automatically translated it into the local dialect. Groningen, make these fine people a clearing to bury their dead in. Aye, Groningen acknowledged, and turned to the south. Shaman Cord, you might want to cover your ears. The M105 was a much heavier system than the M98. That meant that, despite the pervasive, humid dampness of the jungle, the first shot from the plasma cannon left a trail of flickering fires on a ruler. Straight line from the big Asgardian to the plasma bolt's impact on a tree in the middle of the area Roger had indicated, where it shattered a divot into the woods. The cannon's crack was the loudest sound any of the Mardukans, even the survivors of the first brush with the company, had ever heard. It set their ears ringing, and the thermal pulse dried the surface of their mucus-covered skin, burning several of them painfully. And that was just from the secondary effects. 20 meters of the jungle giant, which had been the gunner's target, simply vanished as a lightning bolt carved from the heart of a star devoured it. The massive trunk shredded explosively for another 5 to 10 meters above the impact point, and splinters longer than Roger was tall shrieked through the air far more lethally than any Chronolta javelin. The top of the tree flipped away into the burning jungle beyond, and the vegetation around it was turned into a finely divided, drifting ash surrounded by a dozen other burning, fallen trees. And then Groningen fired another round. And a third. With those 3 rounds he cleared a section of jungle 50 meters on a side and ringed with smoldering vegetation. Within that semicircle of hellfire, the ground steamed and smoked. After a moment's stunned reflection, the chieftain turned from the destruction and asked the question, Why? Because I don't intend to fight my way into Voitan. We walk into the city unmolested, or we kill every scummy in sight. Your choice. And on the morrow? Molay was beginning to understand Povaneski's objections to this attack. On the morrow, you do your damnedest to kill all of us. Good luck. You had your chance to kill me as an individual, and couldn't. I suggest that you go home. If you do, I, Prince Roger Ramius Sergei, Alexander Chiang, McClintock. No. The Chronolta chieftain laughed, although, even to himself, the sound was hollow. Or perhaps it was only the ringing in his ears. You think much of yourselves, humans. We are the Chronolta. I myself was one of the first over the walls of Voitan. Don't think to impress me with your threats. We are the Empress's own, Roger replied in a voice of iron, and the Empress's own does not know the meaning of failure. He smiled grimly, baring his teeth in that way which bothered most species, except humans. We rarely know the meaning of mercy either, so count your blessings that I'm willing to show it to you this once. The Mardican glanced again at the flaming clearing and clapped his true hands. Very well, we will let you go. Unmolested, Roger said. To the city. Yes, the old Mardukan said. And on the morrow, we will come. Prince Roger Ramius Sergei, Alexander Chiang McClintock, and the Chronolta will kill you all. Then you'd better bring a bigger army. Roger snarled, turning his back, and switched on his radio. Julian, take the back door. Oh yeah, the squad leader said. Bet on it. Chapter 39. Most of the company was already gone when Roger walked through the gates. The hill ascended through the ruined city to a citadel on the upper slope, and it was obviously there that Captain Panner had decided to make his stand. Not everyone had been sent on to the citadel, however. A security detachment consisting of most of 2nd Platoon covered the gates, and Panner sat waiting on his mound of rubble. Roger walked up and saluted the captain. I'm back, he said, and Panner shook his head slowly and spat out his gum at the prince's feet. First of all, your highness, as you've pointed out to me time and again, you don't salute me, I salute you. Captain, but why? I won't ask what you were thinking, the Marine continued. I know what you were thinking, and I will admit here and now that it has a certain romantic attraction. It will certainly play well to the news feeds when we get home. Captain, but it doesn't play well to me, Panner snarled. I've spent Marines like water to keep you alive, and having you throw that away on a stupid little gesture really pissed me off, your highness. Captain Panner. Roger tried again, beginning to get angry. You want to play games, your highness? The officer demanded, finally standing up. The two were of a height, both of them nearly 2 meters, but Panner was by far the more imposing, a modern Hercules in bulk and build. You want to play games? He repeated in a deadly quiet voice. Fine, Daddy. I'm a master of playing games. I resign. You're the fucking company commander. He tapped the prince on the forehead with one finger. You figure out how to make it across this goddamn planet without running completely out of ammunition and troops. Captain! Roger was beginning to sound desperate. Yes, sir. I'll just toddle along behind. What the hell, there's not a damn thing I can do anyway. Panner's face was turning a truly alarming shade of red. I am really, really pissed at Bilali, your highness. You know why? Huh? Gee. Roger was confused by the sudden non sequitur. No, why? But because he can't forget he's a goddamn Marine. Panner barked. I was a Marine before his mother was born, but when I came to the regiment the first time, do you know what they told me? No, but, Captain, they told me to forget about being a Marine. Because Marines have all sorts of great traditions. Marines always bring back their dead. Marines never disobey an order. Marines always recover the flag. But in the Empress's own, there's only one tradition. And do you know what the tradition of your regiment is, Colonel? No, I guess not. But, Captain, the tradition is that there is only one task, only one mission. And we've never failed at it. Do you know what it is? To protect the Imperial family, Roger said, trying to get a word in edgewise. But, Captain, do you think I liked leaving Gilert behind? The captain shouted. No, but... Or Bilali, or Hooker, or for God's sake, Dobrescu, do you think I liked leaving our only medic behind? No, Captain, Roger said, no longer even trying to rebut. Do you know why I was willing to lose those valuable people? Troopers I've trained with my own hands, some of them for years. People I love. People that, until recently, you didn't even realize existed? No, Roger said, finally really listening. Why? Because we have only one job. Get you back to Imperial City alive. Until Crown Prince John's kids reach their legal majority and Parliament confirms their place in the succession, you, God help us all, are third in line for the throne of man. And whether you believe it or not, your family is the only damned glue holding the entire empire of man together, which is why it's our job, the regiment's job, to protect that glue at any cost. Anything that stands in the way of that has to be ignored. Anything, the captain snarled. That's our mission. That's our only mission. I thought about it and determined that I couldn't persuade them to retreat and abandon Gilert. But the company probably would have been lost if we'd settled into a meeting engagement on that ground. So I ran, he said softly. I abandoned them to certain death, cut my losses, and beat feet, for one reason only. And do you know what that was? To keep me alive, Roger said quietly. So how do you think I felt when I turned around and you weren't there? After sacrificing all those people, and finding out it was for nothing? I'm sorry, sir, Roger said. I didn't think. No, Panner snapped. You didn't. That's just fine, even expected, in a brand new, wet-behind-the-ears lieutenant. The ones who survive by luck and the skin of their teeth learn to think eventually. but I can't take the chance on your not making it. Is that clear? Yes, Roger replied, looking at the ground. If we lose you, we might as well all cut our throats. You realize that? Yes, sir. Roger, you'd better learn to think, the Marine said in a softer tone. You'd better learn to think very quickly. I nearly took the entire company back out to get, and we would all have died on that slope because we couldn't have extracted you and then withdrawn successfully. We would have died right here. All of us? Bilali and Hooker and Despro and Eleonora and Costas and all the rest of us. You understand? Yes. Roger's voice was almost inaudible, and he was looking at the ground again. And whose fault would that have been? Yours or Bilali's? Mine. Duh. Roger sighed, and Panner looked at him unblinkingly for several moments, then nodded. Okay. As long as we have that straight, he said, and waited again till Roger nodded back. Colonel, he went on then, without a smile, I think it's time we gave you another hat. He reached out again and tapped the prince on the forehead once more gently this time. I think you need to take over as third platoon leader, Colonel. I know it will be a step down in rank, but I really need a platoon leader over there. Are you up for it, Colonel? Roger took his gaze off the ground at last, looked up at him, and nodded with slightly misty eyes. I'll try. Very well, Lieutenant McClintock. Your platoon sergeant is Gunnery, Sergeant Jin. He's an experienced NCO, and I think you could learn a lot from listening to his advice. I remind you that platoon leader is one of the most dangerous jobs in the Corps. Keep your head down and your powder dry. Ah. Yes, sir, Roger said, and produced another salute. You'd better get up there, Lieutenant, the captain said soberly. Your platoon is hard at work digging in. I think you should familiarize yourself with the situation as soon as possible. Yes, sir. Roger saluted yet again. Dismissed, Panner said, and shook his head as the prince trotted up the ruined road towards the citadel. At least he finally had Roger unambiguously slotted into the chain of command, although he hated to think how the regiment's TO was going to feel about the expedient to which he'd been driven. Now if he could only keep the young idiot alive! Platoon leader really was the most dangerous post in the Corps, which didn't mean that it wasn't less dangerous than watching Prince Roger ricochet around like an unaimed rifle bead on his own. He watched the prince for a few more moments, then decided that he should hurry himself. He couldn't wait to see Jin's face. Randa Jantado, Palvamoon, Kares. Gunnery Sergeant Jin? Yes, Your Highness. The gunnery sergeant turned from specifying positions and fields of fire with Corporal Cassett and glanced at the prince. Can I help you? The city of Voitan had been vast, but the citadel was the simplest of constructions. It was built into the slope of the mountain, backed up to a cliff which had been quarried sheer, undoubtedly for building material for the rest of the city. A 7-meter curtain wall ran in a more or less semicircle from cliff to cliff and surrounded a 3-story inner keep. The curtain wall was thick, 3 meters across at the top, and tapered outward as it descended, with a heavy bastion built right into the cliff face at either end. The only entrances to the bastions were through small doors on the inner side at the level of the top of the wall. The original doors were long since gone, but temporary doors were already being constructed. The upper stories of the bastions had been of wood and had burned down long ago, as had the upper story of the keep. But the lower stories were built into the wall, and the interior partitions were stone. These had withstood not only the Chronolta assault, but also the ravages of time and even the unceasing onslaught of the Mardikan jungle. Slits for javelins and spears were arrayed on the wall level, pointing outward. No inner first-story slits faced the top of the wall, but upper-level slits did just that, designed so that if the top of the wall were taken, fire could be poured into the attackers. There were also slits at the level of the bailey, so that if the attackers made it over the wall, they could be attacked as they assaulted the keep. The keep itself was a large, burned-out, vine-covered shell. The upper story, like those of the bastions, had been constructed of wood and was now charcoal. The rear of the keep, however, was dug deeply into the hillside, its roof supported by cleverly constructed stone buttresses, which provided a large cave-like area that could be used to shield the pack beasts, wounded, and non-combatants. The Flarta, kept from stampeding by chains stapled into the naked rock, were on the ground level, while the wounded and non-combatants waited on a raised shelf on the north side, along with Julian and the other power-armored Marines. There were spear slits at the keep's bailey level, but the only exterior door was on the second floor, up a staircase. Vines covered the walls, and trees had grown up through the flagstones of the bailey, but other than the vegetation and the damage to the gates, the gray stone of the fortress was intact. Third platoon, which was still more or less at full strength, had been assigned the left side of the wall, while first and second shared the right. Teams from both groups were working feverishly to construct barricades to replace the broken and decayed gates, and Sergeant Jin had been noting the locations of the platoon's troopers and their fields of fire. It was important to ensure that all possible approaches were covered, and that the heaviest fire could be directed at the point where the enemy would be most likely to attack in force. With that in mind, Jin had placed his grenadiers in locations covering the primary avenues of approach. He'd also pointed out to them the locations that the enemy was most likely to use for cover. There were, unfortunately, a lot of those. The citadel overlooked what had once been a densely populated city, and the shells of buildings still loomed above narrow, twisting streets. That would have been enough to mask the approach of any attackers by itself. But the ruins were also massively overgrown with vines, creepers, small trees, and jungle ferns, producing what were effectively screened trenches up to the foot of the citadel wall. Those would be the particular target of the grenadiers, since they were the only troopers whose weapons would allow them to drop indirect fire behind obstacles. The platoon also had 2 plasma cannons. Given the failure of the power suits and the fact that this would be a stationary defense, the heavy cannon had been set up on their tripods. Jin intended to use them only against the heaviest concentrations of enemies, both because the Marines had developed a healthy distaste for the possible repercussions of firing them, and because of the need to conserve their precious ammunition. He was going to be without Julian and his team of suit users. The inoperable suits had been lashed back onto the pack beasts, with their cursing users still trapped inside them, and carried out into the citadel. The gear was now scattered on one side of the bailey with poor Tana working on it, but the personnel whose suits did work were going to be used as a reserve for the company as a whole. So it was, with too few troops to man the section of wall he'd been given, with his heavy troopers missing, and the possibility, however remote, of losing half his platoon to exploding plasma cannon, that the gunnery sergeant found out he had a new responsibility. "I'm your new platoon leader," Roger said. "Pardon me?" Jin looked around. Corporal Cassett was standing with his jaw dropped, but other than the corporal and the pissed-off and tired-looking shaman standing behind the prince, no one else had heard Roger's announcement. "Is this some sort of joke, Your Highness?" "No, gunnery sergeant, it isn't," Roger said carefully. "Captain Powner has asked me to wear another hat. He's appointed me to be your platoon leader." "Oh," Jin said. He did not add joy, for some unknown reason, but after a moment, he went on with slightly glassy eyes. "Very well, Your Highness. If you'll give me a moment, I'll walk you through the defenses and explain the placements. I would ask for your comments and suggestions after that." "Didn't I?" "Very well, Gunny, and I think sir would be appropriate. Or lieutenant. I'm not really a prince in this assignment, as I understand things." "Very well, Your Sir," the sergeant said, shaking his head. "Yanni." "Captain, we've gotten our people into position and—" "Shh." Ponner's hand waved Lieutenant Jasko to silence, as the captain turned his head from side to side. "Pardon me, sir," the lieutenant said after trying for a moment to figure out what he was looking at. All the lieutenant could see was the idiot prince talking to Gunny Jin. Shh, Pawner repeated, then grunted in satisfaction as he finally managed to get the directional microphone onto the conversation just as Jin realized what his company commander had done to him. Lieutenant Jasko maintained a straight face as Captain Pawner did something the lieutenant would have flatly denied was possible. He giggled. It was an amazing sound to hear out of the tall, broad officer, and Pawner cut it off almost immediately. He listened for a few more seconds, then switched off the mic and turned to Jasko with a seraphic smile. "Yes, Lieutenant?" he asked, still chuckling. "You were saying, we've gotten all of our people into position, sir. When do you think they're going to attack?" "Lieutenant," Pawner looked at the sky, "your guess on that is as good as mine. But I think they'll wait until morning. It's getting late, and they've never hit us at night. I'll come by your positions in a bit. Go get with your platoon sergeant and figure out a chow rotation for right now." Underdorol. He could smell Matsuge starting something on a fire. "Yanjinmei." Roger sniffed and looked towards the keep where Costas had dinner well underway. The valet might just have put himself in harm's way to rescue a nobody trooper, but it didn't seem to have affected him at all. He'd simply gone back to organizing the camp. Maybe there was a lesson to learn there. Roger turned and swept his gaze over the troopers still working all around him. Now that the basics had been done, setting up the heavy weapons, assigning fields of fire, putting up sandbags where stones had fallen from the battlements of the citadel wall, the Marines were improving their individual positions. Despite the intense heat, even more focused here inside the stone walls, the troopers worked without pause. They knew it would be too late to improve their chances of survival after the Chronolta hit. Despro walked over to him, and he nodded to her. "Sergeant," he said, and she nodded back and tossed him the small object in her hand. "Nice folks." Roger caught the item and blanched. It was a very small Mardican skull, one side crushed. The horns were barely buds. "There's a big pile of bones over in the bastion," she continued. "That was part of it. It looks like the defenders made some sort of stand." Roger looked over the wall at the crumbled city below. He had enough experience now to imagine the horrors the castle's defenders would have observed as the rest of their city went up in roaring flame and massacre, and to imagine their despair as the gate crumbled and the Chronolta barbarians poured through. "I'm not really very happy with these fellows," he said, setting the skull gently on the parapet. "I've seen worse," Despro said coldly. "I made the drop on Jurgen. Pardon me if I'm humanocentric, but it was worse." "Jurgen?" Roger couldn't place the name. Despro's sculpted profile hardened, and a muscle in her jaw twitched. "No place that mattered, Your Highness. Just a stinking little fringe world. Bunch of dirt-poor colonists and a single town. A pirate ship dropped in for a visit. It was a particularly unpleasant bunch. By the time we got there, the pirates were long gone. The results weren't. Nejunbei." "Oh," Roger said. "The attacks on border worlds were so common that they hardly ever made the news in the home regions. I'm sorry." "Nothing for you to be sorry about, Your Highness. Just something to remember. There's bad guys out there all the time. The only people who usually see them are the fleet and the Marines. But when things get screwed up enough, this isn't so uncommon. The barbs are always at the door." "Zung, dar, wow, did. She touched the skull gently, then gave him another cool nod and walked back to where her squad was digging in. Roger continued looking out over the city, stroking the skull with a thumb, until Pawner walked up. "How's it going, Lieutenant?" "Just fine, sir," Roger said distractedly, still gazing out over murdered Voitan. "Captain, can I say something as His Highnesses instead of Lieutenant?" "Certainly," Pawner said with a smile. "Your Highness, I don't think it would be a good idea to leave an existing force in our rear, do you?" "You're talking about the Chronolta?" Pawner glanced at the skull. "Yes, Captain. How are we fixed for power for the suits?" "Well," Pawner grimaced. "Since we only have 4 of them up, not bad. Days and days with just 4 of them. but we need to get the rest up to have a hope in hell of taking the spaceport. Well, we have enough for a pursuit, don't we? Certainly. Connor nodded. And you have a point about leaving remnants in our rear. I don't want to have to fight off ambushes from here to the next city-state. Good. Roger turned and looked the captain in the eye. I don't think that the cause of civilization on this world would be advanced by leaving a single Chronolta alive, Captain. I would prefer that not be the case after tomorrow. Connor regarded him steadily, then nodded. So would I, Your Highness. So would I. I think tomorrow we'll be building a summit to the honor of the Corps. Chapter 40. Roger looked out from the citadel wall as the first overcast light of dawn stole across the dead, jungle-devoured cityscape. The company had been up for nearly an hour, getting breakfast and preparing for these first moments of early morning light. This time, before morning nautical twilight, had been considered the most dangerous time of all for millennia. It was the time preferred for a dawn attack, when sleepy-eyed sentries were at their lowest ebb and attackers could slip up under cover of darkness but attack with the gathering light. The Marines' answer was the same one armies had used for centuries: get up well before time and be awake and alert when the moment of stand came. Naturally, as had also been the case for centuries, there were some complainers. Roger wasn't one of them. He'd been up for hours the previous night, reviewing his actions of the day before and worrying about what was to come. For all that he'd been fighting monsters and the occasional skirmish or ambush all the way across the continent, this would be his first true battle. Today the Chronolta would come to kill the company, and someone would lose, and someone would win. Some of them would die, and some would live. While it seemed likely that casualties would be light, there was still a risk. There was even a risk that the humans would lose, and then word of the treachery aboard the Deglopper would never reach Earth. Roger had smiled at himself when he reached that point in his ruminations. It was amusing to realize that the main thing he thought about was that the word wouldn't get back to his mother, not that he himself would be dead. Sergeant Major Kasudik padded up silently behind him and leaned on the lip of the adjoining embrasure. Still quiet, she said, and glanced over at Cord, who stood silently at Roger's back. Since the events of the day before, the old shaman had attached himself firmly to his master, and was rarely to be found more than 5 meters away. The sergeant major had been up from time to time the night before. Not worried, just running through the practiced actions of an experienced warrior checking on changes. Still, she'd become slightly perturbed as every sentry throughout the night had reported more and more fires. The tactical computers were having a hard time pinning down numbers, but each fire sent the estimates up and up. The current balance of forces didn't look good. I wish we had some razor wire, she said. Do you think it will come to that? Roger asked in surprise. They've only got spears. We have plasma cannon. Your Highness, Lieutenant, Kasudik said with a smile. There's an old story, probably a space story, about a general and a captain. They were fighting some Indigs and an air car came in with a spear sticking out of the side. The captain laughed and asked how they could lose against people armed only with spears. But the general looked at the captain and asked how she thought they could win against people willing to fight an air car with only a spear. Nani? And the moral is? Roger asked politely. The moral, Lieutenant, is that there is no such thing as a deadly weapon. There are only deadly people, and the Chronolta, her hand waved over the battlements at the broken city, are fairly dead. Roger nodded and looked around, then back into the sergeant major's eyes. Are we? He asked quietly. Oh, yeah, Kasudik said. Nobody who gets through RIP is a slacker in a firefight. But, there's gonna be a lot of those scummies and there ain't many of us. She shivered slightly at the smell of wood smoke from the thousands of fires in the jungle. It's gonna get interesting. Satan damn me if it ain't. Dull. We'll get the job done, Sergeant Major, the prince said confidently. Yeah. Kasudik looked at the sword hilt jutting up over his shoulder. I suppose we will. Captain Connor strolled up, checking the positions, and looked out at the mists curling around the ruined city. "Beautiful morning, fellas," he remarked, and Roger chuckled. "It'd be even more beautiful if half my platoon were in armor, Captain. What's the status?" "Well," Ponnor said with a grimace, "it isn't pretty, Lieutenant. Poratena found the fault, which is a mold eating the contacts coating of the joint power conduits. You can't remove the coating, it's a dissimilar metallic contact. The problem seems to be in a new improved version." "Oh shit," Kasudik chuckled grimly. "Yeah." Ponnor nodded with a grim smile. "Another improvement. The suits that hadn't been upgraded are okay, but that's just the four. What are we going to do?" Roger's eyes were wide, for Pannor had stressed repeatedly that they had to have the suits to take the starport. "Fortunately, the contacts tend to wear out, so each suit has a spare in its onboard spares compartment. The ones sealed up in the storage packets are okay, but there's only a couple of spares per suit normally." Kasudik shook her head. "So we're down to 4 sets of armor for everything except taking the spaceport." "Right." The captain nodded. "We can cannibalize from suits that we lose the users for, or that go down with other problems we can't fix. So we can put His Highness in a suit if things look particularly bad. But until then, it's just the 4 horsemen." "I guess that will have to do," Roger said with a shrug, then changed the subject. "So what's the plan for today, Captain?" "Well," Pannor replied with his own shrug, "we wait until they have the majority of their forces in close, then engage with all the firepower we have. I won't say that I agree or disagree about whether they should be wiped out as a tribe, but we can't afford to have a large force following us to the next city-state. So they have to be eliminated as an operational threat at least." "John, Rainey, can we do that?" Over the night, Roger's ardor had cooled, and he looked at the scattered weapons positions worriedly. "Against what I'd estimate the maximum threat to be, yes," Ponnor said. "There's a big difference between barbarian warriors and soldiers, and today these Chronolta are going to discover that." "What's your estimate?" "There were hundreds of fires in the jungle according to the TAComp in Roger's helmet. Just under 1,000, in fact. I'm estimating a maximum of 5,000 warriors with some camp followers. More than that is really hard to maintain logistic." "5,000? Roger choked. "There are only 70 of us." "Don't sweat it, Your Highness." Kasudik gave him a cold smile. "A defensive position like this gives us a 10-to-1 advantage all by its lonesome. Add in the firepower, and 5,000 isn't an impossible number." She paused and looked thoughtful. "Tough? Yeah, but not impossible. We're gonna get hurt, though." "Yo, bien. We'll make it through," Pannor said grimly. "That's the only thing that matters." "What did Cord think of those numbers?" the prince asked, looking over his shoulder at the shaman. Despite the marine's confidence, it still seemed like a lot of scummies to him. "The Chronolta are said to be as numerous as the stars in the sky," the shaman said quietly. "They cover the ground like the trees." "Maybe they do," Ponnor said, "but that's not what you could call a hard and fast number. And it's really difficult to support more than 5,000 in these sorts of conditions. I don't see any sign of a baggage train, for example." "And if it is more?" Roger asked dubiously. "More than the stars in the sky." Ponnor smiled wryly. "If it's more than 5,000, well, we'll just handle it. The important part is to survive and damage them badly enough that they decide that fucking with Imperial Marines is a short road to hell." "Now, Miss Sunmile, you and ye." "Oh hell," Corporal Kane whispered. The humans had been working in shifts throughout the night to prepare their defenses, and she stood on one of the recently constructed platforms within the burned-out bastion, monitoring the sensor remotes planted along the approaches to the citadel. That gave her the dubious pleasure of an advanced look at the approaching horde, and a horde it was. She took one more look at the numbers estimate, blanched, and keyed her radio. "Sergeant Despro, could you step over to the West Bastion?" "Moi, one ye, Dalvi. The company command group had gathered atop the curtain wall gatehouse, watching the gathering horde on their visor HUDs. Captain Panner's maximum estimate had unquestionably been exceeded. How the hell could they have gathered 15,000 warriors? Panner demanded irately. He couldn't seem to decide whether he was more incredulous or more offended that the Chronolta had not abided by his professional estimate. Between 15 and 18, actually, sir, Lieutenant Gullias corrected, looking at the readout on his own helmet heads-up display. Should I have Portana start warming up the other suits? Lieutenant McClintock asked. No, Panner said, thinking furiously. We could engage them at longer ranges, Lieutenant Jasko suggested. The plasma cannon would range from here, and they've got the punch to burn through the undergrowth. Hell, for that matter, they could blow through most of those walls without much sweat. No, Panner said again, shaking his head. He pulled out a stick of gum and popped it into his mouth without any sort of ritual. This is going to get real interesting, boss, Kasudik said, taking another look between the battlements. Pull the plasma cannon off the walls, Panner said abruptly. Put them in the bastions ready to move up. Put one on each of the bottom floors, and the rest at wall level. When we come to grips, it's bead rifles only. No grenades, no plasma. But, Lieutenant Jasko said. Sir, we'll lose the walls. Yep, Panner agreed with a grim smile. Better make sure the door to the keep is heavily reinforced. And tell Julian his people stay put in there until I tell him different. And make sure those damned pack beasts are tied down. If the elephant-sized Flarta got loose in those close confines, it would doom anyone who wasn't in armor. I'll take care of that, Jasko said, heading out the door. Get those plasma cannon moved back, Panner continued to Goliath. Remember, at least one downstairs in each of the bastions. We have 5, so 2 upstairs in 3rd Platoon's bastion, and 1 downstairs. 1 up, 1 down in the East Bastion. I'm on it, the lieutenant replied, already leaving, and Panner turned back to the oncoming Chronolta. I still don't believe this. He shook his head. Where do they get the food? They've had word of our coming for some time now, Cord pointed out. Undoubtedly they heard through rumors from Q and Cock, and with that warning, the warriors would have gorged and gorged for days, then set off with packs of food for We were lucky to arrive before the main host. They were probably waiting for us wherever the crossing of that Satan-damned swamp was, Kasudik agreed, nodding her head. Good thing we didn't know where it was or we'd be dead in the jungle. They can't stay together long, Cord admitted. Only a few days at most, but they don't intend to stay long, only long enough to kill us. And if we just hold them off, Roger continued, they'll be waiting for us every few kilometers in the jungle. Which is why we have to do more than drive them off, Panner confirmed. And we will. Let's hope so, Roger said. Let's hope so. Chapter 41. All through the long morning, the enemy gathered in a swarm just inside the ruined outer wall of the city. The mass of natives blew their horrible trophy horns and pounded drums, taunting the humans hunkered down in the citadel. Finally, when their numbers were fully gathered, they started in good order for the citadel. Panner, watching the approach from the gate bastion on the HUD fed by the remotes, nodded as he surveyed their formation. The lead group carried scaling ladders, and about a third of the way back from the front of the formation, a mass of warriors, with ropes carried a large ram. They'd prepared well, he decided, but then they'd taken this city before. Of course, they've never tried to take a city away from the Empress's own, he thought grimly. 3rd Platoon, when that ram gets to 150 meters from the gate, take it out with plasma fire. Roger watched from a position on the wall. The heavily reinforced firing point had been prepared for one of the plasma cannons, so it was a safe spot from which to watch the approach of the enemy. It seemed folly to wait for the Chronolta to overrun the company before using heavy weapons, but he was taking Panner's lead. He keyed his microphone and passed on the order. Corporal Cathcart was almost over the failure of his armor, but he was still pissed about being taken off the wall and told to hold his fire. So when the word came down to engage the ram, he was happy to oblige. The designers of Voiton's original defenses had faced only muscle-powered weapon threats, and that had dictated the clear areas they had allowed as fire zones. The Citadel's approaches had been paved and flat for approximately 150 meters from the curtain wall gatehouse and just a bit over 100 meters from the rest of the wall. The city's buildings had begun beyond those ranges, and the wrecked, decaying, luxuriantly overgrown ruins of those buildings were what cut up the company's fire lanes and would have deprived it of the full use of its range advantage even if Captain Panner hadn't opted to let the barbarians close. But those ruins were also liberally seeded with remote sensors, and Cathcart had been using them to watch the big log approach. Now he rolled his plasma cannon over to a handy spear slot and mentally licked his chops as he positioned it carefully. The cannon was designed for use as either a crew-served weapon or from a powered armor mount. In its crew-served configuration, its mount included retractable wheels, which were really quite useful in situations like this. He got the gun lined up and hit the switch to take it off the wheels and drop its firing platform firmly into place. Everybody stand back. There's liable to be some backblast. The barrel of the weapon was aligned with the exterior of the mini-fort as he hunted until he spotted the ram again. It had advanced another 50 meters as the lead elements approached the wall. In fact, it was in direct line of sight from his position now, and he punched a button and grunted as the entire ram was outlined in red on his sighting screen. The computer recognized it as a target and began to track automatically. There were quicker ways to do things like this, but he had plenty of time, and it never hurt to do the job right. He designated the entire ram as a target, then designated 3 specific target points along its length before he took his eyes from the display to look carefully around his position one last time. He was behind the blast shield, but anyone else nearby might be caught by backscatter as the plasma charge exited the spear slit. Fortunately, everyone was well under cover. Helped, no doubt, he reflected, by memories of exploding plasma rifles. Fire in the hole! The 3 plasma charges hit like the micronuclear explosions they were. They didn't splinter the ram, they vaporized it, along with every one of its carriers, and every Chronolta warrior within 40 meters. Beyond that immediate kill zone, there were actually some survivors, although the mucus-covered Mardukan suffered horribly from the flash burns of thermal bloom. The entire horde bellowed in shock, but they hadn't been totally surprised, for the story of Julian's demonstration had spread among them. Worse, from the humans' perspective, the narrow, twisting streets, choked with rubble, and encroaching jungle wreckage, split the Chronolta advance into channelized tentacles, exactly as the Marines had feared. Had the horde been a more organized force, that might have wreaked havoc with its attack, but the barbarians' lack of organization actually worked in their favor in this instance. They were scarcely discommoded by the confusion of their approach to the Citadel, even as the Marines were denied the full advantage of their weapons range. That was one main reason Panner had selected his chosen deployment plan. If the scummies were prepared to accept sufficient casualties, they could close with the Citadel whatever his people did. So he decided to make a virtue out of his weakness. The trickiest element of his battle plan was the need to inflict sufficient casualties to enrage the barbarians into pressing the to attack without hurting them badly enough to convince them to do the intelligent thing and back off until simple starvation force the Marines to abandon their zeal defensive, position, and run. A gauntlet of endless ambushes in the jungle. Not that this particular bunch of barbarians seemed to require much in the way of enraging, he reflected as they surged forward around the huge half-fused hole the plasma cannon had torn in their ranks. Cathcart's shot had also acted as an effective start for the rest of the company's fire. The Citadel's elevated position helped some, but the furthest out aiming stake was barely 150 meters from the curtain wall. That was short range for a bead rifle, and meant the scummies had only a soccer field and a half to cross. Fire! Gunnery Sergeant Jin snapped over the platoon net and set the example himself. The first wave of burst fire from the company tumbled a windrow of the ladder carriers in piles, but the mass of natives simply kept coming as the following ranks picked up the ladders and charged the walls. Wow, Janie. Ponder nodded. The enemy was coming on more or less as expected, although the ladders were a surprise. There were even more Chronalta than the TACOMP had estimated, though, and that was causing a few jinks in the plan. They were also much heavier on the west flank. Roger sighed. It might be a good idea to thin them out a bit. I want 2 grenade volleys, he called. Aim into the middle of the mass, about 75 meters out. I want to create a break in the assault. Roger, Lieutenant Jasko acknowledged. He'd taken over command of the right wall while Lieutenant Guyas was in the keep. The grenadiers filed out of the bastions and got into position as the bead riflemen on the parapets continued to pour aimed fire into the attacking Mardukan. The grenadiers readied their weapons and awaited the word as Panner followed the timing. Right. About. Oh. Now. The 12 remaining grenadiers fired upon his command. For most of them, it was their first clear look at the enemy, but the numbers coming at them didn't throw off their aim. The 24 grenades arced out into the mass of the Mardukans, dropping behind sheltering walls and heaps of rubble which had blocked the bead fire and detonated. The double string of explosions ripped holes in the Chronalta army, and hundreds of the 4-armed natives writhed in shrieking agony as shrapnel from the mini-artillery scythed through their packed rank. Again, Panner called. Down 50 meters. Again the belt-fed launchers spat out their packages of death, tearing the ranks of the enemy apart. But still, the natives closed up over the mangled bodies of their comrades and came on, blowing their horns and bellowing war cries. Okay, Panner said, satisfied. Back under cover. He pursed his lips and whistled. When you're wounded and left on Marduk's plains. Most of the grenadiers filed back into the bastions, where the hastily constructed doors were wedged in place. The few who stayed on the wall picked up their bead rifles and opened fire again. The enemy was about to assault. Onda. Sir, Lieutenant Jasko said with a grunt that carried clearly over the comm, I've got more ladders coming up than I've got hands to push down. I need some support here. Same here, Roger reported, and Panner heard the distinctive sound of steel meeting flesh over the prince's radio. We're about to lose the wall. Too soon, Panner whispered, peering through the slit that overlooked Roger's position. There were already Mardukans on the wall, in close combat with the Marines, and he saw Roger lop the head off one, while Cord speared another. Call out your grenadiers and plasma gunners. Push them off the walls, he ordered. He'd held the grenadiers and plasma gunners under cover to protect them from the anticipated wave of javelins from the Mardukans. But very few javelins were flying. Instead, the Chronalta concentrated with fanatical determination on getting over the walls and coming to close grips with their smaller opponents. When are they going to follow the plan? He wondered with a grim, mental chuckle. Guess they've learned a little about the disadvantages of matching javelins against bead rifles at range. Too bad it's really true that no plan survives contact with the enemy. The fresh infusion of Marines and a barrage of grenades pushed the enemy off the walls, and Panner was relieved to see no prone bodies and only a few Marines nursing wounds. Switch out weapons. Put the wounded in the bastions. He looked out the slit facing the enemy, who seemed to be getting back in shape rather quickly. And get ready for another attack. Orman, Kaye. Inside Despro, do you want to? Roger thumbed towards the bastion. I'm not hurt that bad, sir. She hefted her rifle with her left hand and started to try to reload it one-handed. I said, get in the bastion. Roger snatched the weapon out of her hand. That's an order, Sergeant. Her jaw clenched, but then she nodded. Yes, sir. She saluted with her left hand. And get Lesses to replace you. Aye, she answered, and he nodded and turned towards the gate. Kames Warren, I thought I told you to get your ass into the bastion. Why he? Jimmy Dalton stroked the butt of the bead rifle and shook his head. There sure were a shitload of the damn scummies. The plasma gunner had carried a bead rifle through about half his service, so he was familiar enough with the operation of the weapon. But he'd also inherited Corporal Kames Warren's ammo harness, and that was unfamiliar. Everyone had his own idiosyncrasies about what went where, and the corporals were more idiosyncratic than most. Dalton ran his hand across the positions of all the gear and shook his head. Just had to hope he didn't need any of the stuff in a hurry. The prince came up and looked out of the mini-bunker the private occupied. Looks like they're getting ready to come back. Yes, your highness. The private wished he had his plasma rifle. That would slow them up. When do we open fire? When Gunny Jin gives the word. The prince grinned. Dionel. Even I don't fire until the gunny says it's okay. Yes, your highness. The plasma gunner ran his hand across the ammo harness again and shook his head. They'd made it onto the walls the last time. Why not open fire further out? The prince seemed to read his mind. This is hard, waiting for them to come to us. But it would be worse worrying about being ambushed from here to the sea. We need to suck them in and kill them all, Jimmy, not just drive them off. Dalton hadn't thought the prince even knew his name. Yes, your highness. I'm not Prince Roger right now, Jimmy. I'm just your platoon leader. Call me Lieutenant McClintock. Yes, your lieutenant, the private said, as if he didn't have enough to worry about. And ye hundrain. Most of the ladders were still at the base of the wall, so the Crenolta came on at an unburdened run in the second wave. Fire! Jin barked as they passed the 100-meter stake and picked out his own target, one covered with horn trophies. Take that, you bastard, he whispered, as the chieftain and two followers fell away from the burst of fire. Roger pulled out another magazine and inserted it even as he maintained fire. The double magazine system was made for situations like this. His accuracy was somewhat degraded during the switch, but as long as he fired into that incredible mass of targets, he was bound to hit something. The Crenolta packed the ground before the wall as they reached its base, and the ladders started coming up again. They were more tangled than in the first assault, but a little thing like that was nothing in the chaos at the wall's foot. Thousands of them were packed, dozens deep, each and every one of them determined to be the very first over the battlements. Grenades, Gunny! Roger heard his own voice over the radio and was surprised by how calm he sounded. He triggered another burst into the back of the mass. Leaning out over the wall to fire directly down at its base was hazardous to hell. Yes, sir, Jin approved and called the order. A dozen grenades sailed into the close, packed Crenolta, exploding with deadly effectiveness. But the close press of bodies actually lessened their effect by absorbing blast and fragments. And the holes they opened closed rapidly as the feet of fresh waves of tribesmen pounded their less fortunate fellows into paste. Roger charged forward as the first ladder came up in his sector. He and PFC Stickles managed to heave it back over the side with a descending scream from the scummies on it, but three more came up in the time it took to push one off. The Crenolta were pushing forward again through sheer weight of numbers, and there were nowhere near enough humans to cover the full length of the wall. Grenades! Ponner barked. All you've got. Roger ripped one of the 100-gram cylinders off his belt with his left hand, thumbed the activator, and tossed it over the wall, just as the first scummy appeared at the top of a ladder. The prince put two rifle beads into the attacker one-handed, even as he threw two more grenades, but by then the Chronolta were over the wall. His magazine clicked suddenly empty, and he tossed the rifle into his bunker and waded in with the katana as he had before. This battle was a complete madhouse, with dozens of screaming barbarians clambering over the parapets, their false hands holding the ladders, and both true hands filled with weapons. Trading parries with a scummy who was better than usual, Roger found himself back to back with Cord, and realized they were practically alone. Most of the Marines had retreated into the bastions, but there were a few human bodies scattered along the wall. Cord! Roger ducked a swing and opened the attacking Chronolta from thigh to breastbone. We have to get off the wall. No doubt, the shaman shouted back and speared another attacker. The barbarian dropped, but Cord suddenly found himself facing 3 replacements, and they did not appear to be taking turns. How? Roger was about to reply when his eyes widened and he spun and lunged at Cord. He tackled the much larger shaman hard enough to drive both of them into his mini-bunker, just as the flight of grenades from 3rd Platoon's bastion landed. The grenades temporarily cleared the wall, turning the Chronolta who'd scaled it into hamburger. Most of the Marines' chameleon-suited wounded were unaffected by the air-burst grenades, but the unarmored barbarians were slaughtered. Fragments also tore into Cord's legs. Roger had thrown himself across the shaman's torso, preventing instant death, but the native was horribly injured, and Roger himself was considerably the worse for wear. He was stumbling to his feet, ears ringing, vision doubled, and more than half stunned when he felt himself lifted and thrown across a shoulder. Okay, Despro snapped. She seemed, he noticed, to be upside down. Are you done playing hero? Get Cord, he croaked. It had to be either St. John or Mutabi carrying him, he decided. Nobody else was big enough. Already done, she said, taking one corner of the shaman's stretcher. Wounded Marines were being dragged off all along the wall, while others recovered their weapons. The last thing Roger remembered was an upside-down scummy coming over the parapet, with his axe raised over Despro's head. Connor listened to the reports and nodded. One more time on the walls, but make sure everyone makes it back to the bastions this time. He looked out at the sea of scummies and shook his head. The jam-packed mob looked as if it hadn't been reduced at all, but that was an illusion. They'd already lost almost 1/5 of their force to the wall assaults and the grenades. Now it was time to start the real killing. Blow the gate. The timber barrier replacing the ruined gates had been carefully constructed. The original purpose of the in-place demolition charges had been to permit a sally by the armored suits, but the explosives designed to let Marines out worked just as well to let Mardukans in. The loss of their ram had reduced the Chronolta at the gate to clawing and hacking at the timbers. Their howls of frustration had been clearly audible even through the din of battle. And so were their shrieks of agony as the demo charges' explosions mangled them and blew them backwards. The warriors behind them paid them no heed, however, except to stream forward over their writhing bodies, screaming exultant war cries as they fanned out across the bailey. The gate was down. The fortress was theirs. Oh, Captain, that was mean, Julian whispered as he peered through the firing slit at the open gateway. He watched the tide of scummies split, some charging for the keep, and others for the inner stairs to the bastions, and then he poked his bead cannon through the slit. There were a number of available munitions for the weapon. Besides the standard 10mm ceramic corrode, steel-coated beads, there were both armor-piercing and special actions munitions. The armor-piercing beads were designed to be effective against any known suit armor, and against most armored vehicles as well. The special actions munitions were mixed. Some were crowd control devices, sticky balls to coat rioters in glue, knockout gas, or puke gas, and some of them were for close-quarter conditions where the object was pure, unmitigated slaughter. The company didn't have many of those with them, but this was just about the perfect time to use the one magazine he had. He stroked the stock of the bead cannon with a feral grin. "Come to Papa," he crooned. Sure how. Connor gazed down into the courtyard from the gatehouse's upper story, calmly masticating his gum and waiting. He blew a bubble when First Platoon reported that spears were being thrust into the ground floor slits of its bastion. He nodded when the keep reported that the Mardukans were chopping at its door, and he steepled his fingers when the sound of axe blows started beneath his own feet. Then he nodded again. "Fire," he said, and stepped back from the spear slit. "Comedy. I didn't diesel. I'm going to." Julian had already programmed his visor HUD to show the round's footprint, and he aimed his first shot carefully. The 10mm cylinder was fired at very low velocity, relatively speaking, but the instant it exited the barrel, it blossomed like some hideous flower to deploy its 25 depleted uranium beads in a beautiful geometric pattern like a high-tech spider's web. Strung with monomolecular wire. The advanced adaptation of the ancient concept of chain shot was lethal almost beyond belief. Yet, it never made it across the courtyard. Its designers wouldn't have believed that was possible, for the wires sliced through weapons, limbs, and bodies almost effortlessly. But only almost. If enough flesh and bone was crowded together in its path, eventually even wire a single molecule thick would find sufficient resistance to stop it. This wire did, but not before it had torn over a third of the way across the bailey and sliced every native in its path into neatly severed gobbets of flesh. The destruction sprayed blood and bits of Mardican in every direction, and so did the second shot in Julian's magazine. And the third. And the fourth. The paved courtyard was an abattoir, filled with Chronolta, who'd finally seen sufficient concentrated slaughter to stem even their frenzied advance for just a moment. The survivors were frozen in momentary shock and disbelief, like life-size sculptures coated in the blood of their hideously dismembered fellows. Sculptures which were cooked an instant later by plasma cannon. There were 4 of the weapons at ground level, 1 in each bastion, and 2 mounted in armored suits in the keep. Some of the natives had begun poking spears into the firing slits before Panner gave the word, but a few blasts from bead rifles had cleared the Chronolta away. Now all 4 plasma gunners thrust the muzzles of their weapons outward a moment after the special action's cartridges had scythed across the bailey and filled the courtyard with actinic silver fury. The charges from the cannon were 5 times as powerful as those from mere plasma rifles, and the volcanic impact of 4 of them within the confined space of the bailey flashed all of the remaining vegetation into flame and cooked every Chronolta inside the gates. The remaining plasma can on the wall level opened up simultaneously. Their blasts of silver fire were less intense and concentrated than in the confined space of the bailey, but that made them no less effective. They turned the Chronolta attacking the bastions into charred stumps and flaming torches. The hydrophilic Mardukans were particularly susceptible to burns, and the silver death of the plasma cannon was pure horror to them as it swept the top of the wall. The handful who survived threw themselves shrieking from the wall's height, accepting broken bones or death itself, anything to escape that ravening, hideous furnace. Connor stepped back up to the spear slit and looked out over the area in front of the citadel. The true horror within the bailey and atop the walls had been invisible to most of the enemy outside the fortress, and its impact had been lost on them, for all their attention was concentrated on gaining entry themselves. As he'd expected, the horde continued to push forward into the citadel, although with slightly less haste. "Check fire," he said calmly. Face and voice leached of all expression as he gazed down upon the unspeakable carnage. "No need to rout them. Not yet." "Nyah! Pull back, you old fool!" Pavan Eskish shouted. "Now, will you believe us? This is the death of the clan." "Great rewards require great sacrifice," the clan leader said. "Do you think we took this town before without loss?" "No," the chieftain snapped. "We obviously lost everyone with any sense. I'm taking the rest of my people to the camp. We will prepare to try to hold off the humans when they come forth to take our horns. And may the forest demons eat your soul. You shall be cast out of the clan, the elders said calmly. Coward, we shall deal with you after the victory. Go into that hell yourself, coward, the younger Mardikan hissed. Then come tell me of victories. K. Eleanor O'Casey wore one of the spare helmets and the same uniform as the Marines, but unlike them, she'd never been trained to break down the net's clip transmissions or the military technobabble which comprised them. For her, the majority of the bursts that came over her radio were cryptic tango at 250 conversations which way. Unfortunately, her translator software was useless for deciphering, so she generally depended on some friendly Marine to interpret for her. In this case, however, the only available translator was Powertina, which created its own problems. What's happening? She asked the armorer. She, Matsugae, and 3 of the pilots sat on a pile of ammunition boxes halfway back into the cave that made up the majority of the keep's interior. The non-combatants shared the space with the wounded, Dr. Brescu, the Mahouts, and 19 nervous Flarta. Flarta reacted in a predictable animal way to nervousness. It was a hot, smelly existence. Tea scummies, they off tea wall, the diminutive Pinapan said with a shrug. But they getting ready to tack again. Tea Captain's gonna say something soon. How is Roger? Matsugae asked quietly. He had his own helmet and had heard the terse report of the prince's injury. He fine, Powertina said. Just shock, he be fine. I'm pleased to hear that, Matsugae said. Very pleased. Yeah, I'll do more. Then see one day, or Ray. Great, Ponder said, nodding as he listened to the transmission. Great, get him to Dr. Brescu as soon as possible. I know you don't dare now, but as soon as we open that door, I want him in the keep. He looked out the slit at the reforming enemy and shook his head. Bravo Company had really whittled them down that time, but the barbs were still coming back for more, and he sent his toot the command that opened the general frequency. Okay, people, they're coming back for another round. We took some wounded that time, so we're a little thin on the walls. I want platoon sergeants to select your best walking wounded for bead rifles and send out everyone else you can to stand by as grenadiers. They don't seem to be bothered by casualties, so I'll call for fire a little further out this time. Grenadiers, when they start coming through the gate, I want you to fill the bailey with their dead. I think they'll still come on in, so when they start coming up the stairs or over the walls, retreat to the bastions. He thought of trying to say something stirring, but the only thing that came to mind was once more into the breach, my friends, which was both technically inaccurate and too theatrical for him. Finally, he just keyed the mic. Ponder, out. I. There was silence over the comm for several seconds, except for the occasional laconic transmission of firing points and targets. But then, Julian's distinctive voice came over the 3rd platoon net. Okay, 2nd squad. I know I can't be up there with you, but I want you to remember that. You're members of the Empress's own, damn it. There was a cracked sob, and he choked out the next words. I want you to do me proud. Remember, long, wildly uncontrolled bursts? A tide of laughter welled up over the net. Gunnery Sergeant Jin was faintly audible, protesting the bad radio discipline, but it was almost impossible to understand him through his own barking belly laughs. Remember, the squad leader continued with another sob. You're Marines, and the Empress's own. We're the best of the best of the best. Well, maybe not the last best. That would be Gold Battalion, actually, but... Julianne, Jin wailed, stop! And I just want to say, if these are our last moments together, the NCO continued. Company, stand by to open fire! Captain Panner's voice crackled over the general frequency, oblivious of the transmissions on the platoon net. Groningen, Julian said with another choking sob, To the biggest, ugliest, most straight-laced private in the entire company, I just want you to know, I love you, man. Oh. Eleonora looked up in surprise and fear as one of the armored plasma gunners fell over on her side, bent nearly double. The academic started to get up to try to render assistance, but Portena held up his hand to stop her as he switched frequencies on his helmet radio. She watched in fear as his expression slid from worry through annoyance, while the plasma gunner first tried to get to her knees, and then fell over again, twitching. Oh, Casey couldn't imagine what could have happened to the woman. But then the armorer began to laugh. He slid down from his perch on the ammunition boxes, holding his sides, and the civilian's eyes went wide as Dr. Brescu opened his mouth and began to howl with laughter of his own. I'm Yirain. So, our jail away. Third platoon! Connor barked as a burst of bead fire went flying off into the distance, and a grenade volley rolled through the enemy's ranks like a surf line of fire and death. Sergeant Jin, what the hell is happening down there? Ah, Jin replied, then burst into laughter. Sorry, he choked out. Sorry, sir. Ah. A wild rip of bead fire lashed out from 3rd Platoon's position and sliced into the Chronolta like a hypervelocity bandsaw. Then another. The Mardukans went down like wheat before a reaper, and Panner heard the distant sound of almost maniacal laughter from the parapet. Sergeant Jin, what the hell is happening down there? He couldn't fault the effectiveness of the platoon's fire, but it wasn't like they had ammo to spare. Ah. It was all the gunnery sergeant could say as he tore off his own wildly uncontrolled rip of automatic fire and dissolved into helpless laughter of his own. Connor started to bellow furiously at Jin, but the firing quickly got itself back under control, and he clamped his jaw tight. Then he tilted his head to the side and flipped to the platoon frequency just in time to hear, "No, man, really. I love you," followed by hysterical laughter as Groningen explained exactly what was going to happen to the NCO when he got his extremely heterosexual fingers around Julian's throat. "Julian," Connor began, then paused as he realized that not only was the firing steadier, but he could actually see smiles on the faces of the troopers on the parapet. Some of those smiles might be a little crazed, but it was obvious that at least one platoon had stopped contemplating the likelihood of death in the near future. "What, Captain?" the NCO whined. And sobbed Jin, who was well known for his own interests. "I've got to tell the sergeant major I love her too." "Okay, people," Panner said, shaking his head but unable not to do a little laughing of his own. "Let's settle down and kill us some scummies, okay?" Okay, Julian said. "Sorry, boss. I'm still gonna kill your ass, Julian," Groningen growled. A burst of fire echoed over the open link. "But I've got other things to do in the meantime." And so Bravo Company Bronze Battalion of the Empress's Own went into battle against overwhelming odds. With an uncontrollable chuckle on its lips. Morale is to the physical as 10 is to 1. Chapter 42. Are these stupid bastards ever going to realize that they're beaten? Connor wearily asked no one in particular. Damage from repeated plasma blasts had finally forced him to abandon the gatehouse, which was now a pile of rubble, and move into the 3rd Platoon bastion. The Chronolta had taken unspeakable losses throughout the long Mardukan day, but still they insisted on charging the castle, and in so doing they'd whittled their opponents down to practically nothing. Of the 72 members of the Empress's Own who'd survived the initial Chronolta ambush, barely half were still on their feet. Connor had come to the point of regretting his decision to immure Portena and Cord's nephews in the keep. They were safe there, but he could have used them on the walls. He shook his head. There were still several thousand Chronolta out there, and they'd stopped trying to take the keep. The last wave had avoided the smoldering killing ground of the Bailey, and hurled itself solely against 2nd Platoon's portion of the wall and its bastion. The attack had crashed in behind a massive javelin launch, and 2nd Platoon had taken terrific casualties before it could beat off the assault. As always, the Mardukans' losses had been enormously higher than the humans. Unfortunately, the Marines could kill hundreds of the barbarians for every one of their own casualties and still lose. It was insane. Whatever happened to the company, the slaughter of the Chronoltus warriors had already been so extreme that the clan itself was almost certainly doomed to extinction, but they didn't seem to care. Or perhaps they did. Perhaps they knew their people had already been effectively destroyed this blood-soaked day, and all they wanted now was to drag down and kill the aliens who'd slain them. Whatever they were thinking, they were also lining up for yet another attack on 2nd Platoon, and he lifted the visor of his helmet to scrub his eyes in exhaustion. He could shift some of 3rd Platoon over to 2nd's area, but if he did that, and the scummies hit 3rd's bastion simultaneously, they would sweep away the reduced defenders. No. The only option was to order 3rd to fire everything it had into the flank of the assault. That hadn't stopped the last one, but maybe it would work this time. Something had to break these bastards. He shook his head again as the scummies surged forward. The ground was so thickly covered with their dead that they literally had to climb over drifts and hills of bodies just to reach the wall, but they didn't even seem to notice. They just came on through the hail of bead and grenade fire from front and flank until they hit the wall. Then the ladders went up again, and the Chronoltus swarmed upward. The plasma cannon in the Keep and 3rd Platoon's bastion could bear on them as they topped the battlements, but the gunners had to be careful. Not only was there the danger that they might inflict human casualties in the wild melee atop the wall, but one twitch to the side, and the plasma bolts could blow the door right out of the other bastion. Now that door rang to the sound of axes again, and bead gunners from 3rd Platoon's bastion picked off the axemen carefully. Again, a burst of beads in the wrong spot would do the scummies' work for them. Only 3 of 3rd Platoon's spear slits overlooked the other platoon's doorway. Against any rational foe, that should have been enough, but these were Chronolta. A bead rifleman stepped back with a jammed rifle, and for the flicker of time required for someone to replace him, a single scummy was able to survive long enough to drive 3 more blows into the hastily assembled timber barricade. The barrier had finally taken all it could stand. It crumbled, and a wild, hungry scream of triumph went up from the Chronolta as they saw their chance at last. Connor dropped down to the plasma cannon and slapped the gunner on the helmet. He pointed to the open doorway and the line of scummies clawing towards it against a solid wall of bead fire. "Fire it up!" "But, Captain," the gunner began. The angle to the doorway was acute, and the odds were better than even that none of the plasma bolt itself would carry through it. But they were just barely better than even. And even if the bolt itself didn't, blast, fragments and thermal bloom through the doorway and its covering spear slits would be more than sufficient to turn the bastion's interior into a vision of hell. "Do it!" Connor snapped and keyed the general frequency. "2nd Platoon, duck and cover." The gunner shook her head and triggered 3 rounds into the mass around the doorway, clearing the narrow walkway. Someone shrieked over the radio as the rounds impacted, but there was no time to think of that, and Panner leapt back to his previous perch as the Chronolta recoiled again. But they didn't recoil far, and the Marine cursed. They'd barely retreated at all this time, dropping below the level of the now unmanned wall, which put them just out of the angle of fire from the defenders clinging to the bastions and the keep. His TACOMP threw fresh strength estimates up on his HUD, and he swore again. There were still 3,000 or so of them left, which wasn't very many for a force which had begun with 18,000, but his readout showed only 31 of the companies still mobile. "We can still win this thing," he thought. "They're wearing us away, but we're wearing them away even faster. 2 more assaults. Maybe 3. That's all we've got to make it through," and the enemy's horrible trophy horns brayed as they worked themselves up for yet another assault, and Panner's nerves tightened. But then he heard another sound, an answer to the Chronolta horns. A harsher, deeper braying came from the west, and Panner looked in that direction, and his heart seemed to freeze. Another entire army was deploying out of the forests beyond the ruined city. It was barely a fraction of the original Chronolta host, but it was also fresh and unbloodied as it marched to join the assault. The new warriors were heavily armed and armored, and they were accompanied by Flarta, the missing baggage train the initial Chronolta army had left behind, no doubt. Some of the pack beasts seemed to be covered in glittering bronze, and as the Tacomp projected the new numbers, Armand Panner knew utter despair. The Chronolta reinforcements outnumbered the mangled force at the foot of the wall, and their addition to the next assault would break the Marines' back at last. He stared at the death of every one of his people for perhaps 10 seconds, then sucked in a deep breath. If he and his people were going to go down, he would be damned if they died cowering in these holes like Voitin's last defenders. "If you can make a heap of all your winnings," he whispered, then opened the company frequency. "Bravo, company! All units, prepare to sally. A new force has just arrived. If we can hammer them badly enough in the open field, it will give us a little time to regroup. Immediately upon return to this position, I want everyone to fall back to the keep. We'll reform our line there." As if any of them were going to return, he thought bitterly. "All units, arm your wounded and prepare to sally." "What do you..." "Oh, fuck," Julian muttered as he began to tear at the barrier across the keep door. Like the curtain wall gate, the keep doorway had been too large for them to hang a portal that could be easily opened and closed. Instead, it was barricaded by a pile of braced tree trunks, hammered together by the armored suits. Taking it down was a permanent operation. Putting it back would not be an option. "It's cool," Masek said unevenly. "We can do this." Sure, Julian said as he ripped down another support with the mechanically enhanced power of the armor. "We'll live until the juice gives out, while we watch the damned Chronolta kill everybody else. Then we'll have a choice between opening up or suffocating." "We'll kill them at the same time," the private said. "We'll kill most of them that are left." "Sure, but they'll wipe out the company while we do it, which is why the old man didn't send us out in the first place." He pulled down the last support and opened up the door to the bailey. The door to 3rd Platoon's bastion was already open. Nobody was in sight yet, but Julian figured they would be coming out as soon as Captain Panner gave the word. 2nd Platoon's door was just gone. Agility. He didn't want to think about what it must be like inside that tower. He looked out over the rubble where the gatehouse had been. From the elevated porch in front of the keep, he could just make out the distant army that Panner had spotted, and it looked formidable indeed. He dialed up the magnification on his helmet, and his jaw tightened. Most of the new force was armored, and if bronze armor wouldn't do the Mardicans much good against the rifles, it would let them hammer the Marines right under when it got down to hand-to-hand. And it would. He jumped off the platform and onto the rubble in 2 long bounces, then checked to be sure his chameleon system was engaged. The active system on the suits was more effective than that of the uniforms and made the armor virtually invisible, although the suits were loud both electronically and audibly, which gave advanced enemies many ways to target them. There were ways to counteract that as well, but not easily or when the suits were moving fast. Not that it mattered in this case. The Mardicans weren't going to see anything but a flicker and bursts of bead fire punctuated with plasma bolts. It should seem like evil demons in their midst. As long as the juice lasted. The original Chronolta force had moved around the shoulder of the hill and was preparing to hit 2nd Platoon again. He thought about triggering a burst of bead fire into them, but waited for orders. They would be coming soon enough, and he saw 3rd Platoon filing out of its bastion even as the army by the jungle started up the long slope to the battleground. The scummy reinforcements were at least 4,000 or 5,000 strong, and their banners flapped in the breeze. Their horns brayed again, and some of the survivors of the original Chronolta force turned and spotted them. They blared on their own horns, and waved their weapons in excitement as the newcomers hurried towards them. "Wow, I don't know. Who is that?" Danelfar asked. I don't know, his second-in-command replied, but he sounded uneasy. It looks like the host of Voitinal. Ha! 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 It was the first good laugh Danelfar had had since this slaughter began. But they'd nearly taken the outer defenses now. But for the damned fire weapons they would have already. The next push would see them in firm control of the bastion, and from there they could roll up these damned humans easily. Ghosts, he scoffed. No, it's some other tribe come to help us against these humans. Perhaps the Talna or the Bort. No, Banity Carr said dubiously. Neither use armor. The last time I saw such a host was in the fighting for Tenatas. Ghosts, the chieftain grunted again, but with a nervous edge. All of those lands are ours now. We took them, and we keep them, even against these human demons. Took them, yes, Carr said as he started toward the walls. Keep them, maybe. One day on 'em. How's it going, Julian? Connor asked over the radio. Third platoon, what remained of it, had gathered on the gatehouse rubble, while second and first pulled their dead and wounded out of the damaged bastion. Oh, fair, sir. Looks like they're getting ready to come back. Very well. Connor looked around at the pitiful remnants of his company and shook his head. Swing around to cover our front. Third platoon prepared to deploy over the rubble. Ronsi, it is Tenkas. Banty Carr cried. The Colonelta second-in-command gestured at the flag that had just been unfurled atop one of the armored floor top. That's the spreading tree. Impossible! Farr shouted, refusing to believe his eyes. We killed them all. We destroyed their warriors and scattered their people to the winds. But we didn't kill their sons, his second grated in a voice of bleached old bone, and a groan of despair went up from the Colonelta host as another banner was unfurled and the long-lost symbol of the fire and the iron soared over the battle. Nor all the sons of Voitan. Well, I shall be in Warnet disgorged dodge day. Captain, Julian called, you might want to hold up. Something just happened with the two forces. The new one just raised some flags. I don't know Scummies real well, but I don't think the Colonelta are all that happy to see these new guys after all. This why I... Understood, Connor replied. Keep me advised. He finished just as the Colonelta broke into a chant. One day, do you hear that? Deline Tard demanded. That's the sound I've waited to hear most of my life. The sound of the Colonelta death chant. The big old Mardican hefted the battle axe attached to his stump and waved it high. Suck on this, you barbarian bastards. Voitan is back. Aye. Calvline shouted back. The last of the princes of Tain Katas grunted in laughter as he listened to the mournful dirge. It's time for Tain Katas to collect a debt. Much of the force consisted of mercenaries, gathered from all over the lower city-states. But the core of the army were the sons and grandsons of the cities fallen before the Colonelta. Both Voitan and Tonkas had managed to evacuate not only non-combatants, but also funds. Those funds had been scattered in businesses, ventures in multiple city-states, awaiting the day when Voitan could rise again. And this day, the humans had cleared the way. Oh, the demons are feasting well this day. Tard clapped his remaining true hand to the axe in delight as he surveyed the mountainous piles of corpses. Look at the souls these humans have sent on. And it looks as if they're still holding out. Velon gestured at the smoking citadel. I think we should hurry. He turned to the force at his back. Forward the tree. Time to take back our own. Forward the tree. The roar came back to him. Forward the flame. Hammer those Colonelta bastards into atoll food. Deline Tard howled, waving his axe overhead. Forward the tree. Forward the flame. Chapter 43. Despro knelt beside the prince in the dim light. The wounded had been gathered in a line on the ledge on the north side of the cavernous keep, and the bandaged and burnt marines were mostly asleep, courtesy of Doc Dobrescu. Their wounds were horrible, even by modern standards. Most of the wounded seemed to be from 1st and 2nd platoon, despite the protection of their flame-resistant chameleon suits. Most of them looked like so many pieces of barbecued chicken, and she shook her head and turned away when she realized that the white thing sticking out of Coletti's uniform was his ulna. Horrible though it was, the damage would heal. Even the severed limbs would regrow over time, and the nanites and regenerative retroviruses the Marines were pumped full of were already hard at work repairing the gross wounds. As skin grew over burns and muscles mended at impossible speeds, the limbs would start regrowing as well. There was a metabolic penalty, of course. For the next several days, the wounded would be able to do nothing but eat and sleep as the nanites worked feverishly to repair the wounds and combat infections. But in time, short or long, depending mostly on the amount of damage, rather than its severity, the terrible wounds would reduce themselves to nothing but scars. In time, even those scars would fade, to be replaced by new ones, undoubtedly. She touched the prince's face and picked up the diagnostic tag attached to his uniform. There were only a few of those, and she was surprised Dobrescu had used it on him. Or maybe she wasn't. There were more seriously wounded. The tag told her that immediately with its readout of his alpha rhythms, blood pressure, pulse, and oxygen. But there were none so precious. She touched his face again, gently. "He gets to you, doesn't he?" a gravelly voice asked. She froze and looked up at the sergeant major. "You look like a rabbit in a spotlight," Kosudik told her with a quiet chuckle. The senior NCO had propped herself up on her uninjured right arm to contemplate the squad leader with a quizzical smile. "I was just checking on 3rd Platoon's wounded, Sergeant Major," Despro said guiltily, and almost truthfully. That had been her rationale for the visit, but she'd realized almost immediately what she was really after. "Try to tell the old man that girl? Not me!" the sergeant major snapped, shifting her burnt and mangled left arm into a better position. Or, at least, one that was marginally less uncomfortable. "You haven't so much as looked at any of the other wounded. You've just been making cow eyes at Roger." "Drill. Sergeant Major," Despro began. "Can it?" I said. "I know exactly what's going on. It was obvious even back on the ship, if you had eyes. And I do." "But I hated him back on the ship," the sergeant protested. "He was so snotty," Kosudik suggested with a chuckle that cut off abruptly. "Shit, don't make me laugh, girl. Yeah. And you were making cow eyes at him, snotty attitude and all." "I was not making cow eyes," Despro insisted firmly. "Call it what you want, girl," the older woman said with a grin. "I call it cow eyes." Despro looked around almost desperately, but all the other wounded seemed to be asleep. If they weren't, they were being incredibly disciplined and not laughing at her. Then she looked back at Kosudik. "What are you going to do about it?" "Nothing," the sergeant major said, and chuckled again at her look of surprise. "We've got bigger things to worry about, Sergeant, and so far he seems to be either oblivious or beating you off with a club. I'm not sure which." "Neither am I," the squad leader admitted sadly. "Look," Kosudik said, "when I'm not feeling like a pounded piece of liver, come talk to me about this. I don't know if I can do anything, but we can talk. No reports, no notes, no counseling. Just girl talk about boy prob." "Girl talk," Despro repeated incredulously. She looked at the sergeant major, then down at the line of combat ribbons and the burnt and mangled arm. "You realize that sounds odd." "Hey, you've got boy problems," the senior NCO said, pointing at the sleeping prince with her chin. "Think of me as your older sister." "Okay," Despro said, shaking her head slowly from side to side. "If you say so, girl talk." Later the sergeant major agreed, lying back down. "When I don't feel like pounded liver." "Oh yeah." The first thing Roger noticed was a raging thirst. Hard on the heels of the thirst, though, was a headache that put it to shame. He groaned and tried moving his fingers and toes. Something seemed to happen, so next he tried opening his eyes. Well, he thought, cataloging his sensory impressions, it was hot and close, and there was a rock roof overhead. There was also a distinct stench of Flarta droppings, and he swore, as he gagged on the dreadful smell, that he would never complain about grumbly oil again. He'd found so many smells that were worse. Starting with burnt pork. He turned his head to the side and groaned again. He didn't know what had happened to the Marine, but it'd been bad. Bad enough that he wasn't too sure, right offhand, whether it was a man or a woman. Plasma blast, a voice said from his other side. Roger turned his head, slowly and carefully, and looked up into the ugly face of Dr. Dobrescu. Only the bloom from it, actually. Not that that wasn't bad enough. The warrant officer gazed at his other patient for a moment, then back at Roger. "Morning, Your Highness." "My head," Roger croaked. "Kinda hurts?" the medic asked cheerfully. "Yeah." The former raider leaned forward and administered a stim shot to the prince's neck. In a moment, a wave of blessed relief flowed through him. "Ooh." "Don't get used to it," the medic cautioned. "We've got lots of wounded, and on that subject I need you to get your ass in gear, Your Highness. I've got other people to attend to." Roger felt a hand on his shoulder, pulling him up, and looked back to discover that it belonged to Matsuge. "Costas?" he asked him blearily. He listened, but there was no crash of plasma cannon or crack of bead rifles. "What happened? Did we win?" "Yes, Your Highness," the valet said, propping him up and handing him a cup of deliciously cool water. "Welcome back." An image flashed suddenly across Roger's memory. "Despro?" he said sharply. "Sergeant Despro?" the valet asked with a puzzled expression. "She's fine. Why do you ask?" Roger thought about explaining the memory of an upraised axe, but decided against it. He might also have to explain the strange, unsettled feeling that the image caused him. "Never mind. What's the situation?" "We won, as you surmised," the valet told him. "But things are complicated at the moment." Roger looked around the fetid keep and blanched. "How many?" he asked, gazing at the rows of wounded. 38, Dobrescu replied, coming by checking monitors. "That aren't walking wounded, 12 Kia, including Lieutenant Golia's, I'm afraid." "Oh, God." Roger's eyes returned to the burn patient next to him. So many of the wounded seemed to have terrible burns. "What happened?" he repeated. "Plasma fire," Dobrescu said simply. "Things got a little tight. We need to get them out of here," the prince said, waving a hand around in the stinking dimness. "This is no place to put a hospital." "They're working on it, Your Highness," the medic told him. "We'll have them out of here by nightfall. In the meantime, it's the only roof we've got." "Okay." Roger levered himself up, with help from the valet. "Make sure of it." The prince stumbled across the floor to the open doorway and stopped at the view that greeted him. The interior of the citadel was a scene from some demented vision of hell. The eastern bastion, 2nd Platoon's redoubt, was a blackened ruin. The curtain wall on that side was still covered in Mardukan dead, and the doors and spear slits were blasted, blackened, and broken. The gatehouse was nothing but rubble, and half-fused, still smoking rubble at that. And the bailey was covered in Mardukan dead, piled 5 and 6 deep, where the piles weren't even deeper. Since the gate had been the only drain for the torrential Mardukan rains, the courtyard had started to fill with water. The line of natives who were working to clear the area already waited, ankle-deep in the noisome mess as they bent over the dead, and it was getting deeper. Roger peered at the natives picking up bodies and bits of bodies in the gruesome, deepening soup. "Are those who I think they are?" "Crenolta," Costas confirmed. "They have weapons," Roger pointed out in a croak. He took another sip of water and shook his head. "What happened?" he asked for the 3rd time. "We won," the valet repeated. "Sort of." Forces from the other city-states showed up right at the end. They hit the Crenolta from the rear and drove them back over the wall, where they finally took the eastern bastion. By then, Captain Panner had evacuated it anyway, and it was the only cover they could find. Between the pressure of the new forces and having them pinned down, the Marines more or less wiped them out. But quite a few of them had withdrawn to their encampment before the city-state forces arrived. Only a handful of their original army, but enough that they could still have caused lots of problems, so Panner arranged a ceasefire. The Kronolta that are left don't have any interest in facing Marines or the New Voitan forces, but they'll fight if forced to. So the captain and our new allies agreed to let them keep their weapons and bury their dead. Wonder. What a disaster, Roger whispered, looking over his shoulder back into the keep. It could have been worse, sir. How? Roger demanded bitterly. Well, the valet said as the rain began again, we could have lost. Chapter 44. If you hadn't come, we would have lost. Roger took a sip of wine. The vintage was excellent. But then, all the tense appointments were excellent, from the finely tooled leather of its walls to its hammered brass tables. The cushions on the floor were covered in a cloth the humans had never seen before, silky and utterly unlike the more common rough and wool-like material found in Q&Co. Obviously, Takal Vlan traveled in style. Perhaps so. The last ruler of Town Katas picked up a candied slice of Kate fruit and nibbled it. Yet even so, you would have destroyed the Kronolta. That's surely worth something, even in the eyes of gods of the most distant land. Captain Panner shook his head. I'm sorry, Your Highness, but it isn't. We come from an empire so vast that the Kronolta and all the Valley of the Hurton are an unnoticeable speck. I'm glad that you're glad, but the losses we took might mean the prince won't make it home. He grinned at the Mardukins, and that would really disappoint his mother. Ah! Roger exclaimed. Not that. Not mother angry, God forbid. Formidable woman, eh? Takal Vlan grunted a laugh. Rather, Roger told him with a shrug. He has a point, though. I'm sure that if I died, Mother would visit me beyond the grave to chastise me for it. So, you see, Panner continued, I'm afraid I have to count this one as a straight loss. Not really, Captain, the prince said, swirling his wine gently. We've cleared the way. One way or another, we had to get to the other side of this range of hills, and none of the choices were particularly good. There's no reason to second-guess this one. If we'd gone south, we would have been walking through a war, and we would undoubtedly have second-guessed ourselves then and said, I bet those Kronolta pussies wouldn't have been this much trouble. Well, I, for one, thank you for clearing out most of those Kronolta pussies. Dean Targ said, with his own grunt of laughter. Already, the ironworkers we brought with us are building the furnaces. We have gathered all the surviving masters of the art and their apprentices. Soon the lifeblood of Voitan will flow once more. Wiser. Pishy. I see. Aye, Takal Vlan agreed. And the sooner the better. My own treasury is flowing away like blood. You need to capitalize, O'Casey said. The chief of staff had been quietly sipping her wine and listening to the warrior's testosterone grunting with amusement. This, however, was her specialty. Agreed, Vlan said. But the family has already liquidated most of its holdings to fund the expedition. Short of borrowing, at extortionate rates, I'm not sure how to raise more capital. Sell shares, O'Casey suggested. Offer a partial ownership of the mines. Each share has a vote on management, and each gains equity and shares in the profits, if any. It would be a long-term investment, but not a particularly risky one if you're sufficiently capitalized. Mayonnaise. I didn't understand all the words you just used, Vlan said, cocking his head. What is this equity? Oh my. O'Casey grinned widely. We really must have a long conversation. Don't worry, Panner told her with a shrug. We're not going anywhere for a while. Yay. Roger sat up in his tent, damp with sweat and panting, and looked around him. All clear. Tent walls faintly billowing in the wind that had come up. Camp gear. Eyes. You should be resting, Your Highness, said Cord faintly. So should you, old snake, Roger said. You don't heal as fast as we do. He sat up on the camp cot and took a deep breath. It just, comes back. Yes, it does, the Mardukan agreed. I wonder how. The prince stopped and shook his head. How? The shaman queried, lifting himself up with a grimace. You should be flat on your back, Cord, Roger said with another headshake. I grow weary of lying about like a worm, the Mardukan countered. How? What? Not one to be distracted, are you? Roger smiled. I was wondering how the Marines handle it. How they handle the fear and the death. Not just ours. God knows I got enough Marines killed here. But the Krenolta. We've ended them as a tribe, Cord. Piled them up against the wall as if they were a ramp. They, Insol, I and Tui, don't seem affected by that. Then you have not eyes, young prince, the shaman countered with a grunt. Look at young Julian. Your people, too, have the laughing warrior who hides his pain with humor, as did our Dinat, he who I lost to the Atul. Always he faced danger with laughter, but it was a shield to the soul. I'm sure that he jested with the very Atul as it ate him. Or young Despro. So young, so dangerous. I am told that she is beautiful for a human. I don't see it myself. She lacks many things. Horns for one. And her shield is that face like a stone. She holds her pain in so hard it has turned her to a stone, I think. No. Roger tilted his head to the side and played with a stray lock of hair. What about Ponar? Kasudik? Ah, Cord grunted. For one, you notice that though they are capable warriors, they control from afar. But mostly they have learned the tricks. The first trick is to know that you are not alone. While I was in the cavern still, Ponar came to visit, to see the wounded, and we talked. He is a font of wisdom, is your cap. We talked of many things, but mostly we talked of song, of poetry. Poetry? Roger laughed. What in the hell would Ponar be doing talking about poetry? There is poetry and poetry, my prince, the shaman said with a grunt. Ask him about the grave of the 100 dead. Or recessional. Or if. The shaman rolled over to find a more comfortable position. But ask him in the morning. Oh, poetry? Roger said. What in hell would I want with poetry? Well, Eleonora? Roger asked. The chief of staff was on her way to another of the numerous meetings she had arranged with the Voitanese forces. She apparently considered herself a one-person social re-engineering team, or at least the best equivalent available. She was determined that when she left, the Voitanese would have the strongest governmental structure available to the situation. Since that was probably a rational oligarchy, it fit in well with the Voitanese plan. Yes, Your Highness, she asked hurriedly. Her pad was almost overloaded with notes and there were only a few days left to get everything in place. Whatever Roger wanted had better be quick. Have you ever heard of a poem called The Grave of the 100 Dead? The chief of staff stopped and thought, then consulted her too. The name is familiar, but I can't quite place it. Or recessional. Roger's brow wrinkled, but he couldn't think of the other. Or something like if? Ah, the historian's face cleared. Yes, that one I have. Why? Roger stopped, caught. Would you believe Cord recommended it? Oh, Casey laughed merrily. It was a twinkling sound that Roger realized he had never heard. Not without some sort of body transference, Your Highness. I think he heard of it from someone, Roger explained stiffly. Set your pad, she said with a smile and transferred the file. There was a blip, and Roger looked at the translation remark on his pad. You keep it on your toot? Roger asked, surprised. Oh, yes, so Casey said as she started back down the path. I love that poem. There are very few pre-space poets that have even one poem known. Kipling has to be right up there with the Earl of Oxford. You might see Captain Panner. I believe Eva said he has the collected works in his toot. Now, why nay, John Bay. Warrant Officer Dubrescu tossed the chunk of reddish ore from hand to hand as he gazed up at the towering wall of red and black. And, lo, the answers come clear, he thought. The last 2 weeks had been good for the company. The troops had been given time to rest and get some separation from the terrible losses inflicted in the battle. Since Voitin was going to be held by friendly forces, Captain Panner had decided to leave all of their dead. If they made it through alive, they would come back for them. If they fell along the way, these Marines, at least, would be honored. The Voitinese had opened a vault in their own catacombs, which had been looted by the Chronolt. The sepulchre had been the resting place of the city's royal guards before its fall, and there were still a few of their bones moldering in the back. The Marines had been bagged but not burned, and laid to rest along with their brethren. Sergeant Major Kasudik, as the only registered chaplain in the company, had performed the ceremony, and if any of the Marines had objected to their honored dead being prayed over by a high priestess of Satan, they hadn't mentioned. The pause had also given the wounded time to recover, and a regimen of heavy eating and bed rest had done wonders. All but the most critically injured were back on their feet and training, and from a purely selfish point of view, it had given Dubrescu time to scratch a few itches. The first itch had to do with the local steel. The point had been made again and again that only the water steels made in Voitin were of the finest quality, that steels from other areas, even if processed in what they thought was the same way, did not possess the spirit of Voitin's Damascene steels. The second itch had to do with the Mardican biology. Something had been bugging him ever since they landed and ran into Donald Cord, and the downtime and necessity of working on Mardican wounded, as well as human, had given him the opportunity to do a little studying. What he discovered would startle most of the company, but the warrant thought it was hilarious. He hated it when people made assumptions. Time to go watch some people cringe, he thought with an evil smile. Well, so the steel has a high percentage of impurities, O'Casey said. So what? It's not just that it has a high percentage, Dubrescu said, consulting his pad. It's what the impurities are. I don't know what this impurity is, Targ said. That's going to be difficult to explain, Eleonora said with a frown. It involves molecular chemistry. I'll give it a shot, Roger said. Targ, you know how when you first smelt the ore you get black iron. The brittle stuff, right? Yes, Tekal agreed. It's what was given to Cord's tribe that broke so easily. You have to remelt it, Cord put in. The wounded Mardican was seated behind Roger, as was proper, but stretched out on cushions to save his ravaged legs. Very hot. It's hard and expensive, which is why black iron is cheaper. Okay, Roger went on. Then when you heat it in a crucible, very hot, as Cord said, you get a material that's gray and very easy to work. Iron, Targ said. So? That's what we call wrought iron, and it actually is almost pure iron. Iron is a molecule. Black iron is iron with carbon, which is what's in charcoal mixed into it. What about steel? Tekal asked. And why do I think we need an iron master here? Somebody else can explain it later, Roger said with a laugh. The point is that iron is a pure element, a kind of molecule. Is that sort of clear? I hear the words, Targ replied, but I don't know their meaning. That would be hard to really explain without teaching you basic chemistry first, Dubrescu said. You're just going to have to take our word for most of this, and I'm not sure how much you can do with it. The point is that steel is also iron with carbon in it, Roger said. But less carbon, and heated to a much higher temperature. That much is well known to our master smiths, Targ said, with a human-style shrug. Yet mere heat and tempering does not produce the water steel. Even in exile, Our smiths have forged weapons far superior to those of other city-states, but never the water steel of Voiton. Now? No, steel is complicated, Roger agreed. Especially water steel, what we call damascene. I was really surprised you had it, and of such quality. It's unusual at your technology level. I think it's driven by their pumping industry, O'Casey interjected. They have quite a bit of refined technology dedicated to pumps. Once that starts to spread out a bit, look for an industrial revolution. I wish they were just a bit further along. If they were, I'd introduce the steam engine. Nyaz. Let's stick to the subject, if we can, Panner suggested with a slight grin, and re-engineer their society when we can do it with a regiment at our back. Okay. His Highness is right, Dobrescu went on to Targ, ignoring the captain's amusement. Normal steel is specially formed iron with a bit of carbon and high temperature, but you need some other impurities if you want good steel, which explains Voiton Blake. The first thing to realize is that the local ore is what we call banded iron. I know, Roger said. Geology, remember? It's formed by early oxygen-generating organisms. Prior to their evolution, atmospheres are mostly reducing, and iron can remain on the surface in a mostly pure state. But once the first green or blue-green organism occurs and starts producing oxygen, the iron rusts. Then the oxygen gets used up over millions of years, and there's a band of non-rusted ore, then another band of rusted ore. Right, the warrant officer agreed. Which makes it some of the best possible taconite, so it's comparatively easy to work. But even better, it's contaminated with vanadium, which is one of several possible hardening agents for steel. Molybdenum and chrome are a couple of others. Molybdenum? Cord grimaced. I can't pronounce that. Don't worry about it, Dobrescu said. The point is, Targ, that it really is the local ore, and your know-how, that's special. And I ran a tap-in on one of your main mines, and it's all laced with impurities, vanadium and molybdenum. In fact, I'd give odds that by the time you get back into full swing, you'll hit a vein that makes the best steel you've ever seen. Ah, good, Targ said. We have long wondered what it was that made our water steel. That's part of it, surely. Hold on a minute, Roger said, frowning at Dobrescu. Vanadium and molybdenum are important, yeah, but not really critical for sword steel, Doc. The warrant officer blinked at him in surprise, and the prince chuckled with a humor that was more than slightly sour. I won't claim to be an expert on the topic, he said, but no McClintock can avoid learning at least a little about ancient weapons, no matter how hard he tries. I know. Oh. Dobrescu cocked an eyebrow, and Roger shrugged. Oh, he replied. Vanadium helps produce a finer grain structure in heat-treated steel, which helps with the tempering process and eliminates some of the problems in overheating steel. And it helps prevent loss of temper in reheated metal, so steel with vanadium in it can withstand higher temperatures before losing its temper. Molybdenum does some of the same thing by helping to transmit the temperature deeper into the steel, and it also increases hardness, and helps reduce the fatigue factor. But carbon is the most critical element in hardening steel. Both of Dobrescu's eyebrows had risen during the prince's explanation, and the warrant officer's surprise was not an isolated phenomenon. Even O'Casey was staring at her one-time student, and Roger shrugged. Hey, like I said, I'm a McClintock, he told them. According to something I read years ago, though, Dobrescu said, vanadium and molybdenum were what produced damascene steel. Almost right, Roger told him. The water pattern, those white lines on the black background, are a crystalline damask that's largely the result of those sorts of impurities. But you can have that kind of pattern on a blade that really sucks. Good damascene steel hits a carbon content of something like 1.5%, if I remember correctly. But even then, the trick is in the tempering. There are some beautifully patterned blades in the Roger III collection that were never properly heat-treated. I think their Rockwell number was only 30 or so, which would make them pretty useless as real weapons. You need to hit a Rockwell of around 50 if you want something to cut through mail and bone like this baby. He touched the katana lying beside him, even into Calvlon's tent. Really? O'Casey asked, trying to hide her delight at hearing Roger. Her Roger? In professorial mode. Sort of. Yeah. There were different techniques for making the good stuff back on old Earth, Roger told her. Europeans did it with pattern welding, the Japanese used mechanical construction, but the Indians probably did it closest to the way Voight & Smiths did it. Judging from this, he touched the katana again. They heated the steel in sealed clay crucibles that allowed the iron to soak up lots of carbon. That is indeed how our craftsmen work, Targ said, regarding Roger narrowly. It is part of our closely held craft secrets, he added, and Roger grinned. Don't worry, Targ. I don't plan on telling anyone else. But the humans who used that technique produced something called what steel that happened to have the very impurities the doc here was talking about, thanks to the local ores. And he's probably right that their presence helps account for at least some of your weapon's superiority. But don't let that distract you. The real secret's in the tempering, and how well you judge temperatures, and what quenching techniques you use. You might not get as pronounced a water pattern using steels without the impurities, but your people would still be turning out some of the best weapon-grade steel in the world. But it is the water steel which warriors associate with the superiority of our blades, Targ pointed out. It shows the soul of the steel. And it's flat-out beautiful too, Roger agreed. I'm not saying the nature of your ore isn't important, just that you shouldn't sell yourselves or your smith short. The hardest thing of all in making a true master blade is the tempering, and you guys obviously have that down. For the rest, he shrugged. Now that you've got access to the right ores again, everyone else will see that the true water steel is back. I imagine that's going to do good things for your income while you rebuild the city. No. True, to Calvlon put in. It is what warriors and merchants will look for when they judge the quality of our blades, and it is well to know what creates it. But where else do we find these ingredients? If we do start to have problems, we could mine them separately and add them, no? Yes, Roger said with a frown. The problem is finding them and separating them. I'd say that for the time being, you should probably just use what you have. I'll talk to a couple of your iron masters if you want. Between us, Dobrescu and I might be able to explain it and point them in the right direction. If I recall clearly, chrome is actually easier to detect and separate. Yeah, Donald. It is if you have an acid, Dobrescu agreed. Less so, otherwise. And it's tricky to hit the right proportions and heat treatments. Humans didn't turn out good chromium steel until, the last century and a half or so before spaceflight, I think. Of course, they didn't have anyone from the outside telling them how it worked, either. No, but they had more or less started figuring out chemistry on their own by then, O'Casey pointed out, and frowned thoughtfully. I wonder if we could help them make that jump, she mused, and Panner snorted. It sounds to me like we could probably spend a year or 3 just trying to remember what we don't remember about the processes, the Marine observed. It would be better to just come back with a lander filled with science texts. Agreed. Roger chuckled. Or, hell, a lander filled with a social reconstruct team. I don't want to crack Mardican society. I like most of what I see. But I do want to bring them into the Empire. We can do that, O'Casey said. God knows we've brought in enough devolved human societies without smashing their forms. Like Armagh? Roger asked with a grin. Well, the chief of staff said, there's something to be said for a plant full of battling Irishmen. Look at the sergeant major. True, Panner said. However, to bring back a SOC team, we need to get to the port. And to get to the port, we just have to put one foot in front of the other, Roger said. And that means breaking up this little party. Yep, Connor nodded. Targ, Vlan, thank you for coming. Not a problem, Vlan said. We're at your disposal until you leave. Thank you, Panner said, carefully not raising an eyebrow at the surreptitious signal Dobrescu flashed him. I think we'll see you tomorrow. Until then? Yes, Targ said. Thank you, and good night. Panner waited until the Mardukans had left the tent, then turned to the medic. Yes, Mr. Dobrescu? You had something to add without the Mardukans present? The warrant officer glanced at the shaman behind Roger. Yes, sir, but I'm not sure about Cord. He stays, Roger said coldly. Whatever you have to say, you can say in front of my ASI. All righty, Your Highness, the medic said. It's about the Mardukans, and about some assumptions we've been making. What assumptions? Connor asked warily. Oh, it doesn't relate to security, Captain, Dobrescu said with an evil grin. I'm not sure it matters at all, actually. But you see, we've got their genders confused. What? D1. Casey demanded. As the manager for the translation program, it was her job to make sure that that sort of thing didn't happen, and she started to bristle indignantly. Then she remembered all the times the program had tried to switch gender, and looked at Cord, stretched out behind Roger. But, she began, and blushed. What you're looking at, Ms. O'Casey, the medic told her with an even wider evil grin, is an ovipositor. An OVY. What? Roger asked, checking his impulse to turn around and look. Dealing with the habitually nude Mardukans had slowly inured the humans to the size of the natives. Members, but he wasn't about to turn around and get all depressed again. Gender is a slippery term when you start discussing xenobiology, the medic continued, pulling up a different entry on his pad. But the current definitive definition is that the male gender is that which supplies numerous gametes to fertilize a single gamete. However that's done. Now, I take it then that Cord and his gender do not supply numerous gametes, Panner said carefully. They certainly look capable of doing so. No, they don't, and yes they do, Dobrescu responded. The gender we've been calling male, Cord's gender, that is. Implants is the correct term, between 4 and 6 gametes that are functional cells, with the exception of a matching set of chromosomes. Once these have been implanted, they're fertilized by free-swimming zygotes resident in the egg pouches of what I suppose should technically be called brooder males. The medic pursed his lips. There are a few terrestrial species of fish that use a similar method, and it's common on Ashivum in the native species. So, Cord is actually a female? Panner asked. Technically. However, there are sociological aspects that make the males fill traditional female gender roles and vice versa. That, and the physiology are what have been confusing the program. And me, O'Casey admitted, but I'll bet you're right. We didn't have much of a language kernel to start with, and I never tried to get at its fundamental, underlying assumptions. Even if I'd thought about it, I wouldn't have known how to access them or what to do with them once I had. But given what Mr. Dobrescu just said about definitive definitions, I'd guess that whoever prepared the kernel in the first place knew that Cord and his gender were technically female. It tried to switch gender a couple of times, which is just the sort of literal-minded lunacy you might expect out of an AI with partial data. And I wouldn't let it. Well, I am not a female, Cord stated definitively. Shaman Cord, Eleonora said. We're having a problem with our translator. Try not to pay any attention to the flipping gender discussion. Very well, the shaman said. I can understand problems with your machines. You have them all time. But I am not a female. What was the word he actually used there? Dobrescu asked. Black tool. O'Casey consulted her pad. The etymology looks to be something like one that holds. One that holds the eggs. One that broods? I bet that's it. What about dog's art? Roger asked, looking at the faintly snoring lizard. Another interesting aspect of local biology, Dobrescu answered. There are 2 dominant families in Mardican terrestrial zoology. You can think of them as equivalent to reptiles and amphibians if you want. Cord is from the amphibian type. So are damn beasts and damn crocs and big beasts. They all have slimy skin and similar internal organ structures. But the feck beasts, the dogzards, and the flarta are completely different. They have a dry integument with some scaling and radically different internal structures. Different heart chambers, different stomachs, different kidney analogs. So is Dogzard a he or a she? Asked Roger in exasperation. She, Dobrescu answered. The reptile analogs are set up sexually, much like terrestrial reptiles. So Dogzard will eventually have puppies, well, eggs. So what do we do about the translator? Roger asked. We don't do anything about it, Panner said. We inform the troops of the physical aspects and explain to them that the Mardukans are flipped gender, but will continue with our current distinction. As Eleonora just suggested, the difference is purely technical, and since none of us are xenobiologists, I think we can get away with ignoring. I can't see that it matters one way or the other anyway, and this way we keep from confusing the troops. And the software. No. Just make sure that they're aware, Cord said stiffly, that I am not a brooder. Yeah, I see. Denna Hall, Sugnam Riot. He's a female? Julian asked. Sort of. Roger laughed. But just keep treating him like he's a male. And hope like hell the software doesn't slip up when you get a visualization miscue. The implant-based software had already miscued once, with Portana and DNet. Fortunately, it was a minor wound. The Pinapan would heal quickly, and the tribesman had accepted the explanation. Oh man, Julian said, shaking his head. I cannot wait to get off this planet. I got so much culture shock I feel like my dick's stuck in a culture socket. Nay, Dinan. Roger touched PFC Gillard on his shoulder as he strode past. The Marine grinned back at him and hefted the spear over his shoulder. He obviously still found it an odd item for a Marine to carry. All the Marines were armed with Mardukan weaponry. There'd been thousands of ex-Chronolta weapons available to choose from, and the new Voitan forces had let no time pass getting the first forges lit. They weren't up to custom work yet, but they were able to modify most of the weapons to fit the smaller humans. So, the company was now well armed with short swords, long daggers, to the Mardukans, and Mardukan style round shields, as well as at least one spear or javelin per Marine. During the 3 weeks of rest while the company recovered, the Marines had begun their training. They had nowhere near the ability of the Mardukans, who'd practically been born with weapons in their hands, but unlike the natives, they were soldiers, not warriors. All of their training emphasized teamwork and cooperation, not individual, uncoordinated prowess. And they only needed to be good enough for one platoon to hold a shield wall, which no Mardukan seemed ever to have heard of, while the other one got out the real weapons. Roger grinned back at the private and jabbed a thumb to indicate the sword over his own shoulder. The entire company looked better for the rest, although a few of the most seriously wounded were still going to be riding Flarta. Roger tossed a salute toward Corporal Distrays. She'd been one of the worst burn cases, and Dobrescu had eventually been forced to remove her left arm from the elbow down. Now she waved in return with her pink stump and scratched at the growing bulb of regenerating tissue. It itched like mad, but in another month or so, she'd be back in gear. Roger finally reached the pack beast assigned to Cord. The shaman gestured to the straps holding him in place. This is most undignified. Roger shook his head and waved at the endless row of grave mounds along the wood line. Figures could be seen moving down there, cutting wood for the charcoal pits and clearing brush from the beds of former roads. Be glad you're not in one of those. Oh, I am, Cord said with a grunt, but it is still most undignified. Roger shook his head again as Panner approached from the opposite direction. Well, Captain, are we ready? Looks that way, Your Highness. the captain answered as a delegation headed by Tleem Targ and Tekal Vlan approached. "We're leaving a lot of good people behind," Roger murmured, his smile fading just a bit as he glanced at the entrance to the city catacomb. "We are," Ponder agreed quietly, "but we're leaving them in good company. And to tell the truth, Your Highness, I think it's better this way. I know it's a marine tradition to bring our dead out with us, but I've always thought a soldier should be buried where he fell." He shook his head, his own eyes just a bit unfocused as he, too, gazed at the catacomb entrance. "That's what I want if my time ever comes," he said softly. "To be buried where I fall, with my comrade. And my enemies. Yundal." Roger looked at the Marine's profile in surprise, but not as much of it as he might have felt before reading it, or the other dozen or so Kipling poems Eleanor O'Casey's toot had contained. There were depths to the captain which the old prince had never suspected, and which the new one respected too deeply to mention out loud. "Well," he said cheerfully, "I'll bear that in mind if the time comes, Captain. But don't go getting any ideas. You're strictly forbidden to die until you get my royal butt home where it belongs. Clear? Will you?" "Aye, Colonel," Ponder agreed with a grin. "I'll bear that in mind." "Good," Roger said, and the two of them turned back towards the approaching delegation together. "I'd say this is the farewell committee," Kosudik observed, coming around the pack beast. She gestured at the groups of soldiers gathering along the route out of the rebuilding city. "I think they're getting ready for the big send-off." She scratched at her own pink skin. "I'll put on a bigger hat," Roger said jokingly, and flicked at a bit of leaf on the front of his chameleon suit. The suit was indelibly stained in places, but it was still self-cleaning to an extent, and was more or less intact. Many of the company's uniforms were in tatters from where they'd been cut off in the course of hasty first aid. "Well, if you can find one, you can wear it," Panner said calmly. "Why, thank you for that permission, sir." The prince grinned. "Should I go look?" "I wouldn't suggest it at the moment, Your Highness," O'Casey said tartly. The little chief of staff had snuck up behind them so quietly that her unexpected voice made Roger start. "I think we need to thank our benefactors." "I suppose," Roger answered impishly. "Of course, they might have saved our bacon, but we wiped out the Chronolta for them," he pointed out, and Panner smiled again as Targ approached. "I suppose there is that," the captain agreed. It took an hour, but the company finally broke free of its brothers in arms, after profuse expressions of eternal friendship and undying mutual fealty, and started back on the long trail to the sea. Marching up country. Chapter 45. The messenger lay prostrate in front of the throne. He couldn't think of any bad news in what he had to convey, but that didn't really matter. If the king was in a bad mood, the messenger's life was forfeit anyway, no matter how important he was. "So, Scout," the king said with a grunt of humor, "you say that the humans will come out on the Paschal side of the river?" "Yes, O king. They follow the old trade route from Voitin. Ensure that they bypass Paschal." The monarch picked at the ornate intaglio of his throne. "They must come to Marshad first." "Yes, O king," the messenger said. "Now to figure out a way to do that." "You may go, Scout," the king said. "Bring them here. Bring them to me. Or kill yourself before we lay our hands on you." "It shall be done," the messenger said, wiggling backwards out of the king's presence. Cheated death again, he thought. But cheated death again. Julian sighed as the company broke through the final screen of trees into obviously civilized lands. "Yeah," Dispro said. "Damn, but I'm glad to be out of the jungle." The passage over the hills from Voitin hadn't been terrible. In fact, they hadn't lost even one person to the jungle flora and fauna, although Crafton's second platoon had been badly mauled by a damn beast. The march from Voitan had also given them time to shake down into their new organization. The reduced company had separated into just 2 platoons, 2nd and 3rd, and they were getting used to all the empty files. Not happy about them, but adjust. All in all, they were probably in better shape both physically and in morale than at any time since leaving Cock, and the vista stretching out before them would help even more. The region was obviously long and widely settled. Cultivated fields, interspersed with patches of woodland, spread for kilometers in every direction, and the river the old path had been following was flanked in the middle distance by two towns, one clearly larger than the other. Captain Panner waved for the column to hold up as it cleared the jungle completely. The bare track they'd been following for the last day had suddenly become a road. Not much of one these days, perhaps. Weeds and even small trees thrust up through the roadbed's cracked, uneven flagstones. But it showed that this had once been an important route. The company stopped by the ruins of a small building. The structure was set on a raised mound, one of many scattered across the floodplain, and its construction had been massive. It looked as if it had been a guardhouse or border station to receive the caravans from Voitan, and Panner stepped up onto its 2-meter-high mound to watch the caravan pull to a halt as the company deployed. The Marines had been training hard with their new weapons, and it showed. Bead rifles and grenade launchers were still slung over their shoulders, but their primary weapons were clearly the short swords and spears they carried, and the small units spread out in a cigar perimeter, one swordsman to each spear carrier. Once Panner had the shields designed, the formation would be quite different, but that was going to have to wait. The tower shield was another thing the Mardukans had apparently never discovered, so he would have to have them built somewhere, and that somewhere would, hopefully, be here. He made another gesture, and his command team, a grandiose term for a small group of battered Marines and civilians, but the only one he had, gathered about him. Sergeant Julian was filling in as intel officer in the wake of Lieutenant Gulia's death, but other than that, it was the same group he'd faced in Voitan. "Okay," he said, gesturing to the two towns. "It looks pretty much the way the Voitan contingent said it would. This has to be the Hadur region." Heads nodded, and he wished, again, for an even halfway decent map. According to the Voitanese, the Hadur region took its name from the Hadur River, which had to be a truly major stream even for Marduk from the descriptions. He had no reason to doubt them, but he hated trying to fix his position without a reliable map. "If we're where we think we are," he went on with a crooked smile, "that larger town should be Marshad. And that," he pointed to the smaller town, "must be Pasul." "Oh." Heads nodded again. Marshad had been the primary destination for caravans from over the hills before the fall of Voitan, which had made it a wealthy mercantile center. Pasul, on the other hand, was just a farming town, according to Talin Tar. "I'd almost prefer to get our toes wet locally in Pasul before we tackle the big city," he went on, "but if we're going to get the shields and armor made, it will have to be in Marshad. On the other hand, we need resupply too, and Pasul might be a better source for that." Ringo. As he spoke, he looked around the nearer fields, where peasants had stopped their work to gawk at the force coming out of the jungle. Most of the workers were breaking ground for another crop of barley rice, but other laborers were harvesting the ubiquitous kate fruit. That was good. It meant that both the fruit and the previous barley rice harvest would be fully available when it was time to buy. "Yeah," Jasko agreed, with a grunting laugh that sounded almost Mardukan, as he too watched the workers, "these damn pack beasts, go through some grain. Sergeant Major, I want you and Poratina to handle the resupply and procurement of the shields." "Got it." The NCO made a note in her toot. They discussed the possibilities before, of course, but now that they were actually able to see the lay of the land, it seemed clear that Paschal would be a better and probably cheaper source for the food. "We've seen that they can make laminated wood, plywood," said Roger, who'd been quietly listening. "We should have the shields made out of that." "Plywood?" Jasko sounded incredulous, but then he hadn't been present to hear the prince discuss sword-making with the Voitanese leaders. "You've got to be joking, Your Highness. I'd want something a little more solid than that." "No, he isn't joking." O'Casey shook her head. The Roman shield was probably the most famous design ever to come out of Terran history, and it was made out of plywood. The histories always call it laminated wood, but that's what plywood is, and it's enormously tougher than an equivalent thickness of solid wood. No. They have to have metal or leather rims to protect the edges, the prince continued. But the bulk of the shield is plywood. Okay. Ponnor nodded. Kosudik, coordinate with Lieutenant McClintock on the design of the shields. He looked around and shook his head. I hope I don't have to remind anybody that we need to maintain as low a profile as possible. We can't afford another butt-kicking like Voitan. Hopefully, we'll be greeted as heroes for taking out the Chronolta and be able to pass on quick. But if we get into a hassle, we have to think our way out of it. We're way too short on ammo to shoot our way out. Corporal Lissez trotted toward the command group with one of the locals. The Mardican wore a haversack full of tools and appeared to be some sort of tinker. LT, the corporal said as she approached Roger. What you got, Liz? The prince replied with a nod. This scummy's gabbling something, but the translator can't make anything of it. Oh, great, Casey sighed. Dialect shift, just what we needed. Get on it, Pannor said. We have to be able to communicate with these people. The local was gesturing across the river at the distant city, obviously agitated about something. He either wanted the company to go there, or else he was warning them away. It could have been either, and Ponnor nodded and gave him a closed-lip, Mardican-style smile. Yes, he said, we're going to Marshad. Either the smile or the words seemed to calm the local. He gestured as if offering to lead them, but Pannor shook his head. We'll be along, he said soothingly. Thank you. I'm sure we can find our own way. He smiled again and started to wave the still gabbling local politely away, then paused and looked at O'Casey. Do you want to talk with him? Yes. She sounded a bit absent, obviously because she was concentrating on the translation, or lack thereof, from her toot. I'm starting to pick up a few words. Let him walk with us to the town, and I'm pretty sure I can have most of the language by the time we arrive. Aye. Okay, Ponnor agreed. I think that's about it. Questions? Comments? Concerns? There were none, so the company reassembled and moved on up the road. Why? The ancient high road became even more cracked and damaged, looking as it entered the planted areas, despite clear indications of repairs. Heavy deposits of silt had been thrown up to either side, obviously as the result of post-flood road clearing, which forced the company to move between low, brown walls. In places, the walls built up to true dikes to protect the barlarice crops, and in places, the dikes were planted with the tall kate trees. The peasants harvesting the kate fruit dangled from ropes or perched on tall, single, pole ladders that were unpleasantly reminiscent of scaling ladders. But they paused in their labors to gape at the human contingent as it headed toward the distant city. Whether because of the humans' outlandish look, or the fact that they came on the road from dead Voitan, the locals' reaction to them was far different from reactions in Qenkok. You'd think they'd never seen a human before, Denat snorted. Bunch of rubes, Triton agreed with a grunt. Right for the plucket. He looked down at the diminutive human striding along beside him under his huge rucksack. What should we teach them first? Poker, Portena replied. Always start with poker, then, I don't know, maybe acey-deucey, if they really stupid cribbage. They pocked, Cronla said with a grunt of laughter. He waved at one of the harvesters. Hello, you stupid peasants. We're going to pluck your merchants for all they're worth. When one day. Julian pointed at the Mardican tribesman with his chin. They've taken quite a shine to Portina, he said to Despro. Birds of a feather, the other squad leader responded absently. Is it just me, or does this place look fairly run down? She went on. The company was approaching a fork in the road, where the travelers had to choose between Marshad or Pasio. There was another official-looking building on a mound where the roads diverged, but although it was in better repair, it had obviously been converted into an agricultural outbuilding. "Yeah," Julian said, glancing at the structure. "I think the loss of the Voitin trade must have hit them hard." The company took the left fork and headed for the river. The solid stone bridge which crossed it was the only structure they'd so far seen which appeared to have been properly kept up. In fact, there'd been some obvious renovations. The well-fortified guard posts on either bank looked like fairly recent additions. The guards on the near bank gestured for the caravan to halt, and Julian looked around as the long train of Florida dragged to stop. An outcropping of the underlying gneiss of the Hutter region rose steeply on the right side of the road, he noted. The Oxbow River took a bend around it, and an extension of the outcropping acted as a firm base for the bridge. The hill was surmounted by trees and what appeared to have once been a small park. A well-made road in very poor repair wound to the summit, but it was obvious that the track was rarely used anymore. Only a thin path cut through the layered silt and entangling undergrowth on its lower sections. Despro followed his eye and shook her head as Captain Panner argued with the guards on the bridge. They obviously felt that the travelers ought to keep themselves and the business they represented on this side of the river. "This place has really been hammered," she observed. "No shit," Julian agreed. "It looks like it used to be a pretty nice place, though. Maybe it'll get that way again with Voitin back in business." "We'll see," Despro said. "The old Voitin wasn't built in a day." "No," Julian acknowledged as the caravan lurched back into movement. "But that guy from Tnietes looked like he was going to try to do it pretty damn fast." "That he did," Despro said. But her tone was a bit distracted, and she nodded at the sour-looking guards on the bridge as they passed. "Those guys don't look happy. Probably pissed at all the money they're losing," Julian said. "We're about to pump a lot of cash into the local economy on the other side of their bridge." "We hope," she answered. The approaching city-state was huge, much larger than Quencock, but it had a seedy air. Once past the bridge area, the road was once again rutted and cracked from traffic and ill repair. In fact, it was in worse shape than it had been on the other side of the river, and the peasants plowing the fields to either side of the roadbed also seemed less interested in the passage of the company. Florta were useless as draft animals because they were far too large to move effectively in the fields. That meant that the only way to plow was to use teams of Mardukans for traction, which was a remarkably inefficient method. It was also extremely hard work, but while the plowers on the far side of the river had taken the opportunity for a break while they watched the company march by, those on this side all kept their heads down, concentrating on their tasks. And while the majority crop had been barley reese on the far side of the river, on this side most of the fields were being sown with legumes or a crop the humans didn't recognize. The Marines had encountered the legumes before and promptly christened them bully beans, but they'd never seen the other crop, and the locals seemed to be planting a lot of it. At least 2/3 of the fields they could see seemed to be dedicated to producing whatever it was. "I wonder why there's a difference," Julian said, pointing it out to Despro, who shrugged and gestured across the wide expanse of fields. There was another hill barely visible in the distance, but it was apparent that the local city-state dominated a vast area. "They've got plenty of room," she pointed out. "This is probably just their area for bully beans and whatever that other stuff is." "I guess," the Intel NCO said. "But that much change just from one side of the river to the other?" He shrugged. "I'm no farmer, but it seems kinda strange to me." "I suppose we'll find out why they do it eventually," Despro said with a shrug of her own. "But I wonder what that other plant is." "Ja, Dianda," the itinerant tinker said to the chief of staff. "It is Erdak into Wasson, like that," he finished, gesturing to the chameleon cloth uniform the civilian wore. The local was named Cutter Bijan. It was obvious he expected some sort of reward from the company for guiding them to the clearly evident city which the ignorant foreigners could never have found on their own. but the chief of staff was happy to have him along anyway. He'd been a good way to update the language program, and he was a mine of information about conditions around Pasul. He was strangely uninformative, however, about Marshad. Ah, Eleonora said. Something like flax or cotton. The software had updated the local dialect well enough for Panner to talk their way across the bridge. She was puzzled by the fact that the officials of Pasul had been more trouble than Marshad's. The local guards had simply stepped aside, almost as if the humans had been expected. Yes, the local said. He rubbed a horn in thought while he considered the best way to explain. We make cloth from it for trade. A cash crop. The chief of staff nodded. Where are the subsistence crops? She asked, looking around. I'd think you'd be planting more barley than this. Well, Bijan said, fingering his horn again, I don't really understand farming. I fix things. He gestured with his haversack. I suppose there must be other farms around here somewhere? Who owns the land? Eleonora had been pleasantly surprised to discover that in the Q and Coke region, the farmers owned their own land, for the most part. The farms were passed down through complicated cultural rules that moved them from generation to generation more or less intact. That denied inheritance to most of the younger sons, but that was a common problem for agrarian societies the galaxy over, and the important thing was that the farms weren't broken into minuscule lots that were impossible to manage. Nor were they sold or lost in chunks to form giant latifundia. The houses of Q and Cock had been well on their way to the sort of backward agricultural reform which would strip the peasantry of land ownership, but hopefully the destruction of their power would stop that in its tracks. At this level of technology, small-scale yeomanry farming was as good as it got. I'm not sure who owns it, the tinker said, fingering his horn again. I've never asked. The chief of staff blinked, then smiled cheerfully. The tinker had blithely nattered on about the minutiae of the inner workings of the Council of Oligarchs, who ruled Pasul, and the different groups of independents and sharecroppers who farmed the land on that side of the river. Now on the side that he claimed he was from, he suddenly clammed up. She wouldn't have survived a day in the imperial court if that hadn't set off some alarm bells. That's interesting, she said with complete honesty. I suppose a tinker wouldn't really care, would he? Not really, Bijan said. I just look forward to returning to my beautiful city. That is she. Nice city, Kasudik said, tugging at an earlobe. It's okay, Panner replied. Marshad was larger than Q and Cock, but smaller than the former Voitin had been, with streets that wound up the hill from several gates in the curtain walls. The gates were unusual. They were constructed of thick wood, well-joined and even caulked, and their bottoms were lined with copper, which must have cost a fortune. There was also a base upon which they were apparently supposed to seat, but it was shattered, and any metal which might once have sheathed it was long since gone. Much of the city appeared to be in the same dilapidated condition. The walls were higher than Voitin's, but in even worse shape. Numerous parapets had fallen to lie in rubble at the base of the main wall, leaving gaps like broken teeth in the battlements, and in places the outer stones had worked out, exposing the rubble interior fill. One section was so badly damaged that it might as well have been called a breach, and they discovered even more signs of neglect once they entered the city proper. The area immediately inside the gate was clear, but beyond that, the city reared up the hill in a maze of alleys and tunnels. The houses were mostly built of stone, pink granite and blinding white limestone, erected in a crazy quilt of warrens, with one house on top of another in a widely varying mixture of styles and quality. The main thoroughfare was wide enough for the passage of the company, but only barely, and the boulevard was lined with wide gutters which were joined by thin streams leading out of the alleyways. This lower section clearly wasn't the best place to live. The noisome stew in the streams, which obviously provided the entire city's drainage, was a noxious compound of fecal matter and rot that was practically explosive. As they continued inward, the road presented a graphic cross-section of the city. The lower slopes showed the best quality of work, with well-cut blocks of feldspar and gneiss cunningly fitted, mostly without mortar. The surfaces had been coated in white plaster, and the lintels and trim still showed signs of colorful paints. But now the plaster was patched and fallen, with caved-in roofs and shattered corners, and the once bright paint was pathetically faded in the blazing gray light. There were signs of flooding, as well, with brown high-water marks well up the sides of the houses. Many of the buildings were deserted, but shadows moved in some of the wreckage, furtive inhabitants who clearly only showed their faces under the friendly cover of night. The quality of the stonework fell as the procession headed up the hill, but the upkeep improved. More houses were inhabited above the level of the floods, and the warren became truly maze-like, with houses piled on houses and built across alleyways which their floors turned into tunnels. Business was being conducted in this labyrinth, but with a definitely desultory air. A few vendors lined the road with sparse offerings of half-rotten fruits, moldy barlaries, cheap and poorly made jewelry, and assorted minor knickknacks. The obvious poverty of the area was crushing, and the stench of rotting garbage and uncleaned latrines hung in the air as young Mardukan sat in doorways, scratching listlessly at the dust in the street. The slums ended abruptly in a large square. Its downhill side was lined with tall townhouses, which had apparently been carved out of the warren beyond at some time in the past. They fronted on a broad, flat, open area that was partially natural and partially Mardukan-made. The centerpiece of the square was a large fountain around the statue of an armed Mardukan, while the upper side of the square was occupied by a large ornamental building. The building seemed to climb, without a break, but in a myriad of differing styles, up to the citadel at the hill's summit. It appeared to be one vast palace, and a ceremony was in progress at its entrance. It was apparently a public audience. The ruler of the city-state sat in a resplendent throne set up at the front door of the palace. As with the throne in Kok, this was made of many different inlaid woods, but the local monarch's throne was also set with precious metals and gems. The entire edifice gleamed with gold and silver and the twinkle of the local sapphires and rubies in their rough miner's cut. The king was the first Mardukan company had seen wearing any significant clothing, and he was garbed in a light robe of lustrous saffron. The outfit was slit down the sides, gathering only at the ankles, and trimmed in bright vermilion. Traceries of silver thread ran through it, and the collar was a lace of silver and gems. The monarch's horns had also been inlaid with precious metals and gems, and were joined by a complex web of jewel-strung gold chains that caught the gray light and refracted it in a dull rain. As if all of that weren't enough, he also wore a heavy chain of jeweled gold around his neck, dangling far down his chest. Arrayed to either side of the king were persons who were probably advisors. They were unclothed, except for one obvious commander in armor, but their horns were also inlaid and gemmed. The display was an obvious indication of rank, for it grew less expensive and spectacular in direct proportion to the owner's distance from the monarch. About 600 guards lined the steps at the front of the palace, standing at parade rest in 2 ranks. They were more heavily armored than the guards in Kok, with metal thigh guards and bracers, in addition to breastplates shining gray-silver in the clouded light. They carried the same long spear as the Kok guards, but they also wore palmate swords, about a meter in length, and despite their carefully polished breastplates, their purpose was obviously more than merely ceremony. The crowd before the monarch was a mixed bag. Most of them seemed to be from the Mardukan middle class, to the extent that the planet had one. They also had decorations on their horns, but the displays were generally simple and made of base metals or brass. A few of the poorest of the poor were mixed in here and there, and it was one of them who was currently making some plea to the refulgent monarch. The petitioner was in full prostration before the king, all 6 limbs splayed out as he abased himself. Whatever he was saying was unintelligible at this distance, but it didn't really matter, since the king was sitting half across his throne and paying virtually no attention to him. As the company watched, The suppliant apparently finished whatever he was saying, and the monarch picked a cake fruit off a platter and nibbled on it. Then he threw the fruit at the petitioner and gestured to a guard. Before the first protest could leave the unfortunate Mardokan's mouth, the guards had seized him and cut off his head. The head rolled to the edge of the crowd as the stump spurted a red spray, and the body of the serf slumped into a twitching heap. There was not a sound from the gathered Marshadans. "We may have a problem here," Panner observed. "Oh my," O'Casey said. A few months earlier, she probably would have lost her breakfast. But after Voitan, she was going to have a hard time finding anything that truly shocked her. I agree. "Well, if we turn around and leave," Roger said, "which is my first instinct, we will have a problem." "Agreed," the captain said. "Stick to the prepared speech, Your Highness. But I want the up squad right on you. Sergeant Major." "Captain." "Fall in the company in extended formation, Sergeant Major. I want a snappy movement. And drop the pig stickers. Rifles, and cannon front, and center." The caravan devolved into an organized frenzy as the Marines prepared to present their noble lord to the local monarch. Roger, for his part, rehearsed his speech and checked his pistol, on the assumption that he was equally likely to need either of credentials, O'Casey muttered, diving into the packs on the flartee called Bertha. Somewhere she had the now much travel-stained, vermilion-sealed documents of Roger's credibility, along with letters from the King of Cuancock and the new Council of Voitan. But she hadn't expected to need them so soon. They'd assumed that they would have to deal first with a functionary just to find shelter, then the king. Not the other way around. "Snap it, snap it, snap it!" Kosutik chanted subvocally. The change from a tactical formation to one intended for parade had to be made as cleanly and professionally as possible. Any trace of disorder would not only reflect poorly on the regiment, but would create an opening. If you looked professional, it stopped 9 out of 10 fights before they started. The 10th, of course, was Voitan. The post guide had found a mark, and the squad leaders fell in on her, with their squads in turn falling in behind them. On command, a company, less one squad which was tight on the prince, deployed in a double line facing that of the local guards. The Marines were pitifully few in number, but soon enough the locals would know what that pitiful few had accomplished at a place called Voitan. Then let them get ideas. Yee. Roger looked behind him into the unsmiling blue eyes of Sergeant Nimichet Despro. "We've got to quit meeting like this. People will talk," he told her, but her demeanor didn't change. "I'm on post, sir. I'm not supposed to carry on a conversation." "Ah!" Roger turned back to the front and tugged at his braid as Panner and O'Casey walked up to find him. "Sorry, I'll put myself on report. Ready?" Panner subvocalized over the comm. "Bravo, in position," Lieutenant Jasko replied almost as quietly. "Inner team, in position." Despro's voice was the ghost of a whisper at the back of Roger's head. "Documents," O'Casey said, handing them to the prince. "Then let's do it, Captain," Roger said calmly, and hid a silent snort of mental laughter. The presentation ceremony they were about to use was the same one they'd planned and rehearsed for net hauling on Leviathan. The only difference was that the survivors of the company were on a hair trigger, and if anything went wrong, he was hitting the deck at about Mach 3. 58 weapons would turn the square into an abattoir at the slightest sign of threat, and anything he personally might have added to the carnage would be purely inconsequential. The group started forward in a slow, hieratic half-step, which was used for only 2 purposes, formal presentations and funerals. Since Marines did a lot more of the latter than the former, they referred to it as the Death March, which, in Roger's considered opinion, did not bode well in this circumstance. The crowd before the throne parted to let them through. It was surprisingly silent. The only sound in the entire square was the slow tap of the human's boots and the distant rumble of thunder. Roger reached the sticky red stain where the previous petitioner had pled his case and stopped. He bowed deeply and held out the documents as the iron and shit smell of a fresh kill rose around him. Your Majesty, great ruler of Marshad and voice of the people, I, Prince Roger, Romeus Sergei, Alexander Qian McClintock, of the House McClintock, heir tertiary to the throne of the Empire of Man, greet you in the name of my imperial mother, Her Majesty, Empress Alexandra McClintock, Empress of Man, Queen of the Dawn, and Mistress of the Void. Now, Wormal. Eleonora took the documents ceremoniously back from him and stepped forward and to the side. Dropping to both knees at the edge of the stairs, she held them out, hoping that one of these glittering idiots would figure out her purpose. One of the advisors, a senior one by the decoration of his horns, trotted down the steps and accepted the documents as Roger continued his speech about the magnificence of Marshad and its ruler, whose name he had yet to find out. She back-checked the translation and winced. The program had reversed genders on Empress Alexandra, making her Emperor Alexander, which was historically humorous, but a pain otherwise. Eleonora locked that description in for this culture, they were never going to know the difference anyway, and checked the other gender set. Sure enough, the program had reversed gender in the dialect. Fortunately, the translation glitch hadn't come up yet, so she suppressed a snarl and fixed it, then dumped the patch to the other toots, and went back to listening to Roger's speech. Bring joyous news. Voitan is restored. The Krenolta in all their fury came against us when we entered the fallen city, but that was a grave mistake. Aided by the forces of New Voitan, we defeated them in a terrible battle and destroyed their war host utterly. Even now the foundries and forges of fabled Voitan ring once more with the sound of forming metal. Soon the caravans will come once more on a regular basis. We are the first, but we shall not be the last. The prince paused in a planned break for the expected applause, but there was only a quiet murmur, and even that was almost instantly hushed. Roger was clearly nonplussed by the lack of reaction, but he carried on gamely. We are foreign emissaries on a voyage of exploration, and we are to be met by ships on a distant shore to the northwest. Thus we ask the boon of permission to pass through these lands in peace. We also wish to rest and enjoy the hospitality of your city, and we have brought rich booty from the conquest of the Krenolta, which we wish to trade for supplies to continue our journey. Now, he bowed again as the king sat up. The entire company tensed, although an outside observer might have been pardoned for not realizing that it had, as the saffron-clad monarch leaned forward and examined the documents. After a brief, whispered consultation with one of his advisors, concentrating on the letter from the King of Q and Cock, the monarch clapped his hands in agreement and stood. Welcome, welcome, your highness, to the land of Marshad, you and all your brave warriors. We have heard of your exploits in defeating the Krenolta and raising Voitan to its ancient and honorable place. In our name, Rajhi Humas, King of Marshad, Lord of the land, we welcome you to Marshad. Rest here as long as you like. A place has been prepared for you and your great warriors, and there shall be a great feast in your honor tonight. So we declare, let there be merriment and celebration, for the way to Voitan is open once more. Chapter 46. I don't think I understand your reasoning, sir. Lieutenant Jasko shook his head and gestured around the sumptuous quarters the officers had been given. They certainly seem friendly enough. So does a spider, Lieutenant, Pana replied. Right before it eats a fly. The room was paneled in blonde wood, the pale grain cut to expose abstract swirls. The floor was covered in cushions a shade or two darker than the wood, most of them piled to one side, and the single window revealed a breathtaking view of the city and the river, with a glimpse of Passel and the vast stretch of cultivated land beyond. All in all, it was a pleasant place. Now, if they could just decide whether or not it was a prison. We've been dealing with Mardikins for a while now, Roger said. They're not the gentlest people in the galaxy, but they have more regard for life than we saw this morning. Roger is correct, O'Casey said. This town, the whole local culture, appears atypical, and the focus of that would seem to be Rajhuma's. She fingered the silken cover of the pillow on which she sat. Dianda, everywhere you look, you see this flax silk. All the fields throughout the citadel. I bet if we peek behind doorways, we'd find that everyone is weaving the stuff. Niranes. Well, okay, Jasko said. But that doesn't necessarily mean there's anything wrong. There have been plenty of societies where everyone was a weaver or whatever. It doesn't make this culture evil. No, but it does make it dangerous, Panner said definitively. We need to back off from thinking like Marines and start thinking like bodyguards again. Cord nodded in a gesture he'd picked up from the humans. A monarch like this Raj cares only about himself and his needs. And this Atul has obviously been in power long enough to put his stamp on the entire kingdom. Panner nodded back at the shaman and looked at Kasudik. What are the major assassination methods? You think he's going to try to assassinate Prince Roger, sir? Jasko asked. Why? Maybe not Roger, the sergeant major rasped, but if he thinks there's some profit to be made from killing the guards and taking Roger hostage, he might try. She looked at the ceiling and began ticking methods off. Poison, bomb, hand, knife, smart bot, close shot, long shot, heavy weapon, weapons of mass destruction. This society has hand, poison, and knife, Panner said. So we need to concentrate on those. We already have analyzers, Roger pointed out. They'll pick up poison. If they come at us with swords, we respond with guns, Jasko said. And if they come at you with knives? The sergeant major asked, with a grim smile. En masse, from every side? What then, Lieutenant? Exactly. Panner turned to O'Casey. You're going to be handling point on the negotiations again. Make sure they're aware that Roger have. He paused and thought for a moment. 7 guards at all times. 7 is a mystic number to us humans. Not to be trifled with. So sorry if that's a problem. Anyway. Okay, Eleonora said, making a note on her toot. I don't trust him as far as I could throw, Patty, Roger said. Why not, Your Highness? Jasko asked, perhaps just a trifle more dismissively than he really ought to have spoken to the heir tertiary to the throne of man. They've given us everything we wanted on a silver platter, and no wonder. I mean, obviously they're happy they'll be getting the Voight and trade back. Look at the slums we passed through on the way up. That's exactly why, Roger said quietly. Look, I might have been a clothes horse. Well, still am, he amended with a chuckle, looking down at his stained chameleon uniform. But, he continued seriously, it wasn't the same as this place. Right down the hill from us, there's crushing poverty. In case you didn't notice, most of those kids were literally starving. And the guy who should be working on fixing that is sitting on his ass at the top of the heap, sucking on fruit, having his horns inlaid, and cutting peasants' heads off. And there are all these fields where food could be grown, but it isn't. They're being planted in flax silk. So the people are starving, and I don't think that that's the farmer's plan. I think it's the plan of the son of a bitch we're about to have a victory dinner with. The prince's jaw flexed in anger, and his nostrils twitched as if they'd scented something foul. So that, Lieutenant, is why I don't trust that Borgia son of a bitch. 7 guards, chief of staff, sergeant major, Panner said emphatically. Fully armed, especially at this victory party. And extra especially, he added dryly, after all the trouble our friend, the monarch, went to making sure we came here. Yeah, Roger said. Tinker. You caught that, too. Eleonora observed with a smile. I wonder what he really is. Waniwaj. You succeeded, Kedabijan, the king observed. He took a nibble out of a cate fruit and tossed the remainder on the floor. Congratulations, Scout. Thank you, O King, the commander of the Royal Scouts replied. The Scouts actually did some scouting, especially when meeting with the informants they maintained among the surrounding tribes, but he was in fact the commander of the Marshad's secret police. Once again you have avoided having your head lopped off, the monarch added with a grunt of humor. One of these days, you won't be so lucky. That day will be a great pleasure to me, a day of comfort. I live to serve, O king. The spy knew he was on the edge of the knife, but that was what gave the roll spice. Of course you do. The king gave a disbelieving chuckle. It is a well-known fact, is it not? He turned to the commander of the royal guard. The commander had been nothing more than a common mercenary before being given his position, and the king had been careful to ensure that plenty of hatred was directed at him. It was one way to ensure the guard's total loyalty, for if the king fell, so would the guard. We will continue with the original plan. Yes, O king, the guard commander replied, with a brief glance of fury at the spy. The forces are at your command. Of course they are, he whispered. And with our mighty army and the power of these humans, we shall rule the world. Yeah, he. Roger took another bite of the spiced meat. He'd run an analyzer over it and gotten all the usual warning about alkaloids, but it wasn't poisonous. It just tasted that way. The locals used a spice that tasted exactly like rancid fennel, and it was apparently wildly popular because it was in every dish. Roger picked a bit of the purple leaf off the meat and checked. Yep, that was it. He surreptitiously spat, trying to get the rotten taste out of his mouth, then gave up. At least there were only 14 more courses to go. The diners were seated on cushions, arranged in pairs and trios around low, three-legged tables. The courses were borne in by silent servants, and the empty platters were borne back out, picked over, or finished off. Most of the diners were members of the Marshad court, but there were also some representatives from other city-states. They were neither exactly ambassadors nor simple visitors, but seemed to occupy some place in between. Roger was seated with two such representatives near the king. He had initially engaged them in desultory conversation, but they'd rapidly dropped into a complex discussion of trading futures that drifted first out of Roger's interest, and eventually out of the local dialect. Since then, the prince had occupied himself picking at his food and observing the dinner party. He looked over at Connor. The captain was seated on a cushion, legs crossed as if he'd been born to this society, calmly chewing and swallowing the horrible food, and nodding as if he actually heard every word his seatmate was saying. As always, the Marine was the perfect diplomat, and Roger sighed. He was never going to be that good. Eleonora had stopped eating after only a couple of mouthfuls, but she could excuse that on the basis of the steady conversation she'd been maintaining with both her table mates. The chief of staff was doing her usual job of probing every nuance of the local culture, dissecting it as a biologist would dissect an invertebrate. He didn't look over his shoulder, but he knew the Marines were standing at the ready. They lined the wall at his back, weapons at low port and ready for instant use if it dropped in the pot. He felt mildly naked without the additional presence of cord, but the shaman lacked the nanites of his human companions and was still recovering from the terrible shrapnel wounds he'd taken in Voitan. Whatever might happen, the shaman would have to ride it out from a pile of cushions in the visitors' quarters. Everyone was still as nervous as cats in a room full of float chairs, including, unless he was much mistaken, Raj Humas. The king sat at the head of the room, with his back to the large double doors leading into one of his many throne rooms. He was surrounded, literally, by guards, and hard to observe through the obscurement of the armored behemoths. From what Roger could see of him, however, he too was picking at his food, speaking occasionally with the armored commander seated beside him, and glancing nervously around the room. It might be a victory party, but the host didn't look very victorious. Yes, batting well. The prince isn't eating, the king whispered angrily. He's eaten enough, Marzal Pars responded. The old mercenary clapped his hands and grunted in humor. They're so smart, but they don't even recognize Ms. Poison. It may be tasteless, but you can see the leaves clearly. Everyone knows about it, except these humans. He grunted another laugh. But Will it be enough? Raja Humas demanded. The plan had to be executed flawlessly, for the power of these humans was terrifying to contemplate. Holding on to it would be like holding in a tool by the tail. It will be enough. They've all eaten more than a large enough dose. If we withhold the antidote, they'll die within a day. And the guards are ready. Assuredly, the commander chuckled. They look forward to it. Chapter 47. The celebration had moved into the throne room, where the king presided over the conversation, swirling around him from his throne. Much of the court had excused itself after the dinner, pleading the excuse of work to complete, and the majority of the room was sparsely filled with the prince's party and the representatives from the surrounding city-states. Eleanor sipped from a cup of warm, flat water and squinted at the representative from Passul. "The king is the sole landowner?" she asked incredulously. Even in the most despotic regimes in Earth's history, power had been more diffuse than that. Yes, Rajumaz owns not only the agricultural land but all of the buildings of the town, and all of the houses of the council outside the city wall. The representative, Jedalvel, was short for a Mardikan, but he still towered over the chief of staff. She'd ended up talking exclusively to him after finding him a mine of information. The simple trader from Passul was a student not only of commerce, but of government and history. He was, naturally, biased towards Passul's oligarchical form of government, but having Marshad as a horrible counterexample would tend to do that. 2 generations ago, in the chaos after the fall of Voitan, there was a great rebellion among the houses of Marshad. 3 of them were the most prominent, and the king of that time, Raj Corden, Raj Huma's grandfather, allied with one of them against the other 2. It was a terrible battle, but the king finally prevailed over all but his single surviving ally. Most unfortunately, he was, in turn, assassinated shortly after the end of the war by a son of one of the defeated houses. He had intended simply to reduce their power, fine them heavily, and strip them of guards, but his son, Huma's father, killed every member of the defeated houses. Then he forced a marriage with a daughter of the single surviving ally, and absorbed that house, leaving the Hauzudra as the only power in Marshad. "Nah, cheer me up." The representative sipped his wine and gave a lower hand clap, a Mardikan shrug. Passul's actions in this were not the best. We supported both sides, trying to drag the war out and damage Marshad as much as possible. We've always seen the city as a rival, and since the fall of Voitan, it's come to war more than once. But when Raj consolidated all the power under itself, it was clear we'd made a serious mistake. Since then, Raj has taken more and more power and treasure, and left less and less for others. The only thing that Marshad exports anymore is Dianda, but it makes a tremendous profit on it. The crop is hard to grow, and takes up valuable land which might otherwise be used to grow food. Naturally, Rajhumas could care less. The land produces barely enough food to support the farmers. The city poor are left to starve and work the looms. Why? It seems like a situation ripe for a revolution, O'Casey said. Surely there's some group that might rise up? Perhaps, Jadalvel said carefully. However, the profits from the Dianda trade also permit him to support a large standing army. Most of it is composed of mercenaries, but they recognize that they need Raj in power as the only way to preserve their own position. They've crushed the few attempted rebellions easily. Yonga! I see, O'Casey said. Take the army out of the picture, though, she mused silently, and things might change. She glanced at the guards lining every wall. Another, separate contingent formed a half-moon crescent around the throne, and the ostentatious display of force finally made sense to her. Millions for defense, not a penny for the poor, she murmured with a low chuckle. Pardon, the Passul asked, but it was only an absent courtesy, for he was looking towards the throne. Rajumas had called over the guard commander, and it looked like he might finally be ready to make the announcement that would permit everyone to leave gracefully. Nishanji. Potter nodded to the prince as Roger walked up to him. The squad parted as the prince neared the captain, and the Marines expertly swallowed up both officers in a protective ring. Roger, the captain, greeted him and glanced at Despro. The Marines had been specifically tasked with eavesdropping on the king and his guard captain, but the sergeant shrugged her shoulders. Nothing clear to report. Raj is definitely planning something, the prince said, tucking a stray hair back into line. But so far, so good. That's what the jumper said as he passed the 30th floor, Panner pointed out. He looked at Despro again. What? Just something about the guards, sir, the sergeant said. Maybe something about poison, too, but that wasn't clear. Joy, the company CO said. I don't like being surrounded like this, sir, she added. We could take the king if it dropped in the pot, but I'm not sure we could keep the prince alive. If that happens, Sergeant, Roger said quietly, take the king. That's your primary mission. Understood? Despro glanced quickly at Panner, but the captain only looked back at her without expression. Yes, sir. Understood, she said. Let's be on our toes, Panner suggested, as conversation died down and the king climbed to his feet. Looks like time to party. We are gathered here tonight, Rajhumas said, to honor the brave warriors who crushed the Kranolta and reopened the road to Voitan. Puissant warriors indeed, he said, and his voice echoed hollowly through the wood-paneled hall. Puissant warriors indeed, he repeated, and glanced around at his own masked guards. I ask you, your Royal Highness, Prince Roger Ramius, Sergei, Alexander Chiang McClintock, could your puissant warriors defeat all the guards in this room? Before you fell yourself? Possibly, Roger replied calmly. Quite probably, and I would be trying very hard to survive. The king gazed at him for a moment, then glanced at one of his guards, who stepped forward and with a smooth motion shoved his spear into the back of the representative from Passel. Yedavel screamed in a froth of aspirated blood as the bitter steel spearhead emerged from his chest, but the guard only grinned cruelly and twisted his wrist as he jerked his weapon free once more, and the envoy thudded to the floor. Are you so confident? The king asked, grunting in humor. What? Roger asked, with a smile he didn't feel, as O'Casey recoiled towards the Marines and away from the twitching corpse at her feet. You think that the puissant warriors who defeated the Kranolta have never seen blood? He booted up the assassin program he'd used in QN Cock, and as the aiming reticle appeared, superimposed on his vision, he dropped it onto the forehead of the laughter-grunting guard captain. It required more than well-written software to be truly phenomenal with an assassin program. Even with hard encoding, it required smooth, practiced muscles that could handle the high twitch rate strains placed upon them. But Roger had practiced, and the pistol came up with the blinding speed which had so surprised Panner in the QN-Cock banquet hall. The weapon simply materialized in his hand, and the supersonic crack of the bead's passage blended with a meaty thump as the decapitated guard captain hit the floor. The king opened his mouth to shout, his face covered in the bright crimson spray of the captain's blood, then froze as he found himself looking down the barrel of the bead pistol. Now, there's an old term for this, Panner said quietly, his own pistol out and trained as he transmitted furious orders to hold fast over his toot. The orders had to be in text, because the sub-vocalization equipment was part of the combat helmet he wasn't wearing at the moment, and his toot had to rebroadcast it through the systems of the bodyguards' helmets. That meant the orders were necessarily one way, but he could imagine Kosutik's distant cursing just fine. It's called a Mexican standoff, he continued. You try to kill us, and our company blows your little town to the ground. Not that you personally will care, Your Majesty, because you'll die right here, right now. I don't think so, the king said with a grunt as guards moved to interpose their bodies between him and Roger's weapon. But I don't intend to kill any humans today. No, no. That was never my intent. You don't mind if we doubt your word, do you? Roger asked, deflecting the pistol's point of aim to the ceiling as the tension eased slightly. And by the way, he added, nodding to the guards between him and Rajhumas, We'll cut through those fucking bodies like they were so much cloth when we start. Bodies aren't going to stop us. No. But doing that would take time and prevent you from killing all the other guards that would be killing you, the king said. But, again, that was never my intent. Ask him what his plan is, O'Casey hissed, now relatively safe between the bulks of Panner and Roger. She was a fair negotiator, but these were not, in her opinion, optimal conditions. In fact, her mouth was dry with fear, and her palms were sweating. She couldn't imagine how Roger and Panner were staying so calm. All right, O King, what's your plan? Roger asked, carefully not swallowing. If he did, it would be obvious his mouth was as dry as the lake bed they'd landed on. I have certain desires, the king said, with another grunt of laughter. You have certain needs. I think we could come to mutually acceptable terms. All right, and Panner said grimly. I can see that. But why in hell did you choose to open negotiations like this? Well, the king responded, with yet another grunt that this time turned into a belly laugh. Your need is food, supplies, and weapons. Unfortunately, there is no great supply of either in Marshad. My desire, on the other hand, is to conquer Passul, where it chances that both are readily available. I was fairly sure you wouldn't care to conquer Passul for me, so it seemed advisable to discover an incentive to encourage you. Nay, an incentive, Panner repeated tonelessly. Precisely. I feel confident that your warband will take Passul for me when I tell them it's a choice between that and the death of their leaders. Okay, Kosudik said, waving for quiet. Let's just stay cold here, people. We should extract them immediately, Jasko said. I know those aren't our orders, but orders given under duress are invalid. Sure, sir, Kosudik said. Tell it to the captain. Well, the conversation was taking place in the third-floor officers' quarters of the visitors' area. The pale yellow room where the prince had prepared for the fateful dinner party was now filled with the temporary command group. Lieutenant, Julian said, tapping his pad, we have upwards of a battalion of scummies outside this building. They hold the high ground and our pack beasts. We would have to fight our way out and up to the throne room. The captain's right, Lieutenant Jasko, the sergeant major said. We wait for the right moment and play along in the meantime. We have to wait until the odds favor us, instead of the other way around. We have the time. This isn't right, the exasperated officer said. We should be taking down that throne room right now. This is a member of the imperial family. Yep, Kosudik said equably. Surely is. Dangerous one too. Vijay, Awari, na holdet tal. Roger listened calmly to the brand-new guard commander's bloodthirsty pronouncements about what would happen to any human who did not obey orders. The new, heavily armored commander explained at considerable length, and when he finished, Roger bared his teeth in a smile. You're next, he said pleasantly. The guard captain glared at the prince, but the Mardican's eyes fell before Roger's did, and the scummy withdrew, closing the door behind him. Roger turned from the door and looked around. The suite was large and airy, with several windows which overlooked the backside of the castle. The far curtain wall, he noticed, was covered with torch-bearing guards watching the shadows for any attempt to escape. The floor was scattered with the ubiquitous pillows and low tables of the Hadur, and there were chamber buckets for relieving wastes. It was quite pleasant, all things considered. We have to get out of here, he muttered. And you propose to do that how? Panner asked, handing Despro back her borrowed helmet. Unlike the prince, the captain was the very picture of sang-froid. Well, I feel like taking a rifle and killing a guard an hour until they either let us go or figure out to stay out of sight, Roger snarled, glaring at the guards manning the wall. Thereby suggesting retaliation, the captain said coolly. Until we're actually in combat, we aren't decisively engaged. We should maneuver for room until then. Violence at this stage will only limit rather than expand our maneuver room. Do you have a plan? Casey asked. It sounds like you do. Not as such, Panner said, glancing out the window. The lesser moon, Sharma, was rising, and its glimmer could be sensed rather than seen in the darkness beyond the windows. On the other hand, I've often found that waiting for your opponent to move reveals the weakness in his own plans. Chapter 48. Kostas Matsugai watched the line of stooped figures carrying the sacks of barley reese. These Mardukans were the first females, outside their Mahouts families, the company had seen since Ancock, and they were clearly being used for this task because they were both non-threatening and of subnormal intelligence. They were also thin as rails. The valet nodded and looked around as the last sack of grain was carried in. The area where the food supplies were being piled was out of sight of the Mardukan guard stationed outside the visitors' quarters, and he quickly opened up a pot and gestured to the Mardukans. This is stew with some barley reese in it. He gestured to a stack of small bowls. You can each have a bowl, only one, please. After the almost pathetically grateful females had left, he looked up and noticed Julian watching him from the doorway. The alcove to one side of the entrance was technically a guard room, but since there were nothing but guards in the building, it had been converted to storage. Do you have a problem with my charity, Sergeant? Matsugai picked up one of the sacks and headed for the doorway. It was time to start work on dinner. No. The Marine plucked the 20-kilo sack easily from the slight valet's grip and tossed it over his own shoulder. Charity seems to be in short supply in this town. Nothing wrong with changing that. This is the most detestable town it has ever been my displeasure to visit, Matsugai said. He shook his head and grimaced. It defies belief. Well, the sergeant said with a grim smile, it's bad, I'll grant that, but it's not the worst in the galaxy. You ever read anything about Saint Recovery Worlds? Not much, the valet admitted. Rather, I've heard of them, but I don't really know about them. On the other hand, I believe the overall concept that the saints espouse has some justice. Many planets have been damaged beyond recovery by overzealous terraforming and unchecked mining. That doesn't make me a saint simp, he added hastily. Didn't think you were. You couldn't have made it past the loyalty tests if you were. Or at least I hope you couldn't have. But have you ever read any reports about recovery worlds? Unbiased ones? No, Matsugai replied as they reached the kitchen area. A blaze had already been started in the large fireplace at one end of the guard room, and a pot hung from a swing arm, ready to be put into the fire. The room was amazingly hot, like an entrance to hell, and Matsugai started gathering the ingredients of the evening meal. Should I have? Maybe. The sergeant set the bag of grain on the floor. You know the theory. They're former colonized planets that the Saints are trying to return to pristine condition, the valet said as he began measuring ingredients into the pot. They're trying to erase any evidence of terrestrial life on them. He smiled and gestured at the pot. It's stew and barley reese tonight, for a change. Julian snorted, but didn't smile. That's the theory, all right, he agreed. But how are they actually doing it? How are they terraforming those worlds? And what worlds are they? And where are the colonists who lived on them? Why the questions, Sergeant? Matsugai asked. Should I assume that you know the answers, whereas I don't? Yeah. Julian gave a mildly angry nod. I know the answers. Okay. How are they terraforming the planets? They started with the colonists. Dirt-poor farmers, mostly. None of these are worlds that produce anything the Saints give a damn about. That's why they're willing to drop them. So, they have these people rounded up and put to work undoing the damage that a couple of generations have done to the planets. Since they were farmers and terraformers, or the descendants of farmers and terraformers anyway, before they were picked up, they were, de facto, guilty of ecological mismanagement. But the valet began in a puzzled tone. Hang on. The sergeant held up a hand. I think I'll answer your question in a bit. Anyway, they put them to work reversing the process, mostly with hand tools, to minimize the impact. And since humans, just by their excretions, if nothing else, tend to change the environment around them, the Saints have to make sure that any fresh damage is minimized, which they do by reducing the food supplies of the workers to under 1,000 calories per day. I'll see but that's about half the minimum necessary to sustain life, the sergeant said with a vicious smile. Really? Gee, are you saying that they're starving their own colonists to death? Matsuge asked in a disbelieving tone. That's hard to believe. Where's the Human Rights Commission report? These are planets near the center of the Saints' own empire, Julian pointed out. ARC teams aren't let anywhere near the recovery planets. According to the Saints, they're completely abandoned and quarantined, so what interest could the HRC possibly have in them? Besides, he added bitterly, they worked their way through the colonists years ago. My God, you're serious, the valet said quietly. He accepted the help of the obviously angry NCO to fill the pot with water and swung it over the fire. That's insane! Insane describes the Saints to a T. Julian snarled. Of course, the job is never really complete, he added with a ghastly smile. Oh, Matsugai said warily. Sure. I mean, there's always some damned humanocentric weed cropping up somewhere on these pristine beauties, the sergeant said lightly. That's why they still have to send humans down there to root them out. And where do they get those humans? Well, first there's political prisoners, Julian said, ticking off the groups on his fingers. Then there are other environmental enemies, such as smokers. And there are general prisoners that are just going to be a bother to keep around. Last, but most certainly not least, there are nationals from other political systems that have, in the opinion of the Saint higher-ups, no utility. He finished with a snarl. Like, Matsugai asked even more warily. Raider insertion teams, for starters, the Marine said bitterly. We've lost 3 in the last year, and all we get out of the Saints is we have no knowledge of them. Oh, the hell of it is that there are all these rumors that Navint knows where they are. The NCO sat down on one of the tri-legged tables and hung his head. If they'd just tell us, we'd go in an instant. Shit, we've put raider teams on the planets and documented what's going on. That's how we lost our people in the first frigging place. I know we could get at least some of them out. So these are rumors? That makes sense. I can't believe that sort of thing is going on in this day and age. Oh, get a fucking grip, Costas. Julian snapped. I've seen the damn pictures from Calypso, and they look like one of the internment camps from the Dagger years. A bunch of skeletons wandering around with wooden tools and digging at dandelions, for God's sake. The valet regarded him calmly. I believe that you believe this to be true. Would you mind if I tried to corroborate it? Not at all, the NCO sighed. Ask any of the senior Marines. Hell, ask O'Casey when we get her back. I'm sure she's up to speed on it. But the point is that, bad as this place is, humans do 10 times worse to each other every day. Poratena watched the Mardicans carefully. He'd long since stopped regretting his cheating demonstration. There wasn't much point in regret, since he couldn't put the genie back into the bottle whatever he did, but it turned out that 4 arms made for hellacious card sharps. He'd first noticed the problem shortly after his brief demonstration to his cronies on the march from Voitan. Suddenly, where he'd been winning fairly consistently at poker, he started losing. Since his play hadn't changed, it meant that his companion's play must have gotten better, but it wasn't until Krala fumbled a transfer that he twigged to what was going on. Even though the Mardicans' false hands were relatively clumsy, it was easy enough for them to palm 1 or 2 critical cards, and then it was a simple matter of switching them off. He caught them once on the basis of an ace that was covered in slime. Dinat, the tricky bastard, had figured out that he could embed a card in the mucus on his arm and even show that his hands were empty. So now, they played spades. There were still ways to cheat, but with all 52 cards in play, it was trickier. Which wasn't much consolation at the moment, he thought, as Trayton dropped an ace onto the current trick and cut the Pinopan's king. Be calm, Poratena, the big Mardican snorted. Next you'll think these brainless females are giving us tips. He gestured at the nearest one, who was slowly shuffling along in a squat, sweeping the floor with nothing more than a handful of barley straw, while she crooned and murmured tunelessly to herself. A group of the simple-minded peasant women had been sent in the previous day to clean and had stayed. Not surprisingly, they were treated better among the humans than anywhere else in the city. But in the short time they'd been there, while the company waited for word on what the king intended, the inoffensive little creatures had faded into the background. Poratena looked up at Trayton's gesture and snorted. I don't think so, he said. The small, retiring Mardican noted their regard and ducked her head, raising the volume of her croon slightly, and Poratena grunted a laugh and started to look back at his cards, then paused as his Toots translation program started to cite. The system had tried to react to his unconscious desire to listen to the words of the song and detected that it was in an unknown dialect. He started to disengage the translation protocol's furious cycling, but decided to let it finish the run when the first phrase to pop out was "Stupid man." He hit a chuckle and picked at the program. The tiny female, very little more than normal human height, was apparently cursing the three Mardican tribesmen. Oh, most stupid of men, am I not singing in your language? Look at me, just a glance is all I ask. I dare not call attention, for there may be spies among my fellows. But I am the only one who knows your language. You stupid, foolish, gutless, idiotic man! Will you not listen to me that your prince might live? Poratena wasn't quite certain how he managed to keep a straight face as he shifted from humor to panic, but he was a long-experienced negotiator, and that experience wasn't limited to legal goods and services. Individuals had made clandestine contact with him in public places before, and as soon as he realized the song was an attempt to do just that, he probed the translation program. The problem was that the female was not using language of the people, nor was she using the dialect of Q and Cock, which was very similar. Instead, she was using a third dialect, which was significantly different, and between those differences and the fact that she was trying to avoid calling anyone else's attention to herself, the three tribesmen had been totally oblivious to her. The problem is you language, oh silly female, Poratena said. The translator, noting who the target of the statement was, automatically used the odd dialect. They do no speak it, so who is T foolish one, I ask you? Ah, she sang. I had wondered how any three boys could be so stupid. It is the language of the city you have passed through, a city restored. The song was almost atonal, and sung in a whisper. It could have been a lullaby in an unknown language. No threat. Despite that, the contact shifted to a completely wordless hum as another female passed through, carrying a tray of food. She let the other female draw out of earshot, then glanced up discreetly while she continued her aimless sweeping. Move it or lose it, Kronla said, thumping on the table, and Poratena jerked out of his reverie and threw a card without even looking at it. Hey, partner, Dnat began with a snarl. What? No table talk, Trayton chuckled as he covered the king with a spade. Gotcha. Sue, Poratena said quietly. We just stopped playing anyway. We gonna continue to throw cards until his hand is done, then we done. Hey, it's not that bad. Grunla started to say. I just got word that there's a problem, Poratena lied. So I'm not really pay attention to T-game. We need to stop. Soon. I can quit, Trayton said. There was half a hand left, but he flashed his cards. We just throw them down, tot up the score like it's real, and deal a hand of poker, and pretend to play until you have to move. He looked casually around for any immediate threats. We need to get our spears? What? Granla said. I Don't. Shut up, Dinat said mildly. Just do it. Oh. The young Mardikin finally caught the drift and tossed his cards into the middle of the table with a shrug. Not a great hand anyway. Yeah, Trayton said. I think it was a lousy hand we were just dealt. Okay, lady, Puertena said. What you message? He deliberately kept his eyes on the table and addressed the apparent nonsense syllables to Trayton Day. I think I caught a bit of that, the tribesman said in return, glancing involuntarily at the female, and then down at the table. So it wasn't one of your mystical radio communications? There is one who needs to talk to your leaders, the female sang, dusting the walls beside the table now. One who must meet with your leaders. That will be hard, Puertena said, but he glanced up at Cord's nephews. Cronla, go get T. Sergeant Major. Okay, the Mardikin said, using the actual standard, and got up and trotted towards the stairs. I will meet you near the fireplace downstairs in a little while, the female sang, sweeping her way towards the door. In the time a candle takes to burn a finger's breadth. Puertena thought about it but decided against trying to get her to stay put. She was obviously working to a game plan, and if the humans wanted to use it, they had to have some idea what it was. All right, he answered, picking up the poker hand. A half hour. He glanced at his cards and grimaced. A full house on deal. Just my luck. Not really, Trayton said soothingly. I just didn't want you to be distracted trying to decide what to draw. Chapter 49. You're sure about this, Puertena? Lieutenant Jasko asked dubiously. The blazing fireplace made the kitchen an inferno which was normally empty, but for Matsugai and the Mahout's wives who helped him with meals. Now, however, it was crowded with the sergeant major, the lieutenant, Puertena, and Dinat, along with Julian, and one of his fire team. Matsugai and his current assistant continued preparing the evening meal, stepping around the Marines and Mardikins crowding the room, but it wasn't exactly easy. "'Tis is where she said, sir." "She's late then," the lieutenant said. "The time is ambiguous," Panner said over the radio. Finger's breadth. On a candle. Human or Mardikin, and what kind of candle?" The captain, Roger, and O'Casey were attending the assembly through the suit cameras from Dispro's squad. "But it still should have been about half an hour, sir," Jasko argued. "This is a fool's errand," he added with a glance at the armorer. "So you think we should have dismissed it, sir?" Kosudik asked. "I think," the lieutenant replied, as the wall behind him swung silently open, "that we should all get ready to be hit. We don't know what might be coming at us," he finished as the female menial, moving in a much less menial fashion and accompanied by a familiar face, stepped out of the secret passage. "Shit," Kosudik said mildly, and flipped her helmet sensors to deep sonar. The view of the visitors' quarters in that frequency was interesting. "Captain, we got us a honeycomb here." Jasko looked at her very strangely, then noticed where everyone else was staring, looked over his shoulder, and jumped half out of his chameleon suit, then backed hastily over to join the other humans. Julian wrinkled his nose and chuckled. "Well, if it isn't the Tinker." Kederbijan nodded as the female, no longer looking either meek or unintelligent, padded across the room to secure the door. "Please pardon my deception on your approach. It was necessary to prevent your destruction." "What do you mean?" Jasko's natural suspicions had not been particularly eased by having someone step out of a solid wall behind him. "Trust me, nobody would be destroying us, bucko." "You can be killed," Bijan replied. "You were badly hurt at Voitan. You lost, I believe, some 30 out of your total of 90. "Slightly off," Kosudik told him with a thin smile. "You must have had someone counting wounded they assumed would die, but we're tougher than that." Bijan clapped his hands quietly in agreement. "Yes, my own count showed that the numbers were off. Thank you for that explanation. Nonetheless, if you hadn't come to Marshad, you would have been destroyed on the road to Passio. Even if Rajumaz had needed his entire army to accomplish it, you would have been destroyed." "Why?" Jasko demanded. What the hell did we do? Not what we did, sir, Julian said. What we are. We're his ticket to power. Exactly. Bijan nodded at the sergeant. You are his ticket to control of the Hadur. Make no mistake, Pasul is but a stepping stone. After Pasul comes Terzan and then Dram. He'll use you until you're used up. That's more or less what we figured, Panner said to Kosudik and Jasko. He was using a discrete frequency to avoid having the rest of the company listening in. This was not a morale-boosting conversation. And we can't afford the time. He has a plan, so ask him what it is. Yawine. What's the plan? Kosudik asked, cutting Jasko off. Let Kosudik take the lead, Lieutenant, Panner coached when the lieutenant looked sharply at the non-com. It's customary to let a lower-level person take point. That way, if you decide to hang somebody out to dry, it's the sergeant major, not you. You have to have a reason to contact us, the sergeant major continued, suppressing a smile. The captain would be hard-pressed to ever hang somebody out to dry, but it certainly made a good excuse to let the grown-ups do the planning. You have a schedule to keep, the spy told her with a Mardican grunt of humor. Yes, I know even that about you. You have to reach this far-distant coast within a set time frame. You can't afford to spend a year here campaigning. How in the hell? Jasko exclaimed. Nice piece of information, Kosudik said. But you still haven't mentioned the plan. There are those who don't look with favor upon Rajhumas, obviously, the tinker said. There are many such in Marshad, perhaps even more, at least among those with power and funds in Paschal. And you are what? A friend of these people? A believer? Call me a friend, the spy said. Or a humble servant. Okay, humble servant. What's the plan of this anonymous group of people? They simply wish to change the status quo, the spy said unctuously, to create a better Marshad for all its inhabitants, and, among those in the group who are from Paschal, to save themselves from conquest by a madman. And why should we help them? Kosudik asked. Given that we might be monarchy, like it or die types. You aren't, Bijan replied calmly. My conversation with the Okasi made that clear. She was very interested in the ownership of land, and pleased when I told her Paschal practiced free ownership by the farmers themselves. Furthermore, you're trapped. You must destroy the house of Raj or miss your rendezvous. Nor will your part be difficult. On the day of the battle, you will simply switch your allegiance. With the aid of your lightning weapons and the forces of Paschal, the local rebels will be able to overcome Rajhuma's forces, most of whom will be involved in the attack on Paschal in your support. Oh, and what about our commanders? Kosudik could see that the plan was as full of holes as Swiss cheese, but she also suspected that those holes were traps for the humans. How do they survive our switch in allegiance? There are partisans within the palace, Bijan replied easily. Between them and your leader's guards, the purely Raj forces can be overcome. Certainly, they can secure your leader's safety until either you arrive to relieve them, or the palace is taken by the city partisans. However, he continued, with a hand slap of regret, whether we can guarantee your leader's security or not, you have little choice. If you don't assist us, you will be here a year hence, trapped, I suspect, in this horrible little backwater for the rest of your lives. Which, given that Raj intends to use you over and over again for shock troops, will probably be short one. You know. Kosudik made sure her smile was broad and toothy. Mardikans didn't show teeth except in aggression. You've figured all the angles, haven't you? You need our help, the spy said simply, and we need yours. It's a simple meeting of needs, no more. Ah? The sergeant major glanced over at the female. Is that our contact? She asked, gesturing with her chin. Yes, Bijan answered. Her family was from Voitan and has different customs. She's an excellent conduit. Nobody notices me, the diminutive female said, standing by the door with her broom and dusting idly. Who would notice a brainless female? Even if she heard something, how could she remember it? The girl grunted evilly, and Kasutik smiled, then nodded at the spy. Stay here. We need to go talk. She jerked her head at the command group to precede her out of the kitchen's Stygian heat. They went as far as the second guardroom, where she made the rally here hand sign. Captain, you there? She asked. Aye, we got it all too, the co said. Yeah, Roger chimed in. Every goddamn bit of it. I want suggestions, Connor went on. Julian, you first. We need to go with the plan, sir. At least at first. Like the guy said, right now I don't see a way around it. Don't worry about us, Roger said. I don't know if Captain Panner fully agrees, but I believe we'll be able to hold our own if most of the guards are involved in the assault. Panner's sigh was audible over the radio. I don't like it, but I more or less agree. We should be able to turn the tables on the ground, Jasko said, shaking his head. But it's going to be a haluva fight at the bridge, and then we'll be in a running battle all the way up to the palace. Actually, sir, Kasutik said, thinking about the terrain, the problem will be on this side. Correct, Panner agreed. If formed forces make it to the city, you'll be fighting every step of the way through that warren. That sort of fighting will whittle us down to nothing. If you have to fight street to street, we might as well surrender now. Young man, so you think that if the Marshad army is on the Paschal side of the river, and stays there, then the company can relieve us? Roger asked carefully. Yes, the Marine said after a moment's thought. We'll still take some casualties. But if we can get some assurances that the Paschal forces will cover our retreat, we should be all right. However, we still face the problem of how to keep them from cross. His voice trailed off. Then, are you thinking what I think you're thinking, Your Highness? He asked carefully. Maybe. It depends on whether or not we can smuggle one of the Mardukans out of the visitors' quarters. Yeah, Julian and Kasutik said almost simultaneously. The two NCOs looked at each other and laughed. If we can get some armor for one of the three musketeers, I can rig a camera and radio, Julian said. I've got the gear packed. I can coach him through the rigging, and Dinat is fairly good with knots, Kasutik added, rubbing her ear. What are we talking about? Jasko asked. The group trooped back into the stifling kitchen to confront the spies. We're in agreement, Kasutik said. However, we have a few questions to ask, and some requirements that must be met for us to be willing to proceed. Oh? Bijan said. And if I reject your demands? We tell the king about your treason just before we tear this pathetic city to the ground, the sergeant major said quietly. It will practically wipe us out to do it, but the not difficult plan you just suggested will do the same thing. So, are you going to listen? Or do we start now? The spy looked down at her for a moment, then grunted in laughter. Very well, Sergeant Major Kasutik. What are your demands? Questions first, the NCO said. How secret are all these passages? There's only one to this building, Bijan said, which is why we came in here. But there are a few others in strategic spots throughout the city. As far as I know, Rajahumas doesn't know a thing about this one. Or about any of the others, for that matter. This one was created during the construction of this building, which predated the rise of the House of Raj. Yanwei. Then, how did you know of it? Jasko asked, deciding that he had to get at least one word in. I showed him, the female spy replied. My mother's family was involved in the construction. They were masons from Voitan, and my mother knew of it from her mother. Kasutik was sorely tempted to ask why Voitan women seemed to be the only ones on Marduk with any freedom, but decided it was a side issue. Fixing the problems of the company came first. Although, she reflected, Roger's plan would certainly free up a few social constraints in Marshad. Okay, she said. That has that covered. The reason we needed to know is that we need to smuggle one or two of our Mardukan allies. Why? Bijan demanded angrily. This will make it much more likely that we'll be discovered, Those barbarians don't even speak the language. What? Dude! Julian snapped. You have no barbarians in your city? No visitors whatsoever? A few, Bijan admitted reluctantly, but they're mainly from Krenolta tribes, and there are very few at the moment. They're mostly traders in hides and jungle medicines. Good, Kasudik said. We have a mass of those we collected on the march, and he can take some with him as a cover. Also, before he goes, he'll need an armor apron and a helmet. No! Bijan snarled. No fighting? I don't know what your plan is, but he won't destroy all I've worked for. I'll wait for a better chance, if that's what it takes. No, you won't, Kasudik told him with another toothy smile, because if this goes wrong, I will follow you to hell to spit on your soul. Do I make myself clear? Do I make myself clear? They stared at one another for a long time until, finally, the Mardikan clapped his hands reluctantly. Very well, one of them. I'll get appropriate armor and a helmet. He paused. But if he gives away our preparations, on your head, be it. He'll have a mission, which he'll divulge to you as he goes, the sergeant major said. You will support it fully. She gestured with her head at the female spy. And that one will be the primary control. Do you understand? I'm in charge here, Bijan started to say. No, Kasudik interrupted with a shake of her head. Fate, chaos, and destruction are in charge here, spy. The faster you figure out how to ride the whirlwind, the better. Chapter 50. Dinat padded through the trackless dark of nighttime Marshad, following the dimly perceived shape of the female in front of him. The stench of the lower warrens was unbelievable, an effluvia of chemicals from dyes, rotting carcasses, shit, and misery. He'd visited Qenkok often, and although there had been many poor, it had never seemed as if the entire city was destitute. But in Marshad, he hadn't seen a single sign of relative wealth. It appeared that there were only king's advisors, and the penniless. As his guide passed one of the tunnel-like alleys, a figure emerged from the deeper shadows and grabbed the little female by the arm. Dinat's orders had been to follow, and as much as possible to avoid notice, so he stepped sideways into the deeper blackness along the alleyway, turning to put the heavy sack he carried against the wall. The little guide, Sina, had heartily endorsed the importance of his avoiding attention, and added an injunction against coming to her aid. She was confident of her own abilities. Or so she said. Now Dinat saw why. The confrontation was brief, and ended when the accoster suddenly flew into a wall. There was another flicker of movement as the two shapes merged. A horn flashed, and then the little female continued on, leaving a crumpled, life-oozing shape sprawled in the noisome alley. Dinat stepped around the growing, sticky puddle and followed his guide into the deeper blackness. There was just enough filtered light in the intersection for him to see that the thug's head was barely attached to his body. He'd heard of the Inat techniques, but Sina was the first practitioner of the art he'd ever met, and he resolved to treat the guide with the greatest possible respect. They took a fork away from the slightly wider alley they'd been following into a smelly path, barely wide enough for the broad tribesmen to pass. The alley's clay walls were intermittently coated in waterproofing, but much of it had worn away, exposing the walls to the rains. There were runnels in the material, and if it wasn't fixed soon, the houses to either side would collapse. The narrow slit dropped into one of the tunnels that was a bit wider. It was impossible to see in the lightless passage, so the guide took the tribesman's hand and put it on her shoulder. The passage was half flooded with a river of sludge, runoff from the evening's rains and rancid beyond compare, through which they were forced to wade. Dinat steeled himself and refused to wonder what the things bumping against his legs or disintegrating beneath his feet might be. That passage was blessedly short, however, and soon Sina led him up onto a slightly elevated platform and stopped. There was an almost unheard tapping and the creak of a hinge, and then the guide stepped forward once more. Dinat started to follow, and slammed his nose into a lintel. He stifled a venomous curse, ducked through the doorway and stepped forward until he felt a hand on his chest. There was another creak behind him, a thump as a door closed, and the click of a bolt shooting. Then light flared from a tinder box. The candle that the tinder lit revealed a space which seemed too tiny for the group filling it. Besides his guide, there were 3 other females of about the same age, 2 older females, and half a dozen children. The only male in the room was obviously old, the lighter of the candle. 2 of the younger females cringed back at the sight of the armored tribesmen in their midst, but the rest simply regarded Dinat calmly. "Unexpected visitors, Sina." The old male sat creakily on a stool and gestured for the visitor to seat himself, addressing Dinat's guide in the Voitan dialect, which Dinat, now that he was paying attention, could fuzzily understand. "Yes," the guide agreed, wiping the filth of the sewer off her legs. "A requirement of the humans. They must have one of their own perform some mission. Also, we must smuggle communiques to and from their commanders. They must have permission to help us." Ooh. She added something else in the dialect, speaking much too rapidly for Dinat to follow. "That was to be expected," one of the older females said, coming forward. "Welcome, tribesmen. I am Salat, which my daughter would have told you if she'd any manners." "Danal Dinat." The tribesman bowed. "I greet you in the name of the people." He hoped he'd all the sounds right. Some of the words were the same, but accented so differently as to make them nearly unintelligible. "Dinat," Julian said over the earbud, the Intel NCO'd installed. "If you're having translation problems, ask me. I'll give you the right words. You just said, 'I sneeze you in and the idiots.'" The Mardican had been seated with more listening devices than a Saint embassy, and the company now had a way out of the building. The sergeant major was hard at work tracing out the other hidden passageways, and if Dinat truly needed help, it was possible the Marines could come to the rescue. The locals looked at one another, and then the older female bowed slightly towards him. "I greet you in the name of our house. Won't you take a seat?" Dinat nodded as reassuringly as possible at the worried females in the corner, guarding the children, and sat on the floor. The walls of the room were well-set stone, and the room itself was a snug, out-of-the-way burrow. "I have a mission," Julian prompted. "A mission to put a human thing on the bridge." "Bridge," the tribesman finished with a snarl and a triple cough. "The agreed-upon code for go away." Okay, the Nuncio whispered, going into lurk mode. "Are you quite well?" his host asked. The old Mardican leaned forward in concern. If the contact became unwell, it would ruin all their plans. "Yes," Dinat answered. "I am well." "What is this device?" the older female asked, as she poured their visitor a drink of water and proffered the cup. "I don't know," Dinat lied easily. He'd quickly learned the expression Poratena called a poker face, an apt description. However, the humans say that it's vital to their plans. "How large is it? How do you have to attach it? And where?" Senna clapped her hands in agitation. "It will be difficult to do. The bridge is well guarded." "It has to be attached anywhere on the underside," Dinat said. "Underside," Julian corrected. "You just said anywhere on the butt. Well, ass is closer." The NCO chuckled. "Underside," Dene amended. "Ah," his host said. The old Mardican male looked at the ceiling of the dwelling. "This is, perhaps, possible. How large is this package?" Sena asked, taking a seat as well. Dinat pulled the sack he'd been carrying around in front of him and opened it. Pulling out several hide-wrapped packages and partially prepared hides, he removed a final package covered in red leather. It was done up with thongs which he untied to reveal a strange shape. It looked like a small box attached to a cube of clay the size of his hand. "How do you attach it?" Sena asked, for there were no strings or ropes in evidence. "They told me that if I pushed it on stone, it would stay." Dinat tried it, and it adhered to the nearer wall, which was in easy arm's reach. He pulled at it, and it came away with difficulty. Like glue, Salat observed. The older female looked at the device curiously. Very interesting. What does it do? That I don't know, Dinat lied again. He knew very well what it did, but he wasn't about to tell the locals. I also need to be near the river on the day of the battle, he added. That won't be hard, Senna assured him. Right on the river would be difficult, but there are several places on that edge of town where you'll be outside the walls and within easy running distance. Will that do? Yes. Now, how do we get the item attached? How well do you swim? Senna asked with a hand clap of humor. Well enough to swim that little puddle you call a river. There's a landing beneath the bridge, the little female said. We can put you in the river upstream. You swim down to the bridge, climb up and attach your item, then swim down river to another point, where someone will meet you to lead you back. Very well, Dinat said with satisfaction. Now I suppose we wait. Indeed, Senna said. And starve, she added sourly. Oh, it isn't that bad, dear, the host rebuked. We have enough to share with our guest. The house of Talene is not so fallen as to be unable to provide hospitality. Talene? Dinat repeated, startled. Was that a common name in Voitan? Because I know a Talene Targ. Talene Targ. The host sounded surprised. I am Talene Sul. He's my cousin on my father's side. Where do you know him from? He asked eagerly. I haven't seen him since before the fall of Selena. How is he? He's well, Dinat said, glad to be able to impart some happy news. He was one of the leaders of the force that relieved us in Voitan. They're rebuilding the city, and he'll be one of the leaders of that as well. Ah! Sul clapped his hands in joy. The shining city shall rise again. Let it not be too late for us, his wife said quietly. Would that we could go to it before our deaths. We shall, Sul said with quiet firmness. We shall return to the shining city. We might have only our hands to offer, but it will be enough. There was no doubt in his voice, but the whole group had lost its animation. Even if they returned to Voitan, it would be as beggars. I was surprised by your choice of messengers, Dinat said, deliberately moving away from what was obviously a painful subject. My people wouldn't have entrusted such a grave responsibility to a female. Because we're worthless and unintelligent? Senna snorted. Good only for birthing babies and cooking? Yes, Dinat said calmly. I was surprised that the people of Voitan were so accepting of women working other than in the fields and home. You keep to the Voitan customs? With difficulty, Talene Sul said. Marshad doesn't agree with those customs. A female cannot own property, and she must obey the orders of any male. Such are both customs and law in this land, so it's hard for one raised among the customs of Voitan to put up with. Females are common in weaving, but that's because it's work males don't want. The old male grunted in laughter. But Senna was raised in the Voitan way, and she's proof that not all females are worthless and weak. So she is, Dinat grunted. He looked at the little female out of the corner of his eye. So she is. He gave himself a shake. But returning to the matter of starvation, he reached back into his sack. I brought some food. When that runs out, we'll have to see what we can think of. You and me. Well, Senna said, clapping her hands in resignation. That means we can stay out of sight until we have to go to the bridge. Of course, staying out of sight means being stuck in the company of a smelly tribesman for all that time, but at least one part of the plan is working. MD. Chapter 51. This is going too smoothly, Panner complained, shaking his head. Really? Roger looked around the room and chuckled. I suppose Voitan was your idea of just the right amount of friction. Yes, Your Highness, it was. The captain turned dark eyes on the prince and nodded. We survived. He shook his head again. Something is bound to screw this up, and there's not much in the way of a backup. Blow the town down and take what we can. Dispro suggested. More or less. The CO straightened and kneaded the small of his back with both hands. I'm getting too old for this shit. 70 isn't old, Roger told him with a laugh. Look at my grandfather. He lived to the ripe old age of 183 senile years. Not a record I hope to beat, Your Highness. The captain smiled. Time for bed. We'd better be on our toes tomorrow. Roger nodded a good night to Panner as he left the room, then looked over at O'Casey. You've been particularly quiet this evening, Eleonora, he observed, taking off the borrowed helmet he'd been using to monitor the operation. Just thinking about our host, the chief of staff replied with a smile. And universality. How so? Roger asked, mopping at his sweaty forehead. The evening was unusually hot, even for Marduk. It usually cooled off a bit after nightfall, but not tonight, apparently. If you don't mind, Your Highness, Dispro said, I'm going to turn in as well. I have guard duty in a few hours. Take off, Nemashet. Roger waved one hand in a shooing gesture. I think we can guard ourselves for a while. The sergeant smiled at him and left the room behind the cap. Roger watched her go and then turned back to O'Casey. You were saying, he said, then noticed her slight smile. What? Nothing, his former tutor said. I was talking about universality. It's not quite a given that fops aren't to be trusted, but rulers who pay more attention to their wardrobes than their subjects have a habit of coming to bad ends. Did you have anyone in mind? Roger asked coldly. Oh, O'Casey chuckled. That wasn't directed at you, Roger. Although, at one time, it might have been, she added pensively. But, frankly, son, there's not much of the peacock left in you. Don't be too sure of that. Roger gave her a wry smile now that he realized the comment wasn't directed at him. I'm definitely looking forward to getting back into some civilized clothing. That's fair. O'Casey looked down at her own stained uniform. So am I. But I wasn't speaking of you. I was actually thinking of Caesar Borgia and your father. Now that's a comparison you don't often hear, Roger said tightly. Perhaps you don't, O'Casey acknowledged, but before I was your tutor I used it frequently in lectures. I suspect that was one of the reasons I was assigned to you in the first place. That and the follow-through, which is that, frankly, it's an insult to the Borgias. They never would have screwed up their plot the way New Madrid did. Jai. You know the whole story? Roger asked in an odd voice. I never realized that. I'm sorry, Roger, O'Casey said sadly. I'm surprised you weren't aware of how widely it's studied. I only learned the details after becoming your tutor, of course, but the broad outline is used in political courses as a case study. It's right up there with the takeover of the Solarian Union by the Dagger Lords. No. Really? Roger's eyes were wide. Well, you never discussed it with me. It's a sensitive subject, Roger. His chief of staff shrugged. I didn't want to hurt your feelings, and I felt that you must have already learned any lessons it could teach long before I was named your tutor. Really, Roger repeated, sarcastically, this time, and leaned one elbow on the table and fixed her with a glare. That's just absolutely fascinating. Eleonora, because I have never known what it was that got my father exiled from court, which makes it rather difficult to learn anything from it, wouldn't you say? He let out an exasperated hiss and shook his head. I'm so glad that you were respectful of my feelings, teacher. But... O'Casey stared at him, her face white. But what about your mother, or Professor Earl? Ms. Powell. O'Casey, Roger snarled. I don't remember my mother from when I was a young child at all. Only a succession of nurses. From the time I started to know who she was, I have a general impression of seeing her, once a week or so, whether I really needed to see her or not. She would comment on the reports from my tutors and nannies, and tell me to be a good boy. I saw John and Alexa more than I ever saw my mother. And as for Professor Earl, I asked him once, just once, about my father. He told me to ask my mother when I was older. Roger shook his head. The good doctor was a fair tutor, but he was never very good with the personal stuff. It was O'Casey's turn to shake her head, and she pulled at a lock of hair. I'm sorry, Roger. I just assumed. Hell, everybody probably assumed. She grimaced in exasperation, then inhaled sharply. Okay, where do you want me to begin? Well, Roger said with a smile, I had this tutor once who was always telling me, well, to start at the beginning and go through to the end. She finished with an answering smile. This will take a long time, though, she said more seriously, and Roger gestured around the room. You may not have noticed, but I've got all night. Okay, let me think about how to begin. She gazed into an unseen distance for several seconds, then made a little mow of annoyance which was clearly directed at herself. You know, I never really covered recent history with you too well, did I? I just let that little detail slide. Renaissance or Byzantine politics, yes, but not what was going on right under your nose. Of course, she flashed a quick grin. Most of the time it was stuck so far up you'd never have noticed anyway. I said begging Zamwa. True, unfortunately. Roger chuckled ruefully. But I have to get the story. New Madrid, she said, nodding. As you know, there were few major military actions during your grandfather's reign. This is sometimes pointed at as an indication that he was a great emperor. But what was actually happening was that your grandfather was almost completely ineffectual. The fleet and marines were being slashed to the bone, and we lost several border systems to treaties we accepted out of weakness, or disinterest, or small actions that never got much press coverage back home. There weren't any major actions because no one was drawing any lines to stop the gradual erosion of the frontiers. And while they were crumbling, the empire was self-destructing internally with plots and counterplots. New Madrid was part of that action, but not as a central player. She sighed and looked at the prince in the glow from the camp light. Roger, you got almost all your brains from your mother, thank God. If you'd gotten your mother's looks and your father's brains, you would have been shit out of luck. Yes, so that bad? He asked with a chuckle. He's as smart as Mom is good-looking. Say rather that he's as good-looking as your mother is smart, which is where you come in. What a line, he observed. John Gaston, John and Alexa's father, died as you know in a light flyer accident. The Duke of New Madrid was part of the court at that time, fairly recently arrived. He was and is a gorgeous man, and quite the ladies' man as well. However, he was very circumspect at court. He and your mother struck up an acquaintance shortly after the death of Count Gaston, and the acquaintance slowly changed to, Al. No one. Me? Roger said with a raised eyebrow. Well, the proto-you. Empress Alexandra, heir apparent at that time, might have been having a hard time, but she was no fool. She was more or less swept off her feet, which is why she wasn't on a contraceptive, but she landed back on them quickly, especially when the head of the IBI brought her a report on New Madrid's contacts among factions known to be maneuvering to control the empire. There had never been a question of marriage, because she had to leave the way open for a dynastic alliance. With the IBI report in hand, though, she had to know if New Madrid's interests were from the heart or the scent of power. So she let herself appear to weaken. Yay! Eleonora twisted her lock of hair again, and let a smile quirk. I understand New Madrid can be somewhat dominant, and he apparently found nothing odd in Alexandra suddenly becoming compliant during her pregnancy, which was when he tipped his hand. He began forcefully lobbying her for some of the precise policies that the Jackson cabal had been promoting. Yuan, are you talking about Prince Jackson of Kellerman? Roger asked. He's one of the most important noblemen in the Senate. And doesn't he just know it? O'Casey wrinkled her brow. Towards the end of your grandfather's reign, it became apparent even to him that the Saints were becoming very expansionist. That caught him by surprise, since he'd felt that the Saints were, well, saints. Once he realized he was wrong, and possibly because he recognized that he had been, and felt somehow betrayed by them, he began giving a great deal of weight to the more militant factions in the House of Lords. And Jackson was one of those. Roger nodded. He's always been one of the more, hawkish members. Indeed. However, your grandfather began making most of his appointments on the basis of Jackson's advice. Many of them weren't appointments, whether to the House of Lords or to the imperial ministries, which Alexandra thought were wise. She had long argued against the military drawdown, but when it became apparent even to her father that the empire was in trouble, he turned not to her, but to Prince Jackson. It might have appeared on the surface that there was little difference, since both she and Jackson supported many of the same policies. But even then, Alexandra was more interested in loyalty to the concept of the Empire of Man than in a specific camp. Worse, all of Jackson's choices for appointments were people he could depend upon to follow his lead. So when Alexandra found New Madrid spouting the Jackson line, after having been handed that damning report, she saw the situation with amazing clarity. One of the few things she managed to convince her father of in his waning years was to have New Madrid banished from court. In a sight. However, the former tutor gave her former student a winsome smile. That left me, Roger said, his eyes wide. I'm surprised she didn't. Oh, it was contemplated. She'd already had the fetus she pointed out with another smile, transferred to a uterine replicator, so it would have been a simple matter of turning a tap, Roger said woodenly. Sort of. Oh, Casey nodded. For whatever reason, though, she didn't. She began twisting another lock of hair. I understand that she spent quite a bit of time with you when you were an infant, Roger. It was only as you matured that she started spending more and more time away. Not me. As I began looking more like my father, he said in a deathly tone. It wasn't a question. And acting more like him. Frankly, O'Casey confirmed. There were other reasons. Things were getting very tense at court as your grandfather began to fail, and Alexandra was desperately trying to line up partisans against the coup she could see in the offing. In the end, of course, she was able to. But even so, she spent the last decade trying to repair the damage to the empire. The chief of staff shook her head again. To be honest, I don't know if she ever will be able to truly repair all of it. Things were getting tense again before we left. Most of the fleet has been pulled away from home systems towards the Saint Sector, which is Jackson's sphere of influence, and she doesn't trust the Imperial Inspector's Corps. At least she can trust the chief of the fleet and the IBI, but those are thin reeds, with the Saints pressing the border and the House of Lords deadlocked most of the time. So, she finished, that's the tale. Both the one that I used as a case study of blown political conspiracies and the additional data I was made privy to as your tutor. She looked at the prince, who was staring at the far wall. Questions? A million, Roger said. But one simple one. First, is this why no one has ever trusted me with anything important? Because of my blood? He ended angrily. Partially, she admitted with a nod. But more of it was, well, you, Roger. I certainly didn't realize you'd never been briefed. So I'm guessing that, just like me, everyone else around you must have assumed that someone else had told. They thought you knew. So if you knew the problems that had been associated with your father, and yet chose to emulate him in every way, then one logical conclusion was that you'd chosen him as your role model rather than your mother. No. Oh shit, Roger said, shaking his head. So all this time, Captain Panner asked me, early in the voyage, if you were a threat to the throne, Eleonora said quietly. I had to tell him that, frankly, I didn't know. She looked the prince in the eye. For that, I'm sorry, Roger, but I didn't know. And I doubt that anyone, except probably Costas, was sure about you. Yan Chol. Is that why we're here? Roger asked, with a hand over his eyes. Is that why we're stuck in this wrath hole? He grated in an iron tone. Because everyone thought I was in a conspiracy with Prince Jackson? To overthrow my own mother? I prefer to believe you were being protected, the chief of staff said. That your mother saw a gathering storm and chose to put you out of harm's way. On Leviathan. Roger dropped his hand and looked at her with tight eyes. Where I'd be safe if it dropped in the pot, as Julian likes to put it. O'Casey said, thinking about the company's incredible battle, to have reached even as far as Marshat. Well, yes. Oh. Roger began to laugh, even as tears welled up in his eyes. Thank God she didn't let me stick around for something dangerous. I'd hate to think what Mother might find dangerous. Maybe facing the Colonelta with a knife? Roger died. Ah! He screamed as the door burst open to admit a worried Marine sentry. Carew panned his bead rifle around the room, looking for the threat, as the prince slammed both fists down on the table. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Pocket and pock you, Mother. Fuck you and your fucking paranoia, you secretive Machiavellian. Untrusting, cold-hearted bitch. Carew stepped aside as Panner slid through the door, pistol in a two-handed grip. What the hell is going on here? The captain barked. Out! Roger screamed. He picked O'Casey up by one biceps and shoved her towards the door. Out! All of you, out! He pushed Carew so hard the heavy-set private skittered backwards on his butt through the doorway. If you're not out of here in 1 fucking second, I will fucking kill every fucking one of you. The solid door of the suite slammed shut with an ear-shattering boom, followed almost instantly by the sounds of complicated destruction. I think I could have handled that better, Eleonora said judiciously. I'm not sure how, but I'm almost certain I could have. What just happened? Carew said, lurching upright and looking around the main room of the suite, where the Marines were all staring at the door. Did he just say what I think he said? Corporal Damden asked, his eyes wide. About the Empress? Yes, Eleonora said calmly. He did. But, she continued, raising her voice, he just found out something very personal and unpleasant. He's very upset with the Empress, not as the Empress, but as his mother. I think that once he calms down, she suggested, as the sound of breaking wood came through the door, he'll be less treasonous. Panner suggested lightly. He's angry at his mother, Captain. Very angry, I might add, and not completely without reason. And not at the Empress, the Chief of Staff said coldly. There is, in this instance, a distinct difference. One you and I need to discuss. Panner looked at her, then glanced at the door as the sound of hacking came from the far side. The door shook to the pounding blows of the prince's sword. What did you say to him? The captain asked incredulously. I told him the truth, Captain, the former tutor said tautly. All of it. Oh, the Marine said. You're right. We do need to talk. He looked around the room. Carew, back on post. The rest of you, he glanced at the door and winced at the sound of steel skittering on stone. Roger loved that sword. If he was willing to bang stones with it, his fury was even more towering than the captain had thought. The rest of you go back to sleep, he said finally, and beckoned for O'Casey to follow him out of the room. Chapter 52. The next day passed quietly, especially in the hostages' suite. Roger failed to emerge from his room, even when a breakfast of barley rice and vegetables was brought to the suite. The food no longer contained the obnoxious herb that had been so prevalent in the first dinner, but there was still a weird, bitter aftertaste. Despite that, Roger had been able to stomach it on the previous 2 days, but he obviously had no interest in it at all today. An hour after the breakfast had been cleared, Panner opened the door to make sure he was all right. Roger was sprawled on his camp bed, in the middle of a mass of broken fixtures, his forearm across his face. When the door opened, the prince simply glanced at the captain and resumed his position. Recognizing a deep funk that was in no mood for semi-parental bitching, the Marine shook his head and closed the door. Back in the troop barracks, however, the mood was quiet but active. Rumors were still the only method of faster-than-light communication the military had discovered. I heard he called the Empress a whore. St. John, M said. I heard it was just a bitch, St. John, J said. The older twin had often had to control the outbursts of his younger brother. But still, it was a bitch, Kasudik confirmed, appearing as if by magic behind them. To be precise, a paranoid bitch. But, she added, he was also referring to the Empress as his mother, not the Empress. It's a big difference. How? St. John, M asked. They're the same person, ain't they? Yes, the sergeant major agreed. But calling one of them a bitch is treason, and calling the other one a bitch is just being really, really pissed at your mother. She looked from twin to twin. Either one of you ever been upset with your mother before? Well, J. St. John said. He always calls her a damn saint when he's mad at Mama St. John, Jay said with a grin. Well, so do you. St. John protested. Sure, Mark, but not to her face. The point is, the sergeant major said before the family feud could go any farther that he was mad at his mother, not at Empress Alexandra. Well, why? St. John, M asked in a puzzled tone. I mean, Her Majesty's not exactly here to get mad at. I mean, I'll get mad at Mama back on New Miss just 'cause, well, she ain't here. You got mad at Mama just the other day, 'cause she had twins, St. John, Jay said slyly. Well, the prince ain't got no twin, his exasperated brother said. Then he got a puzzled expression and turned back to the sergeant major. He doesn't, does he? We'd 'a' heard, right? Kosuda kept the smile off her face only with difficulty. She knew why the St. John brothers had made it into the regiment. They were both very, very good soldiers with the protective instincts of Dobermans. But the younger twin was no Hawking. He doesn't have a twin, she said precisely. However, he was told something yesterday about some of his mother's decisions that really upset him. What? St. John, Jay asked. What it was is between him and his mother, and he really wants to talk to her about it. The thing for all of you to keep in mind is that our job is to make sure that that conversation takes place. Okay, St. John, Jay with a snort. Gotcha, Sergeant Major. Now, I want you guys to pass it on. What happened yesterday is between Roger and his mother. Our job is to make sure that he gets home to ask her why she's a paranoid bitch in person. Not in kind me son. Roger emerged without a word just before dinner was delivered. There'd been sounds of movement for some time before that, and he carried a pile of crushed and broken fixtures from the room. He took them to the door to the suite, deposited them in the guarded hall beyond, and turned to Panner. What's the status of the company? He asked coldly. Nominal, the CO replied in a neutral tone. He was seated on a cushion, tapping on a pad, and he cocked his head as he looked up at the prince. They've been doing some training with the new weapons, and they're waiting for the word on when we move. He hesitated, then went on. They got the word about last evening. The sergeant major has been spending most of the day quelling rumors. Roger nodded in acknowledgement, but didn't respond directly to the last sentence. We have a problem, Captain, he said instead. And that is? I don't think we have enough troops or ammunition to make it to the coast. The prince pulled up a pile of cushions beside the Marine and dropped down onto them, and Panner regarded him calmly as O'Casey looked up from her own pad. To an extent, I agree, Your Highness. Do you have an answer? Not directly. Roger picked up a canteen and took a sip. The water was tepid, but his chilled camel bag was in the other room. But I was thinking about Cord and his nephews. We need more Mardukan warriors attached to us, whether that be by cash or loyalty oaths. Now, so we keep an eye out for a group of mercenaries to attach? Panner sounded dubious. I'm not sure about using mercenaries to protect you, Your Highness. Let's not look too far down on mercenaries, Roger said with a bitter smile. After all, we're about to take still another city, so that we can get the gear to continue our journey. I don't think we should be calling the kettle black. That is a point, Your Highness, Connor said ruefully. However, it's not like we're doing it by our own choice. Let's go, Dinat hissed. It's not like we have a choice. The little female didn't even look around. She was totally focused on the path from the walls to the water, and a part of Dinat wished he could match her total concentration. Unfortunately, he couldn't. He didn't know what was happening back at the barracks, but whatever it was making Julian nervous as hell, which hadn't done a great deal for Dinat's state of mind either. The good news was that the ECO had steadied down when the time to move arrived, and now he was monitoring the sensors scattered over the Mardiki's gear. Well, the earbud whispered, there's nothing large moving between you and the water. By the way, I'm glad it's you and not me. Dinat wrinkled his nose, but forbore to comment. The exit from the city was a sewer, and although the runoff stream was currently a mere trickle, the first hint of rain would transform it into a flash flood of obnoxious matter. It was high time to make a bolt for the river. Come on, he hissed again. Great hunter, Sina said derisively. I have learned not to move too fast. You have to know what the next step is. Otherwise you find yourself paced between the toes of the Flarkey. Dinat shook his head and stepped forward. Julian, his sub vocalized, have you got anything? Guards on the bridge, the human responded, detecting the movement at 100 meters. Other than that, there's no movement. The tribesmen tried to sniff the air for the musk of a hidden enemy, but the sewer stench overrode any other scent. Stay here, he whispered to Sina, removing the encumbering armor. When he was finished, he wore only his normal garb, a belt with a knife and a pouch. The pouch bulged with the human gift to the King of Marshad. He stepped out of the sewer stream and moved forward, slowly but naturally. The bridge guards were using lanterns, which would destroy their night vision, so the two conspirators should be impossible to see at this distance. He was confused by the little female's timidity. She'd been practically fearless up until this moment, and the change was baffling, until he suddenly realized that all the previous action had taken place within the confines of the city walls. Now, out in the open, the spy was no longer on familiar ground facing familiar threats. Dinat, on the other hand, was close to his element. He had grown up hunting the jungles of the east and was one of the few of his tribe who was as willing to hunt the night as the day. The nighttime jungles were a pitch-black mine of hazards, both inanimate and animate alike. From quagmires to Achel, night was when death stalked the forests, and was stalked, in turn, by Dinal Dinat. Now he moved away from the stench of the sewer and let his senses roam. The way to move by night was without focus. Trying to concentrate, straining to see, fighting to hear, those were the ways to die. The way to live was the way of intuition. Place the feet just so, and the leaf did not stir. Open the eyes wide, but look at nothing. Open the ears, but hear nothing. And breathe the air, but smell nothing. Become one with the night. And because that was the way he moved, he was instantly aware when the faint sound out of harmony with its surroundings came to him. He stopped, motionless, like a darker hole in the night, as a furtive shape stole past him. The figure was short, a small male or a female, returning from the river and bent under a dripping pack, and the tribesman's stomach dropped as he realized there was smuggling across the river. If there was smuggling, there might be patrols, and he paused for several seconds to consider the problem, then made a small gesture of resignation. The plan was the only one possible, so if there were patrols, he would simply have to avoid them. And from what he'd seen thus far of the locals, at least that shouldn't be difficult to do. He continued his slow but steady movement, stopping occasionally and making a little natural noise, scuffing a foot, rattling a leaf. The noises blended into the natural night sounds, the sounds of little animals rustling in the cur-grass for seeds and roots. If anyone was there to hear his slow passage, they would dismiss him as a stap or basic. Now if only no Inshek pounced on him, everything would be fine. In the past, He'd been attacked by Inshek or juvenile Atul while moving this way because the diminutive predators had mistaken him for natural prey. He reached the banks of the river without incident, however. The current was fast, but nothing to deter someone who'd been swimming in worse since he was a cub. The humans had assured him that the package was waterproof, so he lowered himself into the water, moving as carefully as if he were stalking an atoll grass. The current caught him and swept him away from the low earthen bank. The water was warmer than the night, a soothing bath that washed away the stench of the city. He let the current swirl him like a bit of flotsam, keeping his head just above water and breathing through his nose, while he kept an eye out for a slim. If he met one of those, the entire plan was forfeit, as was his life. He approached the bridge quickly under the impetus of the current and ducked under to swim towards the bank. There was a danger in this, the danger of striking an underwater obstruction, as much as anything. But it was a calculated risk, for the guards might well be watching the water as much as the banks. He surfaced carefully when his air ran out and found himself nearly to the bridge, with a guard directly above him, looking up the river. The guard was not, however, looking down, and the tribesmen suppressed a grunt of laughter. These shit-sitters were as blind and stupid as Basak. He drove himself towards the edge, where the bridge's foundation shelf was clearly evident in the reflected light of the lamps. He grabbed the rock and held himself still, head out of the water, letting his senses adjust to conditions under the bridge. The chuckling water echoed oddly in the arches of the structure, gurgling and sucking air into their watery vortices. He heard the echoing footsteps of guards overhead and smaller night sounds, the hissing calls of fiend and the chittering cracks of water slant. Finally, when he was sure he had all the sounds catalogued, he began to lift himself out of the water. The movement was painfully slow, but it allowed all the water to run off his body, leaving nothing to drip, drop, drip, and betray him by the out-of-place sound. He crept up the rock to the junction of the bridge and its foundation. The humans had been careful in their instructions on this point. The package must be in contact with the bridge, but out of sight. He placed the box against the cool stones of the arch and spread some of the wiry flower grass that thrived in the shadow to cover it. Then he began his slow progress back down the slope. With any luck at all, there really would be a guide on the downstream side. I know. That's half the plan in place, Roger said, and Panner nodded. Now if we can just be in place for the other half. About that, Roger began, then paused as someone thumped on the door. Despro stepped back with most of her squad, covering the door as Corporal Baby jerked it open. The new commander of the guard was revealed in the doorway and looked at the leveled weapons evenly. I was sent by His Majesty. You are to write a message to your company. It will command them to follow my orders until you are reunited. Roger looked at Painter, then back at the visitor. How long do you want to be the new commander? The prince asked. I can cut that tenure short if you'd like. If you kill me, another will take my place, the commander said in indifferent tones. And if your company isn't given help in the battle, it will be wiped out. I'll be in command of the support forces. If you anger me, I guarantee that you'll have no soldiers left after the morrow. No. Ah, Roger said with a feral smile. Nice to know we're all on the same sheet of music. He pulled a pad over, tapped on the interface for a moment, then threw it to the Mardican. Take that to them. It gives them all the orders they need. Very well, the Mardican said, holding the pad upside down as he studied it. Tomorrow morning you will join my lord in observing our glorious battle. He grunted evilly, the first expression he'd made other than contempt. To victory! Yeah, Roger said. Whatever. Chapter 53. The day dawned bright and almost clear. The lower layer of clouds had pulled away, leaving only the permanent thin upper layer, which actually raised the temperature a few degrees. The human troops gathered in front of the visitors' quarters, checking their gear, making sure their rucksacks rode well, and getting their mission faces on. The fight was looking to be short, sharp, and unpleasant. They were critically short of bead and grenade rounds and had no plasma rifles, so unless they got more support than they expected from the Marshadans, it would get down to hand to hand. At least they had their swords, but they still didn't have the proper shields to go with them, and without the shield wall, the superior individual training of the Paschal forces would weigh against the humans. All in all, it looked to be a bad day. Julian was running a whetstone over the blade of his sword when his helmet radio came to life on the general frequency. "Mornin', Marines," Roger's voice said. "I thought you should understand something before we start the ball. I'm not going to get into my bitches about the way I was raised. We've all got complaints about our parents, and I'm no different from anyone else in that respect. But I want you to know that no matter how angry I was the other day, I love my mother, both as my mother and as my empress. What happened was that I found out why we're really here. Sure, there was an assassination attempt, and that was the final cause that put us here on Marduk. But the reason we were on the cruise, the reason we were in an assault ship and not a carrier, had to do with a personal problem between me and my mother. One I didn't even know existed. So I have a few things to apologize for. I'd like to apologize for causing any of you to wonder about my loyalty. We're just going to have to get in out of the cold, and let me discuss it with my mother to straighten that one out. And I want to apologize for not forcing my mother to have that talk with me before we left. We could all be in Imperial City having a beer right now if I had. So last, I'd like to apologize for getting you stuck in this goddamn situation with me. And I pledge, on my word as a McClintock, to do everything in my power to get each and every one of you home." The prince paused, and Julian looked around at the company. Every Marine sat as still as he did himself, listening. It wasn't often that you heard a member of the Imperial family open up his heart, and it was even rarer to hear one apologize. "Now, you've got some things to do today," Roger went on after a moment, "and I'm not going to be there with you. But we all need to go home. We all need to get our asses back to Imperial City and have that beer together. Today, in my opinion, is the first step on the road home. So let's get it done. Wall. Roger, out." The new commander of the Royal Guard walked over to the humans as they began to break out of their strange stasis. "What are you doing?" he snapped. "Why have you stopped preparing? Get moving, you stupid basic." Lance Corporal Mosiev was closest to the spluttering Mardikan, and the Bravo team leader looked up at the native coldly. "Shut your gob, asshole." He turned to his team and gestured at the folded-up plasma cannon. "Jano, give Groningen a hand with that." He turned back to the Mardikan commander who had been spluttering at his back and looked the taller native in the eye. "You can move out of our way, or you can die. Your choice." "Yada, Dande." "Move," Roger said coldly. The Mardikan guard seemed disinclined to obey, but he stepped aside at a head gesture from the king, and Roger walked forward to the parapet and looked down. The balcony was located at one of the highest points in the hilltop castle and permitted a breathtaking view of the town laid out below. He could see the company moving through the local forces gathered around the gate and heading for the bridge. Rajhuma stood a short distance down the balcony's low, stone wall, watching the same deployment. There were only a few guards between him and the humans, but at least 50 lined the back of the balcony, ready to fill the hostages full of javelins at his command. The king looked over at Roger and grunted. "I believe you and Ogetsar came to an understanding." "If you mean your new guard commander?" "Yes," Roger said without a smile. "He'll use up my troops and I'll try my best to kill him. We understand each other perfectly." "Such a way to talk to your host," the king said crossly, clapping his cross hands in displeasure. "You need to learn better manners before someone gets hurt." "I always have had that problem," Roger admitted as the company deployed across the fields along the river. "I guess it's my short temper. One day, sun and decay, the horrid. Everybody stay cool," Mosiev said. "We're almost at the deploy point." In traveling configuration, the marine plasma cannon was 1.5 meters long, a half-meter square, and nearly 70 kilos in weight, which made it marginally portable for one unarmored human. Fortunately, it also had a pair of handy carrying handles at either end, so 2 Marines could lug it for short distances without any problems. Except, of course, for the inevitable bitching. "God," Masek said, "this is one heavy mother." "You'll be glad to have this heavy mother along in a few minutes," Groningen chuckled. "Yeah," Masek admitted, "but that don't make it any lighter." "Okay," Mosiev said, eyeing the bridge guardhouses. "This is a good angle. Set her up." The 2 Marines dropped the featureless oblong in the half-grown flax silk, and Groningen hit an inconspicuous button. A door opened, and he flipped the key switch within and stood back as the M109 cannon deployed like a butterfly from a chrysalis. The surrounding matrix was a set of memory plastic parts. The first part to open was the tripod, which pushed down a small pre-tripod to hold the weapon off the ground, then deployed the main supports. Once the main tripod legs had reached their maximum extent and done a pre-level, they deployed spikes into the ground with a susurrant hiss thump. Then the tripod elevated the gun to its full extension, and the blast shield deployed. The shield was arguably the most important feature of the support module. The thermal bloom when the cannon fired was immense, and without the shield, the firer would incinerate himself. That would have been enough to endear it to any gunner, but it also acted as armor against frontal fire. Now it opened like the ruff of a basilisk lizard, or a Florida's head shield, deploying in a rectangle to either side. It offered ample vertical coverage above and below the weapon, but most of it spread to the sides, in a shape largely governed by the expansion pattern of the plasma shot. Groningen tapped a control on top of the weapon and sat down cross-legged behind it. He looked at the bridge where the Mardican soldiers in both guardhouses were watching the company deploy. None of them appeared to have noticed the team's preparations. "We're up," he announced. "Plasma cannons up," Mosiev relayed over the comm. "Copy," Kosudik replied. "We're in position. Take the shot." "Unity Cheyenne is. Why haven't they jumped yet?" Kiddard please snarled. The Pasulian watched the wings of the fearsome weapon deploy and fingered the stone rail of the bridge nervously. "Maybe they weren't told," his companion suggested. The Pasulian guards had been specially detailed to the bridge because all of them could swim. They'd been informed of the plan just before they went on duty, and now they watched their Marshad counterparts, waiting for them to abandon their posts. The plasma weapons were supposed to sweep the Paschal defenders off the bridge, but they would kill or severely wound the Marshad guards as well, unless they got themselves safely out of the way. But none of them were moving. Either they hadn't been informed that their allies' weapons were dangerous to them as well, or else they were playing a game of basic. Whichever it was, Kiddard Palau wasn't playing along. "I'm going to start yelling and pointing," he said. "Then we jump." "Sounds good to me. Hurry." "Look," the guard leader called. "The Omen lightning weapons. Everyone off the bridge." He took his own advice without further ado and launched himself over the low wall of the bridge and into the water. He was not sticking around to see what happened next. Dial. Groningen had already started to depress the firing stud when he saw the Paschal contingent start pointing. He paused for only a moment, all the time it took the keyed-up guards to hit the water, and then fired. The plasma charge traveled at nearly the speed of light, and smote the nearer Paschal guardhouse in a flash of actinic light and a bellowing explosion. The Marshadan guards were swept effortlessly from the bridge by the thermal bloom, vanishing like gnats in a candle flame, and the plasma bolt carved a ruler straight line of blazing vegetation across the fields between the cannon and the bridge. The center of that line was bare black to the soil, which steamed and smoked in the blazing gray light. The Marines broke into a trot, heading straight for the bridge with bead rifles and grenade launchers at port arms, and the rest of the Marshad forces poured out of the city gates behind them. Groningen flipped the safety back on and hit the collapse key, and the fire team waited while the cannon reabsorbed itself, then looked at their leader. "Mutabi," Mosaiev said, slinging his bead rifle and taking one of the handles. "Let's go." The team hefted their weapons and followed the rest of their company, walking through the fire. Glorious, glorious. Rajhumas clapped all four hands in glee. "The bridge is clear. Pity their guards got away, though." "You didn't inform your own guards?" Roger's tone was wooden. "Why should I? If they'd panicked early, it might have given away our attack." The king looked towards the distant city. "Look, they still haven't even begun to issue forth. We've caught them completely by surprise. Glorious!" "Yes," Roger agreed as Panner stepped up beside him, obviously to get a better view of Pashu. "It's going well so far." Eleanor O'Casey nodded at the group of guards around the king, who waved for them to move aside. It was well known that the chief of staff was an academic, not a fighter, and so tiny a person hardly posed a threat to Rajhumas. "What do you intend to do with them when you capture their city?" she asked, stepping up on the far side of the king from the prince and captain and gesturing at the other city. "Well, the market for Dianda is fully satisfied at the moment," the Mardikan said, rubbing his horns. "So after stripping the houses, I will probably permit them to raise barley reese. Well, that and use them to support my combined army as it conquers the rest of the city-states. And of course," O'Casey said, "we'll be free to pass on our way." "Of course, I will have no further need for you. With the combined force of Marshad and Passul, I'll control the plains." "Ah," the academic said. "Excellent." The king grunted as the gates of the distant city opened at last. It was difficult to see much at this distance, but it was obvious that the city's forces were pouring out into the plain to defend their fields. "I'd hoped they would take longer to respond," he grumbled. "Well," O'Casey smiled, "they say no plan survives contact with the enemy." She tried not to smile too broadly, as she recalled Panner's explanation of the sole exception to that rule, the first few moments of a surprise attack. "Look." The king pointed to the struggling plasma cannon team. "Your lightning weapon is almost to the hill." Mosiev's team had reached the park-like hill and were toiling up the overgrown path, and Rajhumas pointed again, this time to a small group of his own forces which had separated from the main body. "I hope no one minds, but I sent along some of my own troops." He grunted in laughter, looking down at the chief of staff. "Just in case your soldiers should meet up with stragglers or brigands. You can never be too careful, you know." "Oh, I agree," the academic said with a slight frown. "War is a terrible business. One never knows what might go wrong." "Why, Jay?" "Okay," Groningen said. "We've got nursemaids." The big Asgardian frowned. "This is going to fuck things up." "I see 'em," Mosiev grunted. "Stay with the plan." "There's nearly 20 of 'em." Masek's tone wasn't nervous, just professional. "Yeah," Mosiev said, grunting again, this time under the combined weight of their overloaded packs and the plasma cannon. "And there's 4 of us, and we planned for this. When we get in place, put out the gear right away. Even with this heavy mother, we can make it to the top of the hill in plenty of time." "Well, then." The king grunted in laughter as the Marshad forces came to a halt on the plain. The formation's wings were composed of standard mercenary companies, professionals who would stand and fight as long as they felt the battle was going for them, and not a second long. They could be expected to lend weight to a successful attack, but only a fool would depend on them for more than that. No, the critical point was in the center, where the strongest and deepest companies stood. The humans formed the front rank, supported by the majority of the Royal Guard immediately behind them, ready to cut them down if they attempted to flee or to exploit the expected breach. The human weapons were about to rip through the Pasulians. The guards had stopped to dress their ranks before attacking. which gave the humans an opportunity to make one last communication. Dun day. Ah. Fire it off, Julian, Lieutenant Jasko said. Yes, sir. The NCO dug the star flare out of his cargo pocket and prepared it, then fired it into the air over the human forces, where both the Pasulian army and their Marshadan allies in the city could see it, with a thump. What was that? The king demanded suspiciously as the green firework burst in midair. It's a human custom, O'Casey said indifferently. It's a sign that the force is here for battle, and that no parley will be accepted. Ah! The mollified monarch gave another grunting laugh. You seem eager to enter battle. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can be on our way, O'Casey said with absolute sincerity. There's the signal, Dinat whispered. You don't need to whisper, Senna said grumpily. No one can hear us here. They were back in their sewer tunnel, but Dinat wasn't paying any attention to the smell this time. The two of them were too busy watching the humans who had just topped out on the small hill across the river. What's that they're setting up? Senna asked. The activity could barely be seen at this range. A lightning weapon, Dinat replied offhandedly. One of their largest. It will cut through the enemy like a scythe. Ah, the spy said. Good. It looks like they're ready. When is Shinzal, Shaolin, Furusabe, Corny Pay. We're up, boss. Roger. Mosiev looked to where Masek and Mutabi were putting in the last of the cross-like stakes. The stakes ran in a semicircle 10 meters back from where the plasma cannon was set up. You set, Mutabi? Yep. The grenadier dusted his hands. Limit lines all set. Good, because here comes our company. The team leader raised a hand at the group of Mardikans struggling up the hill. Hold it. Why are you here? The Mardikan in the lade swatted at his hand. We were sent to keep an eye on you, Basic, he grunted. Make sure you didn't scuttle off into the bush like the cowards you are. Did you see what this thing did to the bridge? Mosiev snapped. I could give a shit why you're here, frankly. But if you don't follow our instructions exactly, you're all going to be a pre-fried lunch for the crocs. Got it? We're going to do as we damned well. Please? The leader shot back angrily. But there was more than a hint of fear under his belligerence, and the troops behind him muttered nervously. We'll stay out of the way, but only where we can watch you, he said, in slightly more moderate tones. Clearly, he had no more interest in dying than the soldiers he commanded. Okay. Mosiev pointed to the line of stakes. There's enough room behind the gun shield for the four of us, but no more. And we all have jobs to do, so we can't put any of you behind. The stakes are the limit line. You'll be safe enough as long as you stay behind it, but you'll be close enough so that if we try to run or do any other funny stuff, you can fill us full of javelins. Nah, Danoinil. The leader examined the situation and clapped his hands in agreement. Very good, but remember, we'll be watching you. You just do that, Mosiev said, and turned back towards the gun so the idiot couldn't see his feral smile. Chapter 54. Captain, this is Lieutenant Jasko, the field commander said. He looked around at the bare platoon of soldiers and shook his head. We're in place with the Marshad forces. The plasma gun is in place with its line out. Dinat and the package are in place. I would say we're a go. Now. Roger, Pana replied over the circuit. Plasma team, you're the initiators. When the Pasul forces charge. Roger, sir, Mosiev responded nervously. We're ready. Pana, out. Ganija. Mosiev looked over Groningen's fire plan one last time. Wait for my call, he said. Got it, the Asgardian grunted. We're locked and cocked. Corporal, Masek whispered. We've got movement. Ondai. Let's get ready to rock and roll, people. Sergeant Major Kasudik said as a leader of the Pasul contingent stalked to the fore. The two armies had stopped just beyond javelin range from each other, and the Pasulian now waved his sword overhead, clearly exhorting his smaller force to attack. His words, probably fortunately for the humans, couldn't be discerned. But whatever he said worked, for the mass started into a trot behind him. Showtime. Nya easy may. Fire, Mosiev whispered, and Groningen tapped the fire button. The plasma cannon spat out 3 carefully calculated bursts. 1 into each flank of the Marshad contingent, and the 3rd directly into the rearmost ranks of the Royal Guard. Way. Connor drew, turned, and fired 3 carefully aimed beads. The only 3 guards between him and the king went down like string-cut marionettes, and he sprinted forward. The anticipated explosions roared behind them, and Bravo Company, Bronze Battalion, the Empress's own, executed a perfect about-face and opened fire into the forces at their back. Eleonora O'Casey hit the ground and covered her head. Diane. Sergeant Despro dropped her bead rifle to hip level and followed her HUD aiming point as the grenadiers to either side of her went to continuous fire. Corporal Mosiev pressed the hand unit detonator button, simultaneously firing the semicircle of stake-mounted directional mines and detonating the kilo charge of C-20 catalyst under the bridge. The charge was half the company's total supply, and sufficient to take down a 3-story office building. Connor's first kick took Rajhumas in the groin. Anecdotal evidence had suggested that the area was nearly as vulnerable for Mardukans as for humans, which proved to be the case as the monarch doubled over in agony. The captain followed up with a spinning sidekick that intercepted the descending head on the temple. Mardukans, unlike humans, had thick bone there, but the impact still spun the king off his feet and stunned him. The ruler of Marshad hit the balcony's stone floor and bounced, and Panner grabbed the heavy Mardukan by one horn, yanked his head up and shoved the muzzle of his bead pistol against it. Then he looked up, prepared to threaten the king's life to control the guards. But there were no guards to control. Those who had lined the back wall of the balcony had been reduced to so much paste by the impact of hundreds of beads and a dozen grenades in the confined space. Stickles was down with a javelin in the side, but he would live. And that was the only casualty the humans had taken. All 8 of the guards who'd been directly around the king were dead. Most of them appeared to have been caught flat-footed watching the plasma cannon, but one, at least, had apparently reacted to the captain's attack. That one had his sword out, and a bloody hole in his stomach. All the others had been hit in the head, neck, and upper chest. Roger holstered his pistol and rotated his shoulder. I really have to find the guy who wrote that program and thank him when we get back. Why? Groningen pounded rounds into the 2 flanks. The company was too intermixed with the Royal Guard now for him to fire into the center, but the flanks were fair game. He winced as he saw another Marine go down, but there was nothing he could do from here. Nothing but give covering fire and keep the flanking mercenaries off their backs. Mosiev picked up one of the shredded guards' javelins. The directional mines had stripped away a few centimeters of the end, but aside from that, and the dripping gore, it was intact, and he tied the first line to its haft and waited. Dinot sprinted to the water's edge, then skipped aside as the javelin came scything through the air. The last rocks were still raining down from the demolished bridge when he picked the weapon up and threw it over the chosen tree limb. He motioned for slack and quickly tied a bowline slip knot in the rope and signaled complete. The rope twitched upward, and he smiled. Company was coming. Roger heaved on his end, and the Mardukan he'd been sharing with Kiru thumped soddenly into the pile against the door. He skipped aside and shook his head as Panner and Serono came out with another. I've heard the expression before, he said, but I never thought I'd do it. You see anything else to barricade the door with, Your Highness? Panner asked with a frown. This is what war is all about, doing things you don't like to people you don't like, even more. You. Sergeant Major, Julian said, jumping over a small mountain of Mardukans. Remind me never ever to make that joke again." "What's that?" Kasudik asked. She was simultaneously trying to walk sideways over the mounted bodies of the royal guard, tie a bandage on Poem's neck, and make sure nobody was being left behind. "Join the Marines," Julian said. "Travel to fascinating planets," Georgiades chorused as he fired at one of the flankers who'd stopped to throw a javelin at them. The Marshad contingent's instinctive retreat to the city had come to a screeching halt when the bridge disintegrated in its face. Unable to fall back, it was beginning to reform south of the original battlefield. And even after the terrible pounding it had taken, the Marshadans were almost as numerous as the Pasulia. "Meet exotic natives!" Bernstein yelled, dropping a line of grenades across the line between the humans and the Marshadans. "And kill them," Julian finished somberly as he shouldered the rolled-up bag of ashes that was all that was left of Lieutenant Jasko. "Somehow, it's just not funny anymore." "It never was, Julian." Kasudik finished the bandage and clapped the repaired private on the back. She looked around the battlefield and pointed to the marked assembly area. "Assemble at the OP," she yelled, then looked at the NCO who was jogging alongside her. "So I should just shut up and soldier?" "No, but you might wait until we're done with the mission," the sergeant major said. "And that will be a long time. Or at least wait to have your moral dilemma until the battle's over. In case you hadn't noticed, it isn't. And afterwards, you can drown your sorrows in wine, like the rest of us. I'm not saying that you have to be one of those guys who drinks from the skulls of dead enemies," she said as the company started to gather and tally off the dead and wounded. "But we have a few to pile yet. So wait until we're done to start the bitching." "One day and shit. So you were just gonna leave me here, huh?" Groningen triggered another shot at the distant Marshadans. There were at least 1,000 warriors in the mass, but it was nearly 3,000 meters away. Maximum effective range for the cannon was only 4,000 meters in atmosphere, due to energy bleed. So shots at this range were relatively ineffectual. But they still served to keep the Marshadan force off the backs of the rest of the Marines as they trotted steadily back towards his hilltop position. And of course, the cannon would become increasingly effective if any of the Marshadans were stupid enough to come into shorter range. Bitch, Masek said nervously. Dozens of Mardikan soldiers had appeared at Marshad's gate, and more were coming from around the backside of the hill. If the main contingent didn't arrive soon, the bridgehead Dinat had established across the river from them would be lost. "Think of the poor bastards back in the barracks," Mosiev said. The word had come down that the first assault on the guests' quarters had been repulsed, but the group of walking wounded, Mahoutsan tribesmen, had been hard-pressed. "I'll think about them when I can quit thinking about myself," Mutabi said, hooking a clip onto the overhead rope. "I hate heights." "Nilgal, yay. Let's move out, people." Kasudik snarled as she reached the foot of the hill, and the plasma cannon atop it began firing across the river at Marshad. She glanced back at the stretcher teams, toiling to keep up with her, and shook her head. "Hooker!" "Yes, Sergeant Major?" The corporal, who had been promoted to team leader to replace Balali after Voitan, responded. "Your team stays with the stretcher bearers. There were 3 stretcher cases and 4 walking wounded, one of them in Hooker's team. And Saint John, J, Kraft, and Willis," she added, naming off the other 3 walking wounded. "The rest, follow me," she finished, and went from the dog trot that they'd been maintaining to a loping run. "Kyaha, Donyi." Masek ducked behind the tree as another flight of javelins rained down. There were only a few dozen Marshadans in the sewage ditch, but their last charge had nearly made it to the riverbank where the team crouched. "This sucks," he yelled. "Oh, I don't know," Mutabi opined. "It could be worse." "How?" Masek shouted back. "We're pinned down. The company's not going to get here in time, and there are more of them coming. How could it be worse?" "Well," the grenadier said, pulling out his last belt of grenades, "we could be completely out of ammo." "Jerua, Cassidy, done by toll. I can't get the angle into the ditch, Sergeant Major. Groningen reported furiously. The senior NCO sucked in deep, cleansing breaths as she stepped to the edge of the hilltop to look the situation over. Grenadiers, she snapped. Flush those bastards. Gunny lie. Yes, Sergeant Major. Your team first. Go! Everybody else, lay down, covering fire. Lai pulled the loop of rope out of her cargo pocket and hooked to the clip on the overhead line. She slung her bead rifle across her back and smiled. I always wondered why we did this in training. She laughed and jumped off the cliff. The company began to pour fire down on the scummy positions surrounding the sewage ditch bridgehead as the gunnery sergeant slid down the rope. The Marine gained speed rapidly as she felt another body hit the rope behind her, but there was an uplift at the bottom that slowed her. She let go near the top of the swing and landed lightly a few meters from the riverbank. "Ta," she said with a grin, and pulled the rifle off her back. "Gunny," Masek told her, "you're a sight for sore eyes." He had a red-stained pressure bandage clamped on the side of Mutabi's neck, and there was a bloody javelin head next to the unconscious grenadier. "Where's Mosiev and the scummy?" she asked as Pensacus came off the rope, followed by St. John and the latter had a rope trailing out of his rucksack and trotted off to the north, flipping it up and out of the river's current as he went. "They're somewhere over there," Masek said, pointing south. "They're not responding anymore." "Okay." The NCO looked around as more and more of the remnants of her platoon came down the rope. "Dockham, Keleti, Gravdal. Go find Mosiev and Dina." She waved to the south. "The rest of you, follow me." Olinyi. Roger's sword lopped the head off the spear as it thrust at him and opened up the scummy's chest on the backstroke. He spun in place to take the one grappling with Despro in the back, and then took the arm off of one fleeing towards the smashed-in door. The wounded Mardican slipped on the pool of blood which covered most of the floor and slid into the pile of bodies barricading the door. He started to scramble up again, but before he could, Captain Painter took off his head with a single powerful blow of the broad, cleaver-like short sword he carried. Roger straightened up, panting, and looked out over the city. The sounds of fighting carried clearly up to the balcony. "We should have figured out how to smuggle in ropes. We could have gotten them in with the camping gear." "No way." "Why?" Despro disagreed, jerking hard to retrieve her own sword from the Mardican in whose ribs it had wedged. "They were looking for stuff like that." She looked over at the remnants of the squad in one corner of the balcony. "How you doing?" "Oh, just fine, Sergeant," Kiru said. He gestured at the securely trussed-up king. "His Majesty's a bit put out, but we're fine." "Right," Painter said. "We may be low on ammunition, but that was too close. Next time we use the rifles and pistols as our primary weapons." He waved the remaining team to the door. "Your turn to cover." Roger wiped at his face with a sleeve, trying to get some of the blood off, but his sleeve was even more sodden than his face. "Anybody got a hanky?" he asked. "Yuck. Die." "Captain!" Dandin shouted. "We've got movement." "Check fire," the sergeant major called from the landing. She peeked around the corner until she had the corporal in sight, then stumped wearily up to the top of the stairs. "Check fire, Dandin. The cavalry has arrived." "Great," Roger said, looking at the sergeant major. She was just as blood-covered as he was. "So what took you so long?" Chapter 55. Roger glanced at the fresh bloodstains on the floor as he approached the throne. Some things never seem to change in Marshad, he reflected. Or not, at least, without a little nudge from the outside. "Tinker!" He smiled at the throne's new occupant. "You seem to have come up in the world." Heder Bijan did not return his expression of pleasure. "You are to bow to a ruler, Prince Roger," he said. "I would suggest that you get used to it." "You know," Roger said, glancing at the full platoon of Marines behind him, "I can understand how Raj Humas made the mistake of underestimating us, but I'm surprised at you. Surely you don't think you can bully us?" Although If you really are that stupid, I imagine that explains why we haven't received any of our agreed-upon equipment yet. You were supposed to have the Barlaris, Dianda, and shields to us 3 days ago, Bajan. Where are they? You humans are so incredibly arrogant, the new ruler observed. Do you think that we're simple provincials, that there was only one javelin in the quiver? Fools! You're all fools. Perhaps, Roger said with a thin smile. But we're starting to be angry fools, Bajan. Where's our gear? You're not getting any gear, human, the ruler snorted. Nor are you going anywhere. I have far too much to do to lose my most important contingent of troops. Become accustomed to these walls. Roger cocked his head and smiled quizzically. Okay, what neat trick do you have up your sleeve now, spy? He asked brightly. You will address me as your majesty human, or I will withhold the antidote to the poison you ate the first night you were here. Unfortunately, we didn't have any poison, and Roger told him. I'm fairly sure of that. For one thing, we're still alive. It was in your dishes at the banquet, the former spy scoffed. It is visible as small flecks of leaf, but it's virtually tasteless, and it only takes one dose. Only a fool would have missed it, but you ate it nonetheless. Since then, we've been keeping you alive with the antidote. If you don't have it, you'll die, basic. Hold it. And Roger said, thinking back. Little green leaves? Taste like raw sewage? They're tasteless, Bijan said. But, yes, they would have been bright green. Uh-huh, and Roger said, trying not to smile. And let me guess, the antidote has been in all the food you've been giving us since, right? Correct, Bijan sneered. And if you don't have it, you'll die. It starts within a day, but it takes days of agony to end. So I suggest that you avoid it at all costs. But enough discussion of this, we must plan the next conquest, and I don't think so, Roger interrupted with a chuckle. Haven't you been keeping up with recent news, Bijan? What are you talking about? The new ruler asked. I've been doing many things, he continued suspiciously, but obviously not keeping up with who's been cooking my meals for the last few days. Roger purred like a smiling tiger. Bijan gazed at him for a few seconds, then gestured to one of the guards standing by the throne. There was a brief, whispered discussion, and the guard left. Sir, Julian said, leaning forward behind Roger, is this a good idea? Yeah, it is. Roger never took his eyes off of Keter Bijan. In fact, send somebody to collect up Talene's soul. That seems like a capable family. Oh, and tell Captain Powner that it looks like we're going to be staying a little longer than we'd planned. Nay. Oh, He stopped talking as the guard returned to the throne room. The guardsman crossed to the new ruler and said a few words, and Roger had become sufficiently familiar with Mardican body language to tell Bijan was suddenly one worried scummy. The new king turned to the prince and placed his true hands on the arms of the throne. We're not Mardicans, Bijan, and Roger told him with a deliberately Mardican laugh. In fact, I'll tell you a little secret, Tinker. We're not from anywhere on this planet. We have no similarity to anything on it. We're not vulnerable to the same poisons you are, and we most especially aren't basic. Prince Roger, there seems, the ruler began. Bijan? Roger interrupted as the door opened to admit Panner. Yes? Say goodbye, Bijan. Or Gigi. Including the representatives from Voitin and all the surrounding city-states, there must have been 200 or 300 diplomats, alone, in Marshad. The exact number was open to some debate, since no one had ever gotten a definitive count, but there were certainly enough to make the goodbyes both long and fulsome. Roger smiled and shook hands, smiled and waved, smiled and bowed. He's getting good at this, Panner said quietly. I hope he doesn't get to liking it too much. I don't think he's a Caesar, Captain, Eleonora said just as quietly. Or even a Yavalov. Besides, he has Cord beside him muttering, you two are mortal. I don't really think he is either, the Marine said, then grunted in laughter. And you know what? I'm beginning to think that it wouldn't matter anyway. He surveyed the troops surrounding the prince. You always knew the ones who should be in the regiment, even before Rip. They were the ones who always looked out. Even when they joked, they were the ones who watched others, and not just whoever they were talking to. The ones who saw their whole surroundings in one gulp. The ones who were human anti-assassin missiles. Sometimes, those weren't the ones who made it. Sometimes, rarely, you got those who were straight plotters. And sometimes, even the missiles lost their edge. He'd felt that in the company before leaving Earth. Too many of the troops hadn't cared. It was only the prince, for God's sake. Not now. The survivors were like a Voitin blade. They'd been tempered over and over, folded and refolded. And at their core, it wasn't Painter or even the sergeant major who'd given them their true temper. It was the prince, the trace element that made them hard and flexible. That was where their loyalty lay now. Wholly. Whether it had been his admission of fault, or his swift and decisive removal of the spy who, more than anyone, the company blamed for putting them in the noose of Marshad, or the realization that he'd removed by Jean not simply out of vengeance, but because he'd finally learned the responsibility that came with power as well. The captain didn't know. But whatever it was, it had worked. This was no longer the company of Captain Armand Ponner escorting a useless prince. It was a detachment of Bronze Battalion, the Empress's own, Colonel Roger McClintock, commanding, and the captain smiled. Yours is the earth and everything that's in it, and, which is more, you'll be a man, my son. Roger thanked the representative from Sedan for his kind words. The broad, well-watered Hudder River Valley was heavily settled, and the trade routes ran far and wide, and throughout that entire region, the word had spread over the last several weeks that you didn't want to mess with the basic. Sedan was the city-state furthest along the route, and its representative had already promised that not only was the way open through his lands, but also in the lands beyond. Roger looked up at the Flauta, loaded with wounded. The two beasts were crowded with stretchers, but most of the Marines in the stretchers were recovering from leg wounds. They'd be back on their feet in a week and getting used to marching again, he thought, and smiled at one of the exceptions. Dinat, you lazy bum, you just wanted to ride. You just wait until I get out of this stretcher, the tribesman said. I'll kick your butt. That's no way to address the prince, Cord said severely, and Roger looked over his shoulder at his ASI. He's permitted. By your laws, Mosiev would be aside to him, so I give him leave to be a lousy patient. The prince reached up to clap the towering shaman on the shoulder. But it's good to have you behind me again. I missed you. And well, you should have, Cord sniffed. It's past time to begin your teaching again. But I had a fine time in the barracks. Great fun. The still recovering Mardikan had emerged coated in red, as had Matsugai and Portina. It's still good to have you back, Roger said, and passed up the line of Flar, Ta and Marines, touching an occasional arm, helping to adjust a shield or commenting on a recovery, until he reached the head of the column, where he smiled broadly at Talene Saldvejizing. The Mardikan nodded to him. The human expression was accepted now throughout the Hadur region, and the new council head clapped his lower hands in resignation. It won't be the same here without you, he said. You'll do fine, Roger said. The land distribution was more than equitable, although you and I both know there'll be complaints anyway. But the trade from Voitan will soon mean you can relieve the tax burden and still maintain the public works. Any other points I should remember, O Prince? The Mardikan asked dryly. Should I perhaps think about a fund to restart the forges? Reduce the crops of Deanda and balance it with Barlaris? Remember to use my chamber bucket and not the floor? Yeah, Roger chuckled. Something like that. He looked back along the line, where the natives of Peshul were pressing forward to offer baskets of food to the Marines. Roger looked up and smiled as the sergeant major walked up the line of pack beasts, but the smile slid off his face at her expression. What? The prince asked. Destray picked up a transmission, said the sergeant major. No direction, and it was only a tiny snip of encryption. But it looks like somebody found the shuttles and reported them to the port. Grand, Roger snarled. He glared up at the clouds for a moment, then looked back at Kasudik. You've told the old man? Yep, and he said it may be a good thing you and Eleonora talked him into telling our friends along the way the truth, the sergeant major said with a small crooked smile. Something about covering our back trail. That was the idea, Roger agreed, then sighed. I just hope we don't really need it in the end. You and me both, Your Highness. All right, Smythe, the prince said, and punched her lightly on the shoulder. Guess we'll just have to improvise, adapt, and overcome. Like always, sir, Kasudik agreed, and moved off to complete her own final check. Roger watched her go, then turned to look to the northeast, where the mountains which were probably their next major obstacle loomed. They were reported to be high, dry, frozen, and impassable. Of course, that was the judgment of a species which would find the Amazon drought-stricken. I guess it's time to get this train a-moving, he murmured, and grasped Patty's armored head glasses, stepped on her knee, and lifted himself onto her back. Another mahout had been killed, so somebody had to drive, and he plucked the mahout stick from his belt and lifted it. The line of drivers behind him, Marine and Mordekan, lifted their sticks in response. Everyone was ready to go, and Roger looked to Captain Panner, who waved in reply. Okay, the prince said to the pack beast. Time to head up country. Move 'em out, he shouted. He pressed the forked head of the stick into the tender flesh under the armored collar, and as the Flartal lurched into motion, he looked up at the mountains once more. They weren't going to be fun.